Coming off 3 straight days to the downside, we're seeing futures back in positive territory to kick off your Friday morning. Welcome to the end of the week. It has been a bit of a choppy week. We've had a steady stream of Fed officials coming through talking about what to expect going forward, what they expect as far as future interest rates increases are concerned and how they might affect the overall economy. That has the market a little headline sensitive going into the final day of the week. Should be an interesting one, though. A ton of earnings to get through this morning. For the most part, positive right across the board. We'll touch on Williams-Sonoma. We mentioned it right at the end of the show yesterday. The only one really to the downside, but there are a lot higher pre-market. JD.com, Foot Locker, both looking really good. There's this little STNE, Kathy Wood name. Stoneco, FinTech out of Brazil doing well off a better than expected report. Also going to be a little bit of a quiet session possibly as we head towards the weekend and head towards the holiday shortened week coming up next week with Thanksgiving just around the corner. Thursday next week, no show obviously with the market closed. Friday, half day as well. Welcome to Friday. It's Friday, November 18th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at how things stand right now. Just reading through Canadian PPI numbers, actually higher than expected from last month. 10.1% versus 9 previous. So that's going in the wrong direction. But here we go. That's how the market in the U.S. looks right now. 1% for the NASDAQ, 0.9% for the S&P, 0.7 there for the Dow. Bitcoin, 0.65. 1.2 there, some positivity coming through for crypto to end off the week. Yeah, not a good print there for, again, Canadian PPI. We got U.S. PPI earlier in the week, but yeah, a little bit higher than expected. Hey, Luca's here for Sean today. We're always happy to have him on board. Going to be an interesting one here, guys. That was a bit of an unexpected note there. If you remember, CPI in Canada the past 2 times downside. So that's going against the grain a little bit.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise. So, I mean, look, it's a Canadian number, so, I mean, I don't know how much that's going to end up mattering, to be honest with you. Going to welcome Luca in here today. Obviously, Sean is mourning the beating that Derrick Henry put on the Packers last night. No, he had this day scheduled off anyways. But what could possibly, I know we have the True Trading Group sponsorship down there, but what could possibly go wrong when Alibaba was the big misread for me yesterday, and I'm already in JD and NEO, but at least we're long this time. We'll see what happens. JD with the earnings beat. Baba's down because their singles numbers kind of disappointed. So I might be focused on JD.com today. Foot Locker, we've been talking about this one at least a little bit in the chat here and looking to buy some dips in that. You have Gap that was to the upside. Williams-Sonoma is the only disappointment in terms of earnings. So let's see if we can get the ball rolling. Obviously, we also have a couple of other names on the watch list we'll be going to be getting to. I didn't trade Meta, but if you've been following what's been going on at Twitter, yeah, I suppose the other social media spaces are probably going to maybe get some upside as there's all kinds of turmoil at Twitter. Meta's up 2%. I like to dip by there. Going to be watching that closely. AMD relative strength, NVIDIA relative weakness, and the chip space, that's where I want to go. I want to be only long AMD. I want to be only trying to short NVIDIA on any strength and finding some levels there. So, yep, it's the end of the week. I know everyone's excited for this trading day, to be sure. Lots to get to, and we'll hope to get to all of it. And Luca as well. Oh, I knocked over the bull.
What's going on,
it's
everyone?
Bull Day.
Hopefully everyone having a great day. You know, it's Friday. Going to the weekend. Keep it stress-free. I want to emphasize that the most. And yeah, kind of cold over here in Toronto. You know, lots of snow coming around, but definitely an exciting time. And yeah, you know, it'll be an exciting day. We'll see what happens here. And yeah, maybe favor the longs. I guess you know some of the short-term bottoms are in, some nice levels to the downside. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, what's up with Buffalo's going to get 4 feet of snow over the next 2 days? Like, it's November last I checked, but I was reading this morning that apparently that's not the first time on this day that has happened. So yeah, good luck to the Niagara region, I guess, over the next few days. Going to be a bit of a mess. Here's a look at what we were talking about this morning as far as the overall market is concerned. Coming off back-to-back negative sessions. Remember, we gapped down yesterday and kind of rallied throughout the day, but still ended more or less to the downside. It's been a very back and forth kind of a week. As I was mentioning, there's been a steady stream of Fed officials coming through, making comments on what to expect next, what to expect with the overall economy next. It's been a sensitive market because of that. The good news, I was just checking the schedule. I don't see too many that should affect the market today as far as comments are coming through. We'll let you know if there is. But it's been one of those weeks where it's kind of a wait and see approach ahead of the second week of December. We'll get both CPI and the Fed decision coming up. It's the 13th and the 12th, I believe, or around there, 13th and the 14th maybe, for a CPI and the next Fed decision. But the market, guys, still kind of sensitive towards any of these comments that we've seen over the past few days.
Yeah, and just to clarify there, because I know the position board was incorrect, I just have to take another position here. But basically what happens is if I get in too early, if you take the position too early, what it'll do is before you put it on, the first execution I take could be taking profit. I'm going to show you right here. Like I had JD.com long, took some out. If you come to my chart for a quick second, yeah, took some out. And then it codes that as like a short sell because the system is only turned on after I got into position. So hopefully that will get corrected. But look, I tend to think that, you know, we've been talking about like things like Free Fall Friday a lot, and I'm trying to put that number out of my mind, that Canadian number there, a little bit. But we keep talking about Free Fall Friday, but the reality of where we're headed right now is a pretty steady uptrend. I'm looking at the SPY here as it tries to load up, and you've been in this consolidation range, and I want to respect the fact that you're bouncing off the bottom end of that range after rejecting a down day yesterday and kind of grinding back higher. Now what you had was a potential breakdown in the S&P 500, and I was looking shorts most of the morning for this reason. Like it looked like, okay, you gap down beneath that support, you can trend a little bit lower, but no, now we've recovered above. You've had pretty much everybody reported pretty strongly, and then the reaction to some of the reports was that I thought were negative actually end up strong as well. So I think we're grinding higher into today. I don't know that you have any overhead blowout type of opportunities. I will be keeping my eye on TLT and US dollar. And of course, I think I ignored UVXY a little bit too much yesterday, but I'm just gonna look to play this trend. There are some names I do like for resistance and some shorts, and we'll get to those. NVIDIA is one if it gets to the right price. But for the most part, I just wanna be participating in this move to the upside and trying to hang on to that. The Chinese names, they were so strong. Well, I mean, Alibaba and JD were so strong yesterday that it's hard not to like those long. So that's where I want to lean to. Speaking of JD, I wanted to be buying dips just because I'm in it, right? Like I want to be buying dips into that 58 level, but being at the pre-market, I don't think I was aggressive enough. I'm going to have to cancel some of these because if they came in, it probably changes the story. So I'll cancel this as well. But I want to be buying the dips in front of yesterday's close, and that 58 level as well. Just looking at it hold the line and then hold this gap above, I think it has a chance to get back into that 60 level. Good numbers across the board. We'll get into those a little bit deeper. So these have the opportunity where if they start going to the downside, you could still have a strong market and the Chinese names as a group go down. So I don't want to be stubborn about these longs when they don't necessarily speak to what the overall market is doing. They were much stronger yesterday than any rational sense of the market would go, and that's probably because when the program buying starts on the Chinese ADRs, it can get very violent, A, and B, there's not a lot of liquidity. And because we have the holiday coming next week, yes, you will see some volume, and yes, you will see some volatility, but you might not actually see a lot of liquidity, so that when you get through key price areas, you just have these big gaps that form. That's what happened in JD and Alibaba, and that can also happen to the downside. So I think there should be liquidity at 58. So if it breaks through that, I'm not holding through a 58 because there's a good chance if it breaks that level, you can be just right there at 56, the next support. So that's my line of thinking today. We got a super chat. I just want to quickly acknowledge this one. Thank you, DC Han, asking about Tesla there. Tesla long is the only question mark that you have. Now, Tesla was an inside trade for most of the day, which to me is like, ignore it if it's an inside trade. I wish I had. I tried to take one breakdown. It didn't go. So it did sustain the bottom. Elon's saying he's found somebody else, but now there's more turmoil at Twitter. So it's setting up like it could break out this 186. But look at the resist all day long. 186, 186, won't go, won't go, won't go. I like the setup for a breakout. I mean, it's hard for me not to, but I just told you when I tried the break in the other direction on yesterday, it just didn't go, and you immediately get wicked out when it took that level. So I'd probably have to see it holding the open above 186 before I got into this one. There's probably more room for it to run higher than run down unless you break that 180. But this is not at the top of my list. I'd rather be looking at Rivian today in the EV space. Obviously, I'm looking at NIO here today. Tesla, I paid too much attention to it, and it was pretty toast, except for at the close you could have had a short. It just stayed inside the range. And inside days in Tesla are horrible. You don't want them.
Yeah, and just to add to that overall kind of market outlook, I think key level that everybody's watching, 4,000 to 4,050 on the ES. You got a couple sideways days. Doesn't really want to, our buyers really coming in above 4,050, not really sure. Then we kind of flush down. Then we hold that 39 area. So I think, we just kind of stay here. That's kind of my bet. My bet is we stay here for a little bit as people kind of digest everything, more catalysts come through, and then we pick a direction. Do we go up or down? But yeah, I would not be surprised if we kind of hang around, so maybe favor the range.
All right, I just noticed this Palo Alto back to the downside here a little bit. A little bit of volume there as we took out that pre-market low, I guess. Maybe some stops getting run, but 7% still. Great report for PanW. We'll get into that. As far as Tesla is concerned, that's what you need to know today. Another 30,000 recall for the Model X, this time over an airbag issue. Minor story. I think the bigger talking point today for Tesla going to be what happened at the Twitter headquarters last night, apparently. A few employees, guys, calling Elon's bluff, saying he basically said, work all day, every day, or go home. So they said, sayonara, and actually went home. So the office is closed today until Monday, I was reading, because of this.
Yeah, they shut down the offices, so no one can go in while they assess who actually still works for them. So it's turning into a bit of a mess. Obviously, I guess it was from the very beginning. Even the deal ended up being a bit of a mess. I tend to think not their downfall, but anything negative that happens to Twitter is probably a good thing. And I'm looking at Meta here, and I originally liked some dip buys, but I really have to adjust that thinking because I wanted support turn to resistance. And just as an overall theme, like anything that breaks the range, I'm waiting way back or, sort of looking at bigger targets because of the way volatility's gone, the way liquidity's gone. But I tend to think that any turmoil there at Twitter, people leaving the platform thinking it's done or whatever, for whatever reason, that's a good thing for the Metas of the world. That's probably a good thing. How can Instagram not benefit from turmoil at Twitter? That's the way I kind of look at it. So I want to be long something like a Meta today, only really looking for those long opportunities. At this point, it's held really nicely at 109. So if you look at the channel, it's got great support at 109. We found that out in the morning yesterday. You found that out last week on the 11th. So that's kind of that second line in the sand. First would be yesterday's highs, and it could set up here for a break of 114.50. So that's what I got on tap for Meta. And I take that Twitter news as, okay, I still use them, but I'm positive on Meta today. I haven't really had to look at Snapchat because my focus is going to be on Meta, and I want to be looking for the long.
Yeah, and just going back to Snapchat really quickly, I think I like that 1160 to 12 level as a resistance, and call it positive, call it negative, however kind of the Twitter situation plays out here. I think just looking at the daily, and I'm going to drag it over for everybody to see here, this is a level that I've recycled from the past. It's just been good for so long, and it's very clear to me when it breaks to the upside, okay, maybe it holds, maybe it goes, we don't know, but that 13 just doesn't want to break to the upside. So, I'm gonna, if we get up to, 1160, 1150 today, try the short there, playing off that 12 level for a fade back down.
As well, maybe as the morning goes on here, we had positive news, remember, yesterday for GM at the Investor Day. 2025, they think EV business specifically is going to be positive for them. Talking about a whole bunch of new models and production targets as well. So GM, big move up yesterday. It's not doing a lot of volume here in the pre-market, but worth a note, guys, as we head towards Friday here.
Yeah, the follow through that I was looking for in the afternoon show might happen here. If it's the volume that's not, like you said, it's not impressive. As a matter of fact, like a lot of this, my volume will say like 900,000 in the pre-market, but I see like one block print that came off, which is probably just reporting an overnight. So it's probably a fraction of that. It's doing no volume. I tried the break. Well, I tried the move in the afternoon. I got a couple of scalp trades and then ended up stopping out. It holds 38.60, but this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see us taking out this high. It's about 39.15. That's where we're sitting now on no volume. So I might have to sit this one out for a breakout at the open. If there's no volume, you can't take a break. Well, you can. I'm not going to do it. But that's where I would normally be if there was any interest in this name. I have to believe it should be difficult for this to trade below 38. That's what makes sense to me. So if for whatever reason GM slides all the way down to 38 even, after announcement, that's where it held up, and I got to be on that level. The other thing about that level is if you go back, it broke out from here originally early in Investor Day and then supported it later on. So like there's clearly buyers at 38 on the stock, and at least since the Investor Day. So I got to be there if it's anything. I always have a cursory look at Ford because when Ford gets to some key levels, it can be pretty solid. But I was looking at this yesterday. Yeah, it's probably the same thing. Like it just needs to clear 14 with volume. And if I'm looking at the same setup, I'll go with the one that had the catalyst, and that's GM. So if Ford was maybe gliding down toward a support level, I might be able to take it right now. But if I have to buy tops, I'm more inclined to buy GM, but I'd rather just sit in front of 38. I'm going to get to NEO in a quick second because I talked about JD, but I didn't talk about NEO. So remember in the afternoon, if you're watching the show, 1070 wouldn't break and I have my stop order ready to go. So 1070 broke here in the pre-market. I just think there's room to fill the gap to 1125. So I'll take some out in front of 11, in front of 1125. Could it go more? In this market, we always believe that it can. But this is more of a wipeout bottom, wick bottom on the 15. Like it looks better when you zoom out. You can get a better sense of wick bottom through this level here, try to take out 10, trapped people shorting 10s, and then breaks this and tries to fill the gap in the other way. So that's what I'm looking for here in NEO.
Yeah, going back to Ford, I actually like the kind of trajectory that it's on right now. Holding that on the daily, this is daily right here, kind of holding that, bouncing. Is this the third bounce, and are we headed to 15? I mean, I have no idea, but gotta imagine there is some type of resistance that's going to come in at around 14.50 to 15. Not really sure if I'm going to have a trade on this today, but if it holds 14 for whatever reason, maybe try a little bit of a long there for a 30-cent scalp.
All right, let's bring in Michael Noss here, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas. As we figure out Zoom for a Friday morning here. Things are fine, though. Great to see you, as always, Michael. Welcome back. We were saying yesterday a little bit that we're getting kind of towards the end of earnings season, but that doesn't mean there aren't still opportunities. We're going to talk on a higher time frame this morning, which is, I think, an idea that a lot of viewers have that we don't really touch on. So we appreciate the swing topic today. We're going to get into how to play maybe gaps during earnings season on a swing basis.
Yeah, exactly. You guys talk about it all the time as, very short-term traders and day traders on how to trade earnings when it comes to, looking for high day breaks and low day breaks, and that initial day and then maybe the day after the excitement. More or less what I'm going to talk about is what happens after that, and can you use these earnings from kind of a swing trading point of view. So at Trade Ideas and myself for my own trading, I day trade, I swing trade, I do some kind of longer term investing, the whole 9 yards. So this is actually, from a swing trading point of view, my favorite strategy. It actually makes up a pretty good bulk of my returns each year. And it's something that's really timely. So I'm glad that I'm able to do it this week, and then maybe next week, who knows. But yeah, so on our first slide here, we're just going to speak about earnings, right? So we're just going to talk about the power earnings gap. So I've gone over this before, and I'll probably go over this quarterly just for you guys are always growing and getting new viewers in, and there's always some great ideas from it. So AEHR here, I highlighted basically the idea what we're looking for with the power earnings gap, right? So day traders on that initial giant green candle, which was earnings day for the stock, they'll be all over it. So there's some good day trades that we have there. There's some good scalping action. There's some good things that you can do there. But for a swing trader point of view, we really don't want to enter on a large bar like that. We could be getting top ticked. We could have to wait. In this case, we had to wait a couple of weeks for it to make new highs. So very simply put, and the reason I love this strategy is you wait for that earnings to come in. You kind of assume that the market knows whether the earnings is positive or negative. For me as a CMT, I love that I don't need to focus on what the earnings is. Market likes it. That's all I care about. Follow it for a few days or a few weeks, watch it make a range in some way, and you take the break of that range, and if it breaks under, you're out. And it's such a great and easy trade because what you're doing is you're allowing the fundamental people to decide whether or not it was good fundamentals or not, and you're just waiting for a very simple to trade, low risk technical setup. So I built a scan, and you can find it if you email info@trade-ideas.com or hit me up on Twitter. We can share this scan with you, but basically just looks for stocks that are holding up pretty well and had earnings at least 3 days ago. So all of the stocks I'm going to go over are kind of looking for the same things. They've done some sort of gap on earnings. The earnings were positive in some way, and now they're just kind of basing sideways and we're waiting for a setup. So just a note that these setups can sometimes take a long time to develop, which is why it might be good just to add these to a list somewhere and come and check on them daily. Until if they break down, they're invalid. If they break out, that's when we're going to be interested in them. So first one here is HRMY. Again, anytime you see this yellow vertical line on my charts, that's the earnings day. You can see the big earnings print, gapped over a huge range, very, very strong day. And it's just kind of been basing sideways, chopping between like 55 and 60 for the last 2 weeks or so. So I'm looking for this one. If it gets over 60, that's where I'm interested in getting involved. The next one here is DOCS, DOCS. 17% of this float is short, which is very interesting because when you have a surprise gap like this and a big short interest, those shorts are now kind of having a bad time. Gapped up, holding 30 if it can get over this kind of downtrend sloping line, which is about 33, 34 right now. That's where I'd be interested. Breaks under 30, it's wrong. Time to move on that one. Next one is ICPT. Again, another big gap up. Big, strong day, and now it's just kind of chopping sideways. So it's between like 15 and about 17 and a half. If it can get over 17 and a half, that's where I'm interested. Under 15, I'm wrong, and it's time to move on. Next is DXCM. This one's a pharmaceutical. Really big earnings here on a downtrending stock. I think this one had an over 10% short float as well, so that's interesting. 120 would be kind of the absolute number, but I just drew this downtrend line to maybe get me in a little earlier. Has a nice solid floor it's putting in for a stop loss. Last but not least, this one, depending on where you look, it has anywhere from a 40% short float to a 14% short float. So pretty big short interest here. Gap up before earnings and then actually held on after earnings and is just kind of basing sideways. So for this one, I'm talking about $35 or so a share. Wrong, under 30 bucks. If that short float is anywhere near that 40% range, those shorts could be in a lot of pain and could be good for the longs.
I love this concept because it's a type of idea that you can, take the basic principles and add a few nuances to if you would like. Have you ever looked at the idea of maybe building into a position versus the low if it is a gap to the upside, with a little tester starter position, keep your risk very, very tight. And then if you do get that break to the upside, that's when you actually add to the position.
Yeah, and 100%, and I actually do a bit of that myself, but it's a little bit more active. So I like, when I'm talking to audiences, the long and the short, but you're 100% right, because basically, again, the theory of all we're doing is instead of trying to interpret the news and being CFAs where we're reading through the financial statements and all this kind of stuff, we're just saying, what does the market think of the trade? Now, we know that large institutions will wait for major events before they get involved. So then you have to think of like a big hedge fund. So if any of these, like NUVL or something, are interesting, and I'm a giant hedge fund, I'm not going to buy the day of earnings because, it's moving all over the place. I could get a really bad price. But as you're right, as it's hitting that support zone, as a large institution, I may say, okay, I'm going to load up every time it hits that zone. And that's what creates that level of support that you can play off of.
As we say, do your back testing. Everyone, do your own research. Make sure you're comfortable with the idea before putting real money to work. Great idea, as always, from Mr. Noss from Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
You too. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. Not just for that, but for this. fantastic hoodie as well. But all I heard, Michael Noss, was go long Intel is what you just told me to do, effectively, because I'm not making this up. Like, you guys know I look at Intel pretty much every single day. And so as Michael was talking about this power gap move, on my layout, like I have my race and all that stuff, but I do have as well my daily charts and the stocks that I'm watching, get my list in here of what I'm watching the last few days. And earnings, gap up, range made, so close eyes and go long when Intel breaks 3130. Look, I'm not saying you go ahead and do that, but I think what he was sort of getting there was it's the simplicity of the setup, right? So if you can be tracking a stock for other reasons, and then all of a sudden I short the stock 9 out of the last 10 days and probably 30 of the last 35 days. But since it's been breaking up, I've been thinking about switching the trend into the long finally. And yeah, you get your little power gap up. But I'm kind of taking Brennan's line on this, where that 29, like that little bottom that it has, as a day trader, it's hard. You can't ignore things like that when you had that bottom and you look for that trend to try to grab those longs. Now, yes, I was still shorting it yesterday. And I acknowledged in the afternoon, I was like, why am I shorting this instead of buying the dip and just buying VWAP there? So I do think that this 29 is turned into support. And this is, everyone's out here trying to learn. It's been probably the best stock for me. It's been shorting Intel the last quarter, 2 quarters, on almost a daily basis. But it looks like this 29 is a long off of this level. And then if you start filling the gap and breaking out, we'll still continue to look for even more powerful longs. So anyways, I think it's a great idea there. And I'm looking to implement it. This is the first one that came to mind. I didn't even have to search for the symbol. I actually had it up and was like, oh, this actually fits the bill. So I'll be watching some Intel, 29. I'll get my bid out there today. I don't know if it's going to break 31.30 today, because that would be $1 from here. I suppose Intel's made those moves before, and I shouldn't write it off. But I'm kind of guessing I'll be into AMD before that happens.
Yeah, and just to quickly comment there on Intel, kind of wish that I bought that bottom around 25, because I'm not really sure if we get back there, So it's something I was eyeing, initially watching the 30 level, and I'm like, oh man, I kind of like this at 40. Do I love this at 30? And then went to 25. Don't discredit it, right? If it goes down an additional $5, you're looking to pick things up for your portfolio. Just remember the levels that you map, and Michael talking about, this is where institutions trade. This is why it creates that kind of line of support. Absolutely, right? Just looking at the daily here quickly on Intel, seeing this kind of bounce at the 25 level, cannot break down, now just slowly riding trend back to the upside. So, very high chance that we just continue back up. So kind of sad over there. But yeah, we'll see if, I don't know if I'll trade Intel today, but yeah, definitely watching NVIDIA and AMD for sure.
All right, let's bring in some analyst moves here for you this morning. A number of names we've talked about already from the earnings list this morning, but here we go. Upgrades and downgrades this morning. GPS with a great report, up obviously big time here in the pre-market. Wells Fargo, it's worth noting, one of, I think, 6 or 7 on GPS itself. There's PanW as well, a nice report for them. AMAT on the watch list this morning amongst other chip names. ROST as well, beats right across the board. And then WSM I want to get to here, Farfetch and Alibaba, once again, downside.
Trap. Like, they're just teasing you with Alibaba. It's like yesterday, the revenue miss, and Alibaba ended up being like the strongest thing ever. Thankfully got out of the way of it. Otherwise, it would have been an abject disaster. But AMAT's pretty interesting for me. Unfortunately, like I thought yesterday when someone put it in the chat that it was relatively strong. I thought that was a great call out, because I talked about NEO, wick bottom, hold support, now breaking up, and this fit the bill. So I kind of came in today thinking there'd be a chance to play off 05s, or if you weren't playing off this consolidation here, maybe you would be at the top end of the range. Unfortunately, it's not, so I have to back away from that. But Alibaba, if it is one thing that I learned. It's not one thing that I learned. It's, their buyback was pretty significant, and I think, look, it's not to say that it needed the buyback to move, because quite frankly, the stock doesn't always need that kind of a catalyst. But the buyback was very impressive, and it was a large one, and probably should have given it more credit. The key thing is once it broke this level, that 77.40, at this time yesterday, I was telling you that this 77.5, like that level that I wanted to be short, and the reason why I liked it was looking at the 50 period moving average that it was bouncing off of. And I think once it established itself above that level, post-earnings, the mistake was not going back and zooming out, right? So once I was out of the short, go back, zoom out, what is it telling you? You're essentially gapped below the 50-period moving average on the daily on pre-market trading. And then right at the open, the buyers reclaim the 50-period moving average. I mean, that just tells you should try to establish that as a long and with support for 2 days in a row. So, that's one of the things I could have done. And now it's actually done this little power gap up that Michael was talking about as well. So enter BOBA into that watch in terms of this. If it makes a consolidation here, look for it to break after a week or so at that 86 and look at the room, $10 in until you get to that 200-period moving average. So, Alibaba's even setting this one up for your little power gap move.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure what to think of Alibaba, actually. I was looking at this, obviously, breaking through that 80 level, now kind of up, back down. And I'm just trying to think to myself, I don't know. You know what, though? Going back quickly to NVIDIA, I'm just looking at this. I'm going to try probably, if we get this break, I mean, we still have 30 minutes to open, right? But if we get this break through 160, if we stay below 160 and then get a nice break through 160, post 930, I'll try the long through 160, just basically kind of playing off this level of, yesterday it looked like 160 seemed to be good to the upside. Obviously, earnings catalyst. You probably get some resistance going into 165, but looking at the setup, I just feel like if we get through that 160, there's a chance that we're just at 162, 162.50, and then kind of run into resistance over there. I think this one you have to put a wider stop on it, but if you do take this break in the first, call it 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it's the Wild West. Anything could happen. It could be down at 159, 158. Could be a quick loser, so I definitely won't hold on to that one. But yeah, I just wanted to call that out. We'll see what happens there. And yeah, I have no idea with Alibaba for myself, but maybe follow Neil's trades over there.
All right, bit of a mixed social sentiment board to show you this morning as we get towards 9 o'clock here once again. The overall market downside, both the Qs and the SPY on here. Negative, MULN back to the upside. Bit of a move yesterday out of the gate, but came right back down. Tesla on here. Randy, 30,000 Model X's getting recalled today. DWAC, AMC here, a few on the green side as well. But interesting, BABA here, JD both. Positive, Alibaba downside ever so slightly to kick things off. Let's get Arun in here, get a check of the overall market to start your Friday morning off. It's been I guess 3 days in a row, really downside here, Arun. Is there support coming in here somewhere?
Yeah, there should be resistance first. Yesterday was that move off the 20s, right? That they found some buying. It was right at the location where we need to do some long-term buying, and there you have the bounce. And now we're up about 60 points, almost going to crack. Well, we're 10 points from 4,000, and now we're getting back into that point where, yes, there's resistance, but now there's enough support down below that there should be good enough. It should be decent buy-side support in the event of a dip. And that's what I'm waiting for here. I don't want to step into longs. I am looking long. I don't want to step into longs at 90 into the 4,000s. I think there's too much action here. The risk is too high. But if we do get a dip into the mid 70s, low 70s, going all the way down to 39.40, I think there's a possibility that you can do a nice dip buy with a decent risk profile on a trade. So waiting for a dip, if we can get that buy. If we extend, we've got like checkpoints. Obviously, we see that action just above 4,000 from a few days ago. Then you've got the 40/20s from the day that we moved right off that PPI number. There's some action there as well. It gets murky once you get above 4,000. So the easier trade, I would say based on the way the charts look right now, is a dip buy. Well, hopefully we can get that, but it does look pretty positive with the markets up 1%. At least the NASDAQ's up 1%, S&P at 0.94. So could be a decent way to finish this week. Keep in mind, options are expiring today. So there's third Friday of the month, so options are expiring today. So there should be extra activity in terms of volume towards the end of the day as we get into that options expiration period and when everyone has to make their adjustments. So keep in mind, if volume picks up towards the end of the day, you know why.
Holiday shortened week coming up next week as well, so maybe people finalizing a few things into the weekend. Thanks, Arun. Have a great one. We'll talk again on Monday. Wanted to just point this out as well before we get into the watch list, guys. 3 out of the past 4 days, crude oil here down 3.7%. It was 4+ at the end of the session yesterday. We had that 1 day to the upside, but remember, 4+ downside to start the week, 4+ again yesterday, and here we are flirting with 4% again. So maybe at least some cheaper gas coming shortly for everyone at the pumps, because wow, Another day, another move downside here for energy markets. Make sure you grab that every single morning before you come join us at 8:30. That is the link to the watch list, guys. Very simple. Enter your email address. Join the more than 30,000 that get that every single day for free. Let's talk about JD.com. Top of the list this morning. Good report for them, specifically talking about the COVID lockdowns and how it wasn't really an issue for them. We also got a forecast that was a little bit better than expected for JD.
Yeah, go figure, right? Like the revenue was a miss for Alibaba yesterday. Their Singles Day disappointed, and they talked about COVID being a culprit, but no problems like that for JD, right? So, go figure. But this was on sympathy up a ridiculous amount in yesterday's trade. You guys can see there, made just a stupid move to the upside. So fast forward, and if you can name, how many stocks are above the 200 period moving average? It's already broken the 50. It's breaking out again. The only thing that gives me a little bit of pause up here is you are now almost a full double up from the bottom. It's got a 33 bottom on this that we just recently saw. I mean, psychologically, if it goes to a double up, I think that's, a lot of people are going to be thinking about taking profit. And then you also throw in the fact that that's where the bulk of the resistance was anyways. So regardless of anything that happens today, tomorrow, next week, whatever you want to call it, it gets to 66, 67, I'm shorting the thing, or at least attempting to short it. And maybe you get run over, maybe you don't, but a level like that, got to play it. I'm just looking to hold this gap at this point. And someone said in the chat, hey, yesterday you were breaking gaps down, and then they reversed it the other way through, and that trapped a bunch of people into the short. So you can always have that same thing. Now, the good part about when you're going long on the good news in front of the gap is it's not as if you don't know where to get out, right? Like if the second we can't hold here is about 57.5. The second you can't hold 57.5, it's like, okay, this is wrong, get out. And if I make bottom wick, so be it. I'd rather make bottom wick and take an L and preserve your day than just sort of sit there and get stubborn about it and then just continue to go long and then you get absolutely burned. So there's nothing wrong with being wrong per se, but I know where I'm wrong on JD. Yesterday I knew I was wrong on Alibaba. The mistake was not reversing it when it blew through that level and started trending away from it. Now, I'm not automatically reversing JD, but if we start trending after a 57.50 break to the downside, I'll be looking at this bottom channel for short opportunities to fill the rest of the gap. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I'm ready, like I wasn't ready on Alibaba to go the other way. But for now, I'm long in front of that 57.5. As long as it wants to hold this area, I'll probably be buying dips and then scalping and see if we can hold back into the top. If something really crazy happens and we get to 66, that's like the terminal price for me. I would be shorting at that level.
Yeah, I kind of like that 66. I'm going to stay away from the dip buys. I tend not to trade these, JD, Baba, Neo well, so, I'm going to stay away. But yeah, if we get to 66, I mean, the daily don't lie. So that's my level as well. I doubt we get there. I mean, it's too good, right? It's too good. So yeah, no free lunch for sure.
Just having a look at Williams-Sonoma here quickly before we move on. Just broke that pre-market support downside once again on decent volume, now 9%. This was a massive move. I mean, this was more a lack of liquidity than anything aftermarket, but still a massive move aftermarket for Williams-Sonoma. Down here, first off, these are all negative analyst moves on WSM this morning coming off of earnings. So a little bit of negativity to say the least. Not a heck of a lot of volume, though, for Williams-Sonoma. This one, on the other hand, Gap, better than expected Q3 results. There's about the same, probably 5 or 6 analyst moves upside for Gap guys on a beat.
Yeah, look, I don't think Gap is going to be Macy's, but I don't know what's so funny.
No, I'm just looking at the chat. People, I see the comments. I'm laughing.
Okay,
I haven't called any out, but some people are like, "Oh, Luca looks like he might try to sell you a cell phone." Prad was just telling me I missed one. Somebody's like, "Oh, I look like a rooster with the haircut."
Sean in the 90s?
Yeah, Sean going retro. No, it's kind of funny, man. Yeah, keep them coming, guys. This is like pure entertainment for myself. Hopefully, anybody tuning in right now, good morning. Hopefully, you're enjoying the show. Please hit the like button.
I like that.
And GPS, is this going to be Macy's? I have no idea. I actually haven't even looked at GPS, but kind of getting the feel that, overall retail, coming out weak and then bouncing. So I'm not really sure where this is right now. But yeah, I guess this is a little bit stronger. Don't really have any levels. I don't know if you're looking at anything.
So the first thing I wanted to pull up was look, Gap has a pretty significant short float, so depending on what you look at, there we go. Depending on what you look at, I got to do this for you guys, where I pull this over to the side, and then it's a little bit better. And then, of course, I've just managed to lose this. There you go. So it's about 17 to 20% on the short float. That's significant. It's not, you don't want to write that one off, so that does give it some juice to set upside, and obviously it's already made a big move. I'm not going to say anything about the quarter. Realistically, the chart's going to speak for itself. You're not getting a chance at that 200 period in $12. Right? You've already, this is come and gone. So now I got to look at this 13 even. This is back where support was, or resistance was previous to today and last night. So if it gets back into 13, I think that's where the dip buy is going to be. It's got a 14.20 top. So there's always setting up for this break. I want to treat it like Gap without thinking it'll put in as big of a move. So that just means buying the dip, and then as long as it manages to hold support, either whether that's 13, the aftermarket lows will be the first level, because Gap never gave you that full pullback. Not Gap, sorry. Macy's never gave you that full pullback. It really only gave you the first one into the post-market and pre-market lows here at 13.50. So it gave you that one on Macy's yesterday, and then it just went off to the races. But if there is any kind of a big flush in the market and we break support and start heading down, well, this is a name that I dig a little deeper down in front of that 13 and try to go. So I want to play this the same way we're playing Macy's without expecting it necessarily to have the same kind of follow through, because Macy's follow through was absolutely insane. You essentially you gave the dip level on Macy's yesterday, like right into this nice little consolidation area. It then broke out, gave you one over the breakout price, and then another one in the afternoon, and just continued to race higher. And all said and told, from the pre-market lows, the stock was from 20 to 23. So I don't know if we're going to see that kind of a move. As a matter of fact, Macy's is still breaking out. I don't think I'm getting those 22s that I put in. But yeah, Gap 13.50, then 13 on the dip buy.
Yeah, and just kind of very quickly here, kind of looking at this level, I think 16 is, I don't know if we get there today, kind of far away, but 16 kind of interesting, just kind of, showed that it bounced on the way up over here. This is the daily, and then sort of holding and then back down and then acting as resistance. So I like when it acts as support, then acts as resistance, then kind of fades, then comes back into that level, right? So let's see if 16 holds. If we get there, I think I might try the short, but again, we're $2 away and not really sure if it has the steam to get there.
Oil is just plummeting right now, by the way, guys. Now down 4.5% on the session. So not seeing, I was just looking for anything to do with energy markets this morning. Not seeing anything yet, but wow, what a move for crude oil. We'll watch some energy stocks. Here we go. Let's talk Palo Alto, better than expected report. Third in a row for them that has just been an absolute blowout, top and bottom line, forecast raise, everything you want to see here today for PanW.
Yeah, and look, get one thing out of the way. Like, this trades at 40 times, which always gets said about all of these names in the cybersecurity space, is that they're all expensive. But hey, as long as companies keep spending on this, then you got to respect the fact they get the blowout. What happened in the aftermarket is a testament to why I think it's pretty dangerous to trade post-market on earnings, because what was a positive report, at the end of the day, raising guidance and also beating estimates across the board. So basically everything went positive in the report. Like, there still was that gap down, and people probably got burned. Like, somebody sold down here, right? Like, you just never want to be that person. It's easy to get triggered. Use a stop order. You're going to get burned badly. They did do the reverse split, so we actually look to trade this today, and I got 160. Like, it's about 160, 175. Call it 162 for support. You got to give this stock at least $1 or $2 in range. So I look at this channel that's 61.5, 62 into 165, and this is kind of like that dip buy zone for me. Always a chance that at the open it simply holds the top end here. So I want PanW to open up, then I want to trade it. So I'm not going to have orders out unless it's breaking the range and looking to buy. So if we does hold this top, then it sets up for a consolidation and then a break higher. And if it were to do that, these aren't split adjusted, but it was a 3-to-1. So this is 580 up here, and the stock's not going to 193 today, but that's where your next resistance is on the daily chart, would be at about 193. So like, there's room to go if it consolidates here and then takes out a top at 172.5. So I just need to see it hold that consolidation at the open before I do it.
Yeah, I got nothing to say there. Thank you for all the hair comments. You know, it's actually making me die over here. I'd rather be bald than walk around with that hair. Do your thing, Luca. Absolutely. You know, guys, be yourself, and keep them coming for real, because these are absolutely hilarious. And nothing to say on Pan W there. But yeah, maybe Brendo, you got something on Foot Locker.
This one's starting to go here. Foot Locker, 16% already. A little bit of volume coming in right now. In fact, back to the upside, guys, towards this 39. Huge mover here in the pre-market. Not typical for Foot Locker, guys. 2022 forecast raise right through to the end of the year. Better than expected results here for FL.
You know what's funny? I said the same thing to myself. I was like, that's not normal for Foot Locker. And then I pull up the daily chart, and it's like, yeah, you know what, Neil? You probably don't look at Foot Locker enough. So Foot Locker did this. That was 15. Well, that was $15. It also just had a breakout a few months ago where it did put in a $10 move. It then retraced it. You're back above. Look, you're breaking the 50. And if you look at when the last time it did this gap, you had 35, essentially 35 and a half. If you also draw a trend, a bit of a trend line, I know we were talking about that in the chat a little bit earlier. We're looking at that 35.80. That's where I like the dip buy, right in here around 36, with room to get back up to the top. Understanding that it's respected that 40 is resistance pre-market, but that's low volume. So as usual, it's like every single day, I'm coming in and it's like, be patient, be patient. If it falls, this is the price I want. And since I sat down, it actually fell $7. And I asked myself, well, if it fell $7, give it a chance to fall another $2 before you get entry price. So it's up. It's 17%. It's got a wide range. There's going to be big moves on the stock. Zero need to rush into it. People keep asking about NEO. And so I'll get over this one because someone just said, why are you diddling on NEO? Is this diddling in the middle, taking this break? Yeah, on the 15-minute it is, but the reason I like it, and it's kind of what I was getting at yesterday with the trade, is it's a wick bottom on volume where it made kind of this false bottom, and then you make a consolidation and then a break. So I generally like that setup for a long break, acknowledging the fact that you have a bit of a gap to fill in here, and you'll probably find resistance immediately at 11.20. But I do like the risk to reward on tight stop in here on NIO because of that false breakdown and the buying that came in front of 10.
Yeah, and going back to this Foot Locker, when we get these earnings plays and they gap up, I like to tell myself, where was it yesterday? That's kind of my level, and maybe it doesn't get there, and maybe if it does get there, then it's not going to give the kind of bounce that I'm looking for. But yeah, that 34, and this is the daily, guys, right? It just kind of, sideways, not real, lackluster action, not really, tradable. Now having earnings, positive. If we get close to that 34, that's my level. If we get close to that 34, I'm going to try the dip buy for a little bit of a bounce. But again, if we get there, like that's a pretty big move down. Maybe the bounce is better around this level, but yeah, if we get there, I'll try that over there in front of 34, just kind of playing off of that daily resistance that maybe might turn into support, but yeah, kind of like a long shot. But that's my play on these earnings trades. If I miss the trade, I miss the trade, is what it is, no big deal.
Having a look at a couple things in the chip group today. AMAT, as we mentioned, the earnings name, again, not necessarily a chip maker, but they make the equipment that makes chips. So considered same group anyways. AMAT higher here on a beat and a forecast raise as well. Some price target, some interesting analyst moves. They were both directions there on AMAT, so we can talk about that. But this as well, minor story, but worth a note. Analog devices, there was a lawsuit, a patent infringement lawsuit that was settled yesterday for AMD. So I did notice that AMD was doing a little more volume pre-market than normal.
Yeah, AMD looks strong. AMD was strong yesterday. Trey's not strong. Maybe it'll show up after a while. But anyways, if you're in the afternoon, I did have some longs in AMD. That's about the only thing that went really well in the chip space was AMD longs. Again, it's such a similar pattern because you had the wipeout bottom at the open. We basically trapping shorts beneath support, and then you broke to the upside when everyone was like, yeah, NVIDIA, disappointing to some extent, bit of mix, but disappointing. So we should go downside. And then AMD just started breaking out. Now you filled the gap, and you're trying to get back into this upside. So I like the long in front of 74 here. NVIDIA, if it's going to be something short for me, then NVIDIA 160, 263, pretty much exactly the same level that we liked yesterday. That held. that held really nicely. Strong as the market got, NVIDIA couldn't go through. So I like this one for a short, but I'm not going to waste my time at the prices I'm not interested in. So it has to get there, 162. You had to be patient for it, but once it got there, it was absolute gold. So I want to be on the south side of NVIDIA. I've already sort of talked about Intel 29. I like that 29 level if we get there. I mean, that's kind of I don't think we're getting to 29 in any time soon, but that's where I want to bid. But I'm shorting 162 in NVIDIA. I like to dip by to 74s on AMD. I'm going to play this one for weakness, NVIDIA, and my strength will be over in AMD.
Yeah, I kind of like that ideology there. Going back to that 160 level break to the upside, you know, it's one of those short-term, like this for myself is like this is an in and out. Like if we don't go up right away, I'll probably be out of this trade if I even get this trade. Maybe it probably breaks in the next 10 minutes here, so we'll see. But yeah, I think it's very clear that 62 to 62.50 resistance, you know, earnings is the tell, right? Going up after earnings, but not really doing anything, going sideways here, just kind of in the range that it's in. So yeah, just respect the range that it's created, I'd say.
Might be worth a look here, guys, for some of the energy stocks or oil stocks. This is oil right now. We just hit 5% on the morning here for crude oil downside. So just noticed a few of these producers popping up to the downside as well.
I mean, XOM's dumping down 2% here. Occidental, just double checking. I was just on XOM, but I wanted to show Occidental through $70 here. Yeah, you're getting a huge dump, but at this point, I hate chasing because what happened yesterday? You short bottoms, and then you get trapped, and then it burns back into the upside. So I need to see things stabilize a little bit here because I'm not going in at the bottom of ranges after what I saw in yesterday's trade. I just feel like there's too many traps out there in this market, especially going into a holiday. Trust me when I tell you, like the closer you get to holiday and volumes get lighter on an options expiration day, you will find more traps at the open. So it's one thing to get into position on a break, you know, sort of in a good range, and then you have your stop set and it's all nice and clean. Like let's say you're short on this breakdown and you're short at like 71 and your stop's up here and you're holding it. That's fine. But if you're breaking short at the open, it's easier to get caught in a bad trap. So I want to stay away and try to avoid some of that over there in Occidental at least, which is normally the one that I would be trading. So I gotta stay away from it. I saw some people saying, and this is a good one, and it might be true. Anything bad for Twitter is also good for DWAC. Well, it'll be interesting to me if we can actually break off this 20 level. We said yesterday that if this continues this gap down, that's about 15 or 16 on the daily. That would make sense as a next stop. Now, I know this sucks because I was short this at 25 and I took $1 on a move that went for. But if you do break that low at 19, this will load up it eventually, but that's room down to $16. I think there's a lot of risk in the long in DWAC, not just at breaking this level, but getting to $10 if the deal ends up falling through. So just be very careful with it. I'm going to probably stay away from it in this regard, but I don't want to ignore anything that you guys are watching. And like I said, someone asked about Meta. I'm right here in the bid in front of 112 where the players dwell on Meta. I'm looking for that 114.50. That'll be a couple of days to go to break out, and then so much of a gap to be filled. That's on the positive end of the turmoil at Twitter.
Yeah, and you know, just going back to DWAC there, just keep in mind, buy the rumors, sell the news, right? We're back down now. For me, this is a no trade. I'm definitely not even looking at it. But, you know, it's always good to cover kind of everything here. I don't even think 20 is a level. I think, you know, 16 is a level. It got there, it held, right? We're very far away from there. So, like, if we sell off into 16 for whatever reason very quickly, maybe you could justify, okay, bounce play. But, yeah, I don't know about that one. And just going back to XOM very quickly, yeah, that, you know, oil selling off. I was watching this name for quite a while, that 114 to 115 area resistance. Now coming back down to that 110 area. And to be honest, I'm gonna try the bounce at 110. I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't know if it's gonna sell off into 110. I don't know if it's like a premature bounce because now we're like extra close. Before I was looking at it, we're at like 112. Now we're at 110.90. So the bounce is looking worse and worse the slower we grind to that 110. But for me, I'm just dropping my size as we get there closer in the pre-market, and I'll give it a try. Give it to maybe 109.80. Like if it like flushes just right through, then I think I'm just gonna have to let it go. It'll probably be wrong, but yeah, I think I don't like the idea of chasing. Obviously oil going down. If you have the short, great from the top. That's amazing. But yeah, for myself, it's a bounce play there, and I'll cut it quickly if it doesn't work.
Yeah, and just checking Visa, a bit of a downtick there. I just saw on that other network, the CEO going to retire for Visa. Still positive on the day, but yeah, going to be a new CEO coming in for that one. Here's StoneCo. I mentioned that Brazilian fintech they are. $12 up here. If you go to the daily chart, 12 is the obvious level of resistance. So we'll see what happens if we can get up to that point. We're already into this area from aftermarket yesterday, so it needs a bounce, but trending downside already for STNE.
Like what Lucas said about Snapchat on the resistance, like goes like double or 10 times that for Stone Cold, the Cathie Wood name, at $12. Like if this stock gets to $12, I mean, look, when this happens, at some point, sometimes you break the level and then it starts going, but it's actually been descending a little bit and then starting to get a formation. So it was 1240 here, 1220 there, 1213, and now 12. It gets up in that range, and I'm looking for a fade, and I don't think I'd be giving up the idea of shorts until it got to 1250. It's well below that now because it's already retraced. I guess everybody's thinking exactly the same thing. So that one's starting to come back in already. Just a couple of names to get to here because I know I want to talk Airbnb in a second, but let's get to Amazon first. The money level yesterday was 96.5. There you go. There's your 96.5. We're immediately testing a break of that level. It's just another one of these wick bottoms, gapping up for a 96 break. I like the short up around here, 98.5 into 99. So if this makes a bit of a move up a couple bucks, I want to be shorting Amazon into said highs. Rather just continue to play that for a little bit of weakness on Amazon. And then Airbnb is one that caught my attention in the afternoon show. Actually, it caught one of our viewers' attention. And they were saying, hey, why aren't you guys looking at Airbnb? You wanted to short everything yesterday. And, well, what was going down the entire day when the market was going up? It was Airbnb. So as long as that can hold 102, then it can continue this trend to the downside. Respect 99. That's what got held. That's where, when it had its break in gapping up, support was at 99. So we keep talking about the first gap up and then the breakouts. Your levels are 99 and 102. So I think it's pretty clear for me. It's like 99 is where you deploy any chance for support and go for the longs, and 102 it's short. If it breaks up, gets out that 102 quarter, half, you get out of Dodge and then live to fight another day.
And quickly here, somebody in the chat was asking, PXMD, any thoughts, any ideas there? I was looking at it before, but I'm going to say no. This is the name this name was actually up before, and it was doing quite a bit of volume from, at the 5 level was before, and, maybe this is a recent IPO. I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember, but I do remember that I traded it on this day, and it was absolutely wild. Around the $9 level. I remember that. But now we're so far down, and for myself, it's like it was showing support at, call it 2, then just grinding lower, not really doing volume. Now we're above, but it's showing that it's still going to, it's opening red, I guess, from pre-market highs. I don't really see any good risk to return on this, and I'm not really sure if volume comes in and this thing goes crazy and we can actually get back up to call it 3 to 4 area, then maybe you justify, reversion back down, go for 50 cents, 60 cents if it's there. But for myself, going to stay away from this. I already know it's paid for shorts, not really sure how expensive it is. I would assume relatively cheaper today than it was back in the day. But yeah, if we get to like 350 area 4, then for myself, it becomes a nice mean reversion opportunity, and then maybe I'll consider it pay for shorts then. But I just don't think it has it in it. I think this thing is going to open. It's not really going to do much. Kind of looking at it, it feels like it's really just going to chop around and stay in a very, very tight range. You got the 2 level. Would not be surprised if it breaks and then comes back up, or holds and then just kind of stays around VWAP for a little bit. So yeah, not really too sure. Somebody saying tiny float going to 1,000. That's the thing,
1,000.
Right? If it's micro float, I completely understand what you mean by that. I completely understand. So when it is these kind of, like 2 million, I didn't look at the float, but I do remember it's low, like 1 million. That sounds correct. If that's the case, these things, when they get going, they can go. I'm not sure the catalyst off the top of my head on this. I'm going to stay away, like I mentioned. But yeah, if it does get to like 350, 4, 5, then definitely gets interesting. Things go crazy. And then it's definitely worth my attention there. But for now, no trade. Going to keep it on the back burner. And just keep in mind it is SSR.
Yeah, so that was interesting. Look at the candle that just came in here on JD.com. So it was holding channel, comes right in, and this happened on Alibaba yesterday. If I get that kind of fill into the close or into the open, yeah, I'm scalping it out, because you don't want at 9:29, at 9:30, you do not want to be loading up and holding a long that you get into it. So it's respecting that 58.50 where we got in, at least for now. But the second I got a chance to get some 70s and 80s out, it's like, yeah, ring the register, and if it wants to hold the open, fair enough. Like, let the opening range come in before we get any more shares. On the similar vein, something going to the upside. Here goes Meta, already starting to break out the top. So was hunting for a bit of a dip buy. Now it looks like it's going to the upside. I forgot about Apple. Sorry, guys. Apple is going absolutely ham. go long Apple, but it's a matter of where. It held the 50 period yesterday. That was 148. We're not going to see that. So 150 on any kind of a dip. And then watch out for this on Apple, 153.5. That's your big resistance level. Hopefully, it's enough resistance to give us some dip buys because Apple already off to the races. I want to sit in front of 150. If that breaks, I want to go 148. I don't really like the idea of shorting Apple. We got Justin in a fantastic sweater, and he's going to be on the bell. Luca already doing a bang-up job filling in for Sean, who I know is enjoying his day off as much as he can after Green Bay getting swallowed last night. But Friday is in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. So immediately, guys, I gave you, JD.com just pulled in there, and Gap just pulled in. But Neo breaks channel to the downside, and we're out of that one. It's about 12 cents worth of a hit, depending on what slippage came in there. But here's the fill in Gap. We just got into that long side. Meta starting to come back in very heavily. We're getting a bit of a dump off in Meta as that one just starts cratering. But come on, Gap. Gap won't even... Okay, so anyways, I got 1350s on Gap. It's not open yet, so we're going to have to get some out in front of that 14 and in front of that 1380. But yeah, Meta's heading the other way in a big, big way, trying to fill in this gap here. So I got the 12s. It's already testing this support down at the bottom at 111. There was a bit of a reversal on Apple as well. And then Tesla, which I don't know if you're looking at this one, Luca. Tesla did test lower, but it's not near that 180 level. So Tesla, I don't know, kind of holding the channel a little bit.
Yeah, you know, Tesla, definitely interesting. I'm going to stay away from this right off the open and kind of let it set its levels up here. You know, Tesla, for some reason, I just remember this fading, fading right off the open all the time. So I actually got filled on Walmart, and whoever called that in the chat, yeah, we didn't talk about Walmart, but somebody was like, oh, you know, Walmart bull flag on the 4-hour, what do you think? And I'm like, oh, I think short right away. So just a day trade. I mean, you know, maybe it breaks to the upside. I have my stop in, I'm pretty sure now, so covered a little bit. But yeah, just took that short right in front of the 150 area, got the fill, created, 50-cent win, so create myself essentially a free trade now. If we fade back to the downside, great, I'll try to hold on, but kind of giving me the feel that this thing could easily chop around. If we break like 150, I think, you know, the high on this thing, and let me just drag it over the daily very quickly. The high on this thing is like 150, like 30, call it 150.30, give or take. So yeah, you know, if it does eventually break that 150.30 area, like it's probably off to the races. We get to 151 very quickly.
No.
So yeah, for myself, I'm short now, and we'll see. Just got wicked into a long on AMD as well at that 74. And man, that was actually quick. So you know what? I'm going to get myself, you know what? Let's see if we get a bounce play actually going on this one. Got to be careful because that was very, very quick. Obviously, you want to manage your expectations in terms of speed on how fast these things are moving. Let's see if we could get some. Okay, this is a bounce. Is pretty cool. So I'll get myself out of that. That was a sick trade on AMD. The problem is, look at that speed. Like, we're going to get back to 74
There's a
for
lot
sure.
Of velocity here.
You know what? Yeah, that was, sorry, what were you saying?
No, it was a lot of velocity because slap to fail,
was...
Meta just took out that bottom pretty heavily. I said, someone in the chat was like, is Lucid going to halt down? I'm like, Lucid's not going to halt down, but it did fall like an absolute rock. I got the long in front of 74 on AMD as well. That looks like it wants to hold forward a little bit, but Rivian was another one. Someone said Lucid, and my mind went immediately to Rivian. It's at 32 now. 32 was that bottom break that I had in the afternoon show, and it gets pretty ugly if it gets underneath 31.5, but I don't want to chase lows. I think shorting the pop makes a heck of a lot more sense here. They're trying to that rug pull, and I talked about JD. If it gets below, at least you know where you're wrong if it tries to fill in the gap. And then if it holds the bottom end of this range, I didn't reverse in Alibaba yesterday. Today I got to look for that reversal. So anything inside of this channel, shorting in front of 54, taking the bounces, and then joining the trend, I'm going to have to do in JD. The mistake was not getting any reversals in BABA yesterday. Not making that mistake here in JD.
Yeah, guys, got into that XOM. So I don't think XOM is actually open. And here's the thing. With New York stocks, sometimes the open is delayed, so I understand this. But I'm like, I don't care, whatever. Let me have my order there and see what happens. So I got into the long here and in front of the 110. And the thing is for myself, smaller size, so I wasn't really too worried. I'm like, okay, let me, I don't know, it's not open. I could tell by the tape. But I'm like, I don't know if it's wrong. So maybe, you know, when it opens. But the fact that it's down here so quickly, I already told myself, I don't love it. You know, it is what it is. So I'll take the L on that one. Walmart actually working now very, very nicely here. So I'm going to see if I should. I mean, now we're back at this kind of pre-market area. Not really too sure what to think, but yeah, I'm going to cover the strength. For myself, I cover the strength. I'll take that win. That's solid. Short 150, cover just below 149. You know, chalk it up. That was a nice win there. That was a surprising win, actually, because that fill came. I have quite a few orders out, and I'm just like, oh, what am I getting filled on over here? But yeah, man, let's see. Let's go back to AMD and check that one out because that was super quick, and for sure we're coming back to that 74 area over here. that was actually like from 75 to 74 in like, what, 1 minute? Normally you don't see that, but yeah, this market's definitely interesting. Yeah, guys, watch your trades. I'll say that much. And maybe the shorts are good. Maybe the shorts are good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at what happened in Gap just now. So Gap, get the fill in front of 13.50. He goes right to $14. I'm like, let me get some orders out though while we manage that AMD. Gets up to 14 even, then wipes out the bottom, stops me out, and then right back up to the top. So Gap is holding strength. That tells me that I want to respect this for the long, but it probably also tells me that Macy's and Nordstrom's could be worth it. Now, Macy's I liked at 22. That's starting to come back in. Nordstrom's as well. This one's off to the races. So I said I wouldn't ignore this stock, but Nordstrom's is already off to the races. I'm getting back on the bit of Gap because those look relatively strong at least. And that's 74 holding on AMD for now. Brendo?
Another big mover here to the upside, market downside in a big way right out of the gate. This one, ISEE, getting breakthrough therapy designation from the FDA on an eye treatment. So ISEE, big mover so far out of the gate.
Oh, Pan W. You got to be kidding me, Pan W. Yeah, so Palo Alto, everything else gives you the dip buy. Palo Alto says, nah, you're not going to get that chance. Holds the bottom. Now it looks like it wants to try the breakout. I guess this is just this space, man. They don't care. We only ever go upside. I meant to go to the 3 minute there. Sorry, guys. Wanted to go to the 3 minute. Tries to run stops at the bottom. So you had a wick bottom, and now it's trying to take these tops. Let's try to respect this range. If Pan W wants to give a dip only to 168, then the only long I'm going to take is in front of said 168. Only thing I have left on is NVIDIA, because that's the only thing that held support. Everything else broke it right away. So I want to get some Pan, stop it at 168. I would have liked 64s if we got them, but this is the one name that did not want to fill the gap. Sorry, I'm just adjusting my stop order there. AMD did just bounce off of 74, got up to 74.5, and then looks like it's about to retest the bottom. So I like NVIDIA for shorts. As opposed to, yeah, of course, that's what happens. I liked NVIDIA for shorts and AMD for longs, but this is what happened when I tried to grab NVIDIA off that wick top at 160. So, I end up missing it, so I can cancel these orders. I'm not going to get them. If we get any chance to get back to 160, obviously I'm going to like the short on NVIDIA there, but it gave you the wick top entry. I tried to hammer down, but that fall, that was so violent, Luca.
That was fast.
That it hit 60, and I'm trying to short 159.50, and I can't get it. And there goes that 74 level on AMD, so I want to be out there. I got to find my way into the short of NVIDIA because obviously that 160 failure is not going to cut it. 158 could be a bit of a level for me.
Yeah, guys, so two things to note here. So obviously, sometimes you have good trades, sometimes you butcher the trades, and it is what it is, but no big deal here. XOM, I kind of knew this, right? That's why I sized down. It's like the closer it got, the more that I sized down. When I took the L, it's virtually nothing, so I'm not really too worried about it. But see how it's not really a bounce play anymore, right? It's more of just like a kind of sideways action, nothing too spectacular. So yeah, not really too concerned with that one. Going back to NVIDIA, man, I am happy that I did not have that order out because this thing, I know Neil just mentioned it, but I want to talk at how I was like, oh yeah, maybe the 160 long will be good, but if it reverses, I will be out of that one. But yeah, good thing I wasn't in that because probably would have lost 50 cents on that one. Now kind of bottoming out at that 157 area, but yeah, not really too sure what to think here. I'm going to let all these levels kind of play themselves out and then kind of find a position. And got some orders out. Apple 150, Amazon 97.50. And I want to almost say that, Tesla's approaching now that 180 level.
Yeah.
Maybe 180 bounce, maybe. But no, I think this thing's going to go right through it. I know Arun mentioned 39.70 and 39.40 in between that area on the overall market on the ES. And maybe that's like, a short-term support area, and then we go from there and the longs start to work. So it's kind of giving that feel that, look, 4,000 rejecting right off the open, now we're going back down. Yeah, we could easily flush in through 39.70, then find support. So with that in mind, all these levels that you're looking at, 180, probably going to blow right through that on Tesla. I think 177 is the 52-week low, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, keep your eyes on that. We're $3, $4 away from that. If we get there, it will definitely be interesting. But for now, I'm gonna chill with Tesla. Somebody was asking, look at Tesla. What do you think, up or down? And I'm like, that's a great question, man. That's a $1 million question right there. Clearly, we are going down right now, right off the open. But is this thing gonna find support? Where do we find support? But yeah, I think we're going to Brendo now.
See, guys, just popped up. I guess it was above that high from 2 days ago. There was a big volume alert that went off right at the open. No headlines that I could see for AMC yet, but nice day so far. Up 4%.
GameStop also making a power move as well. But I mean, if we're going to find relative strength, like I said, Gap is going to be it for me. Breakout top 1420, 1350 bid there. Nordstrom's, Macy's. But if AMC wants to do this, first it has to hold 770. But it was GameStop that just caught my attention because it just tried to break the high and rejected the top break. I didn't pay for short. So be careful taking a break on AMC when GameStop is coming back into the downside. And someone said, why is JD going down when the earnings was a beat? Because they don't have to follow the earnings necessarily. There we go, finally loading up there. They don't have to follow the earnings. Now this is me trying to reverse into the short, but at least I tried this time. I think it's headed back in, at least if it bounces back up, I should say, bouncing off that 56. But after that move, I'm really only looking to short off of this 57, 58 level. The other name that I did like, at this point when you're heading down, it's like, where did you want to go short? Airbnb, Airbnb, Airbnb. Yeah, so there you go. Airbnb through that 99 level. Looks like it's completely gone at this point. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to short any pop into 99. I like 102s. You saw it didn't quite get there at that open, so I'm not going to chase it too far. I'm going to patiently wait for the pop to get into a downtrend on this name. I'm not rushing into anything that isn't showing me already strength. If it's showing weakness, I'm not shorting bottoms. If it's showing strength, I don't mind picking up bids. That's Palo Alto, that's Macy's, that's Gap. GPS here still showing like it wants to attempt to hold this range. So I got wicked out. If I get wicked out, I want to look for that re-entry point, and that'll be in front of this 1350 area for Gap. Otherwise, let's be patient with it. Airbnb, I like that short. NVIDIA, I like the short, but I got to let it come back.
Yeah, guys, and Foot Locker, I'm just kind of scanning my orders right now. Didn't get anywhere close to that 35 area. Just kind of dipped down into 37, now back up at 39. I guess it's strong. I guess it's, kind of holding, maybe 39. Maybe this thing wants to get to 40 here. Not really sure if it's worth trying a break through the 39 for a move towards the 40 area, but I don't absolutely love this trade, but I'm going to try it just because it's kind of caught my attention over here, and I'm going to make sure that I'm sized accordingly because, again, if this thing wants to break 39 and quickly flush back down, then obviously we could just range, get back to VWAP. Maybe the smarter idea, if you're confident in that, then you try like maybe a VWAP trade and playing off the 37 level. But yeah, I'm going to try with a little bit less size if we get through that 39 and see if we can get up to that 40 area for a fairly quick trade on that one. Time will tell. People are asking about Meta as well, Meta flushing. The thing with Meta for myself, I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't have any the levels on Meta, it's tough, right? Because it's kind of in no man's land, but it's really not trading like it's in no man's land. It's just kind of giving you range and then going up, going down. So maybe respect the intraday range that's showing you. I mean, what is this? Bounce off 111 area, now kind of going back to the upside. Are we going to test 114? I really have no idea, right? But if 113 rejects, and VWAP's probably around this area, if I had to guess too, maybe wants to reject 113, then try 112, or VWAP's here, yeah, but, maybe range here. But yeah, no trade for myself on Meta right now. I'm just, as you can see, I'm talking myself into, are we going to have a trade going here, or I'm not really too sure.
Don't talk yourself into anything.
Yeah, no, exactly. So yeah, respect the range that you're seeing here. And you know what, let me quickly glance back at Walmart, because I feel like that was the wrong idea. Oh no, it's still holding. So yeah, that was decent cover just below 49. If you want that all-day fade, you're going to have to be a little bit more patient than I was. But, yeah, definitely can't complain. The morning is for scalping, right? Get in, get out, make your money. And then if you see nice intraday swings, hold on to those ones. I'm looking for Apple 150 bounce as well. Kind of leveled off at that 150.70, but I still think there is some room to go to the downside. Somebody in the chat was like, oh, free fall Friday in full effect. Not until 11. I'll say that much. Not yet. We'll see what happens. This is the morning dip. We could easily rip back to the upside. And, I love respecting Arun's levels because, I draw the lines on the chart. I go, these are the lines. That's where my lines are staying. So, yeah, if we get to that 39.50 on the overall market and then find some kind of nice bottoms, maybe it lines up with Apple 150, then, I like the long there. So, yeah, now going to be very patient and see what happens next.
Yeah, so I did get that Pan W, and I'm now going to get into the bid of, look, it's right back at the breakout price on AMC. And I zoomed out and I remembered that this was a successful trade off of this area last week, and I wasn't really taking it on the way back. The second day was a nice little break from 760. So I'm into this one on AMC. I'll give it back to 750. I think the risk reward does set up rather reasonably. Palo Alto, just to get over to that one, I said it would either be Macy's or Gap, which I just got, or Palo Alto, that would be be next. So went long Palo Alto off of this previous top here at 168.50. So we'll power up for that, but it's kind of running into some resistance at 170, and you know it couldn't get through 172 before. So I want to make sure I'm ring and register in front of 172 just to make sure that we get another leg out here, because this wants to give you like $2-3 inside of the range, and we want to go inside day. Then I have no problem with that. AMC into the long gap. For the second time, we're into the gap long. As it bounces off that low. This is a 15 minutes, so this is all in the first 15 minutes. That's just overlapping fills. It did give me the press back into 14 and then stopped me out beneath that pre-market low. So want to keep things in perspective. If we hold the bottom again, then I want back in front of this 14 area. Right now, about the only thing that is showing supreme strength is Palo Alto. You're seeing some sell-off start to come in to gap, but this worked the first time. I didn't give it enough room. I want to give a second look for this one.
Yeah, and I'm trying along here on Tesla just because it kind of bounced off 180. And here's the thing, I don't like the 180 bounce if we're close to 180, but it actually dipped down very quickly to like 180.40 area, and now we're sort of bouncing. Now, again, I don't absolutely love this trade. It's kind of far away from the 180, and I'll definitely be out of this trade if we break down from here and go down. But if for whatever reason this area holds, I think we could easily bounce back to 182 on this. So that's what I'm holding for. If we could get to 182, that'd be great. If not, I'll probably be stopped out of this one. But yeah, just kind of playing with the overall logic that maybe 180 wants to hold. But again, if we get close to 180, then it's a losing trade in my mind. So whatever. Now it's working. We're going to go over to Brendo.
A little one moving here, guys. Again today, UCL, past couple of days, big move to the upside here. It was this day they regained compliance with the NASDAQ. So up again here, 20% on heavy volume for UCL.
And bouncing nicely off that breakout price. And I tried to show you guys the 15-minute as much as I could. I love that look. I'll try to show you the 15-minute for AMC so you get a better sense of the breakout that it was trying to do from this level. So long in front of the breakout price on the dip buy. If you miss a break, always have a look. If it holds that breakout level, wick bottom to 60, back above, grab longs in front. You kind of know your stop is either 7. You can give it to 750. I like that a little better. Or you give it to 760 for a tighter stop. As it breaks away from VWAP, take a little profit out on the way toward that high. This stock has had all kinds of trouble each time it gets to $8. So I want to respect the fact that it can't seem to get there. Now that we're calming down a little bit and bouncing up a little bit, on JD.com, like the only way to get into this trend is start looking 57, looking 58 on any kind of bounce to the upside. We have managed to get another leg out on PanW. So of all the dip buys, this is the one that's holding up and looking like it wants to make the best challenge at the break. Now, it failed 172 just now, and I had to grab some out at 171, but I'm going to keep reloading in front of that bottom as this looks like it wants to go. If you had told me that it was going to be AMC showing some strength, I wouldn't have guessed it, but at least Palo Alto makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. And then going back over to Apple, I think you might have said this already, Luca, but we're getting close to, look, there's a wick top if I ever seen one, and now you're heading back into 150. I'm waiting for 150. That's the price I want to go long. If that can't hold, it's got to be like a 148 on that name. Amazon, we liked Amazon to the short side. I liked NVIDIA to the short side. At the open, you had one shot. I'm not sure how liquid it would have been either. But Amazon attempting to hold 95. I'm not sure it's going to be able to do that. And if you go back, if we don't hold 95, yesterday's bottoms of 94 should be in play. So I'd rather be taking trend. I only wanted short in Amazon, so I have to wait for a pop, I guess.
Yeah, I really don't know what to think with Amazon, but I do know that Jeff Bezos was mentioning, guys, save your money. Don't spend it all, these holidays. Don't buy that TV. Don't buy that, don't use that, do that big purchase. And I'm just thinking, why? Why are you doing this to Amazon shareholders right now? But yeah, no, 95, maybe 95 actually wants to hold. I don't love the long, but if we can clear 90 to the downside and then pop back through 95, I'm gonna try the long to the upside. It's there's some selling that's coming in, but it's holding. But again, I don't want to get long now. Then it flushes down. I get scared. I stop myself out. It's a losing trade. I want it to stop everybody out, then come back. I'll react to the trade, and then go from there. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. And I think I got the rest out of Tesla, so that's okay. So yeah, so this is the thing, right? This is the mark. Off the open, you guys want to make sure you're scalping. Took the long, took some out over here, just kind of top of the range. Was trying to hold the rest for the VWAP 182 test, but I said if we get back down, now that we're closer to 180, I don't think we bounce. I think we break here. We're gonna go to Brendo though.
More earnings, guys. Ross Stores was another one that reported nice move to the upside, but right back down. I'll show you in a second here. But a number of analyst moves negative for the most part outside of this one. Cowen raising their price target on this. But, yeah, not a good start here, at least, for ROST.
Oh, not a good start for a lot of names, just to be sure. So Gap just took out that bottom. Someone just asked me well, you were trading ARDX yesterday, Neil. Yes, I was. And I don't think I want to, if it breaks higher, I'll probably get into this stock at some point to the short side. But the lower high here at 190, that probably is to be respected. Twice yesterday, couldn't get through. I trailed out long before that when it got there. But I was looking at that 2 to 205 level for the shorts in yesterday's trade. That's a level I want to respect. So what's actually still holding up? You'll see AMC. I'm keeping the higher time frame in mind here because $8 has been a problem for the stock, and I want to make sure get some out 75 on a 65 entry, get some out 85. If it actually breaks 8, maybe hold on to some, but you want to be paying out in front of this level. I don't know how much it can sustain this in the face of a market that's simply free falling. So this in PanW, like I said, holding some strength. I'm not sure they can do that forever. There's a lot making moves. I talked about NEO. It stopped me out. I said tight stop on that break long because I'd rather get stopped out and miss a trade. Because if you hold on to it, yeah, Neil's back at the high. Are you holding on to it for all of this if you got a long? No. That's not a profitable way to trade. So I'd rather have a tight stop in there and then see it hold above this 1070 level. If it does, I think it has a chance to fill the gap. It's once again put a wick bottom in through the low and then trying to trend. But if you look at that trend, it gave you the dip. When it got back to the high yesterday, it gave you that dip. So I want to see the same thing happen and give you the dip to 1050. That's what it means to be patient. Airbnb, let's hope we were patient enough. Finally into this one, back up to 98.5. So, we did miss this one on the way down, but that 99 level is kind of what I want to be playing with. So 98.5. If it fails yesterday's low, then I want to be adding to this position. If it breaks 98, I think we can get back down to the 97 bottom. So I'm not into any JD, but we got Airbnb shorts finally.
Yeah, so here I am in a Tesla short. 180 just broke to the downside, and I was like, I don't know, man. This thing feels like it can't hold. So I'm going to try the short through that 180 level. Not really convinced that it's going to continue. Maybe I'll just get stopped out. But if it goes down, maybe try to scalp out 50 cents a dollar on this one and then hold the rest. For the rest of the move there, it's kind of weird because there was size at the level. It broke. I didn't actually get filled going through. I got filled on the way back up, but then it's kind of staying below that 180. So it's kind of giving me the vibe that anything could happen, and my expectations are very low for this one right now. But yeah, maybe get that 50 cents. Got to believe that if we actually whiplash back to the upside, it'll be violent. We'll be back at 181 very, very quickly. But I'm looking at the offer. There's some size on the offer that's coming in, people chasing, but sort of dancing around. Now it's lackluster. Yeah, I'll probably just be stopped out of this one.
Yeah, I got to be careful. Right in Tesla, this was exactly the time of the day that Tesla kind of trapped me at the bottom level, and it ended up not being worth it. So I'm not going over to it just yet. But Microsoft is at 240 here, so I know that was support. I see you guys in the chat talking about that. That 240, you hate bottom picking over and over and over again. But if you're not in a short, like what I'm trying to do in Airbnb here, is sort of wait for the pop. If you're not in one of those, then all you have is these support levels. So 240's in. It's already bounced off 06, which does give you a bit of an entry point, probably down around those 20s to give you some relative risk. So I'm probably going to pop on the bit of this as it tries to calm down. The other thing I have going is just watching the NASDAQ here. You've bounced to the downside, but you're popping off sort of like afternoon like resistance turning to support and a couple of major moving averages as well. So you're not in the middle of no man's land in the NASDAQ. You are at a level where you could anticipate a bit of a bounce. That's not a bad place to take one of the big cap names. Apple's not where I'd like it, but Microsoft at least is. So you're going to see me on the bid of Microsoft in front of 240. I know at least where I'm going to be wrong on that. And of course, this is the day. This is the day that I'm not short Silvergate at 29, right? 2 days in a row, I'm short this stock at 29. I've been looking at that 29. The one day you're not, that's how it works, right? The day you're not interested in it, less eyes on it, and if less people are short the stock into a level, well, guess what? Scalpers bid out, and that means there's resistance on the way down. It falls like a rock when no one's paying attention to it. Well, I'm not saying no one's paying attention to it, but I certainly wasn't. After 2 days of this kind of failing for the short that I want, Silvergate looks like it's finally breaking down. Maybe we get 29s again to go short here. Maybe it just breaks 25, and then all hell breaks loose. I'm going to assume things aren't looking good for Coinbase either, but I'll manage the three that I have. AMC, starting to slow down a little bit here. I might take another leg out at 75. Maybe we don't get that 85 after all. So it's starting to run out of a little bit of steam. This is one of the few names, like I said, this and Palo Alto are holding up. So I want to give it that kind of strength. Thank you, G Trader, mentioning Macy's is coming to the downside. It's not there yet. I'm literally bidding right in front of 22. So sometimes you get in front of a big bid and you're like, yeah, 22.10's, nah, $20 stock. I'm bidding at 22.02 because I want to be holding this closer to the 75 to 80 range. So I can't be way out in front of 22 even if I'm giving it 15 to 20 cents below that level, right? That means I have to be tight to 22 so the risk to reward works. Brendo?
Earnings earlier in the week were better than expected for Grab, if you remember. G-R-A-B, big day yesterday, back to the upside as well. Trying to test these highs right now for Grab, guys.
Yeah, people in the chat talking about Meta, and I'm also looking at Meta right now. The 114 level, right? This level kind of flushing right off the open, coming all the way back to 114, maybe giving you the sign that it wants to break. But here I am trying the short. It kind of feels right, so I'm going to try give it a little bit of room to work for me. But yeah, if this thing goes through 114, I feel like we're going to be off to the races. But, you know, it's giving me the feel. I'm glancing at the tape, and all I see right now is it gets to 114 and just boom, slam, slam. But then for some reason, it keeps going back up. So it's like if this selling at this level stops for whatever reason, we go through 114, we easily, who knows, 114.50, 115 very quickly, right? If the market especially wants to move back to the upside, sort of giving the short-term feel that it wants to hold the first level of support, call it 39.70. But I do definitely want to watch it a little bit and see where we go from here. For Meta, I'm not really sure my target on this one, but if we do start to fade from here, I think easily $1, if not VWAP target 112.60 on that one.
Yeah, I don't know if you see what's happening in Snapchat conversely, because it's a literal opposite. Snapchat's at the low, bouncing off the bottoms, and this feels like it's in one heck of a downward spiral right now. Especially, look, if Snapchat breaks support here, there's a lot of room for this one to fall. So I think obviously it's going a little bit counter trend. Can't seem like Airbnb. I got into Airbnb, kind of thinking with the volatility that we've had, it would pop. Back to the 3-minute for you guys. It would pop, give me the entry to the short. It wick tops again. So like, okay, I like the wick top. Now I can add the second leg into it, and then get some out VWAP. But now it's trending back into the upside. So I really got to respect that 99. You could start filling gap. Like you've seen a couple of names drop down, trap bottoms, go back to the upside. So the longs that have held out, great. We can hold on to those longs maybe all day long. I'm looking at you, Pan W. But these shorts off the bottom consolidations, I like their Airbnb for weakness, but if this gets through 99, it could do what Meta did. It could do what some of these other names have done. And speaking of Pan W, it looks like I need to find a way to get more shares back into this. I don't know if I'm going to get that refill at 168, but now if this breaks, I'm not saying it's going to 189. I'm just sort of, sorry, 170, sorry, it's actually 186. I'm not saying it's getting there, sorry, 193 anyways. Like, trying to do the math on the split. I can't get there today, but that's where resistance is on the daily chart. It's a good 10% from here. So understanding that resistance is 10% away, the only levels I have are 175, 185, 195, 190. It's every $5 option eligible prices is what I'm looking at for Pan W. If it breaks the top, I'll look to buy dips in 170 to 171 range. Until then, I'm going to wait for the actual bottom down here at 168, 169. But once it's taken out that top, I'm hunting for dip buys at higher prices. This one feels like it wants to trend the entire way. If it didn't go down when the market dumped and held the low, then you want to be long in this stock pretty much that entire day. Alibaba, for those of you still watching this bad boy, still relatively weak. So Baba, it's not out of the crap list for me. I almost said the ish list, but it's not out of it just yet. But it's looking like it could be trending to the downside, like JD.com. But I'm not entering early on any Alibaba. I got burned doing that yesterday.
Yeah, you know, and if at first you don't succeed, sometimes you try it again with this meta short, right? Short in front of 114 with the idea that, okay, if 114 breaks, this is my over-under, right? If over, not short. If back, under, short. So tried it again and covered some to create the free trade for myself. Sometimes, you know, when I lose a trade, I like to, you know, take, you know, the same size, if not more size when it's coming back through, because now we got the liquidity vacuum, and create the free trade and pay for the other one. And now it's just smooth sailing, all profits. I think 113 is getting tested for sure. Just kind of feels like that. And then just keep in mind that we have VWAP here at like 112.80. I mean, it feels like if you get the top short, we already sold all the way down to here. like if we're going to bounce and kind of hang around, nothing, special, be lackluster, like, yeah, maybe we get the VWAP test. So not going to be greedy with it. It's 20 cents. I'm going to take 113 if we get there on the last portion of my trade, which hopefully is in. And yeah, we're in there. So if we get to 113, great. If not, then I'm just going to stop myself out close to the high of day. Not really sure what to expect, but I'm going to respect the level, right? It's there, and on to the next trade, right? Looking around here. NVIDIA actually rejecting that VWAP area there. So I guess the short is good on this one. 160 sell right off the bat. And, it makes you think, right? It makes you think. 160, for myself, right, was setting up. I was like, I like the long. It broke 160 and instantly flushed. So it was like, no. The short is literally that good to the point that we're going to stop everybody out on the long, make them take longs, stop out the shorts, and just flush all the way 157. And now we're back. Now we're approaching 156, right? So that's the kind of market we're in. It's savage, right? Just understand that, on an earnings day when NVIDIA is doing, way more volume than it is right now,
be careful here.
There's going to be a lot of liquidity there, but now you have to be a little bbit more careful because, it's doing less volume. It's going to touch more prices. It's going to just dance around. So you're not necessarily wrong per se if you short or long, but you got to give it a wider stop. So maybe sometimes that means less size, and it is what it is, right? You just got to kind of go with it.
Yeah, be careful here because in about 15 seconds we're going to get housing numbers. So sometimes you get a bit of a jolt. Now, if you're in a stock and you have your levels out there and it's not necessarily related, you can respect it. I'll be watching Airbnb for obvious reasons, but I did get a leg out there at VWAP, so I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth in front of the number. PNW still holding the highs. But we're about to get a bit of a spike and then head into Brendan for happening now. He'll probably have the number right away. So let's just go to Brendan.
4.43 million versus 438 million existing home sales there for October. So heads up on typically that doesn't really move the market, but just be careful. 4.43 million versus 4.38 million. Happening now, guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out. That code there at the bottom of the screen will get you 20% off at checkout for Chart Prime. Nice green board to show you to kick things off for Friday. 0.35 there for the S&P, about 0.3 for the Dow. Some strength back in small cap land. Russell 2000 specifically was among the weakest yesterday, so a bit of a bounce here, 1%. So far, back to the upside. NASDAQ composite, 0.25%, about the same for the 100 if you were following along in the pre-market this morning. We touched on AMAT, better than expected report for them. Chips a little bit strong here to kick things off as a result. Meta, they were talking about how Messenger and WhatsApp is basically what they're going to lean on for profitability going forward over the next couple of years. And Tesla, guys, 30,000 Model X vehicles recalled for Tesla. Back over to you.
Speaking of Tesla, that just broke that 180, just absolutely flushing. Not much happened in Airbnb here. Like I said, I got the bid at VWAP. It manages to hold down around those lows. So that looks like it's going to be fine. AMC is the other one we're in. You can see long AMC, but it's back down. Right back down to our entry price. It was having some trouble at 75, so I got another leg out 75. It tried to get up to that 85 at the top, failed it. So when you fail a lower high, not an automatic reload for me. Even if you like the breakout level, essentially lower high, market trending down, no reload. And then I tend to opt for the tighter stop because if it takes out 60 and I like 50s, then I'll just jump back in 10 cents lower. So, I've gotten half out at this point, and on top of that, I'm going to tighten up the stop. And look, when the market's trending down, I would rather be out too quick of long trades than sit there holding them like they're going to be gangbusters, right? But Tesla, my goodness, Tesla. Cruised through 180, but it wasn't clean. Like it broke 180, tested back to 181, and now you're headed back into the south side. And just to give you an idea of where that could be headed for us, this is the gap. We got to 172 the other day. So there's a lot of downside here on Tesla, which means want to be shorting pops. So it's going to be 180, it's going to be 181. PanW is holding up for now. I don't think it's going to do so forever. AMC, like I said, my stop is now down at that 760. Like, forget about it. And Snapchat, like you were talking about Meta there, man. Snapchat, that just broke that low of the day. So, yep. It looks like we're looking for shorts at the bottom on this. Thankfully, I got something that isn't right at the low of the day for a short, which is that Airbnb has some room to go. But Snapchat could be taking out this 1050 level, and I'll be short in 1050 when it gets there. Last long is likely going to be that PanW. I'm reloading it in front of that 168. That's the only thing holding up.
Yeah, I'm trying along here on NVIDIA at 155. It sold off very quickly. Lots of selling came in. Everything's going down. I think this is probably going to be a loser, but I have to try it. It's just my gut is telling me that try the bounce, see if you get 50, 60 cents. It's a 10 cent. Okay, there we go. So stopped out. It's a loser. Sized accordingly, no big deal. But man, what a meta short. Look at this. 14. And this is the thing, guys. If at first you don't succeed, relax, don't worry, let it do its thing, short it again, and then create the free trade for yourself, pay for the mistakes, and now it's just trade management. We are now $1.45 in the money on this one, and I said it, I don't know if anybody heard me, but my target is 111.50, and I don't know why, but that just kind of feels like that's where we could easily get to, like this kind of area over here. It's like this is the range, right? This is the bottom 110.60, this is the top 114. If we're selling off, if we're gonna hold VWAP, if we're gonna go down, I'm not gonna be greedy. I'm not gonna try to hold for the low. But I'm going to try to get myself out right around here, right? So this is where the velocity really picked up, then kind of bounced back with the whiplash, and then kind of danced around, then moved up. So because of that, I think like if we dip down, I want to be covering below 112. So that's my final target on Meta. And yeah, if we run back to the high of day and break, and I stop myself out on it, it is what it is, no big deal. But yeah, I really want to hold on for another dollar if possible on this one, because I feel like I caught the top. Now it's just easy. I'm so far in the money. It's like, whatever. If I lose on it, I lose. No big deal. That's why I pay myself, right? Pay myself along the way. And then, yeah, that number kind of helped the short, I guess. So, yeah, hold on to your shorts because things are just coming down. Market now below that 39.70. So maybe next target 39.50. And we're going to go to Brendo.
This SATX starting to get going again. Remember, this is that SPAC, very low float, not super low float, but a SPAC from yesterday. Halted multiple times, just halted again right now. Only 500,000 shares, but it's already gone 40 to 70 today, guys, for SATX.
On the off chance it gets to 100, I'm going to go price out some shorts. But before we do that, ring the register for the short that you got on there. I just got that bounce on 240 in Microsoft, at least the first bounce. So it got to 240.20. Grabbed 45s, got some out at 70s, getting some out if it gets to 241, and I'll try to hold on for a little bit more if it does so, and then I'll only reload like tight to 240, and then Apple also came in as well. So Apple 150 just came in. I got the quarters on the first bounce. So, and again, like this is a downward market, so scalp out if you can. Did I even get a fill there? On Apple? No, did not even get that initial fill. So I'll try to get some out on Apple on the way back to the upside. It hasn't gotten to 150 per se, but there's always a chance that it just goes straight there without any significant bounce. I'm going to get some out in this 40 range. I'll reload at that 150 even, but I got to go price some locates on that short. Airbnb did not get the second leg out, but it broke VWAP, right? So look, once you break this at 98, man, I'm not getting, I'm not trying to get out at like 97.70 or anything. Like to me, it should fall and give you 97.5, and then we should get down to that low of the day. You want to hold out for a little bit better than that. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. Microsoft just quickly checking back in. Okay, yeah, no real second leg back into 241. So just bouncing off 240 the first time, and now you're coming down with some acceleration. So the next entry point, like the first time, I'll let it bounce where it may, and then try to get in front of that bounce. But this time, I'm really just getting long in front of 240. It's got to be that 240 level and tighter to it. But I meant to check on those locates. I haven't really done that just yet because been busy with Apple getting in. That's okay. SATX is going to be halted for 5 or 10 minutes, so I have plenty of time to check the price of locates. Got to manage the trades first.
Yeah, guys, I look over at Neil. He's long Apple. I look over, I go, wait, why am I not long Apple? And
it's not quite there yet.
It's, it just the recent low, I should say, was 150.22, and I was bidding 21s, and I was like, go figure. But here we are. We actually now broke 150, so maybe the bounce closer to 150 makes more sense. But I'm in kind of higher, so I don't absolutely love my average here, so I got to be careful with it. But yeah, 150 broke the size. Now we're back above, so it's kind of giving me a feel like we could easily jump like 20 cents from here. So I'm not going to try to sell this at a loss, but yeah, for sure, it is still, first hour, you want to be scalping, you want to be kind of watching levels, making sure everything makes sense. Got a long here on Microsoft as well, and reason being is just kind of showing that's the bottoming area, right in front of that 240 area. So let me just make sure I get this. Yeah, I'll just put a stop there. If we break 240, then I'll be out of the trade. It didn't break yet, so it seems to be that hard level, but I'll revisit it, right? If we break and then come back up, it'll be similar to like a meta trade where it's like, I'm going to get stopped out if we break the 240, but if we go back and show that 240 wants to hold, then I'm just going to be back in the trade. So that's kind of my logic with this Microsoft trade, and my target on this one, not really too sure, probably just discretionary, showing that it wants to top out closer to VWAP, 241.50. But if I can make $1 on this, I'll be happy. So yeah, that'll be great if I can get out in front of 241. Just kind of with the logic that if we get closer to these even dollar levels, they're going to probably print. And then afterwards, I'm not really too sure. Do we go to VWAP? Do we go to 242? I'm not 100% sure. So I'm going to get the first leg out at 241-ish if we can get there. And then I'll get the rest out closer to 242. Yeah, Apple's still holding 150 here.
Those are crack prices. SAT, it's $1.53 per share to short. So I will not be shorting this stock today. That SATX, I'm like Luca. I'm long in front of 240 and 150 on Apple and Microsoft respectively. That's crazy. Like, so you're not really. There's no trade to be had. Like, if you pay $1.50 and then you structure a trade, let's say you want to risk like $2 or $3. Well, now you're risking $3 or $5, and then throw in slippage on top of that. It would have to get past $100 to set something up that makes some sense. So, anyways, yeah, it's a little pricey. I'll probably if it was cheaper. If it's like 75 cents or lower than that, then you take a shot at it. But the thing is, even if you pay for it, whether you use the locates or not here, like you've paid, like it's a sunk cost, right? So you pay $1.50 for every share trade. It's $150 on 100 shares or whatever you happen to take. And then that's it, whether you use the shares or not. So if I don't think for sure I'm going to be trading the short, that is not worth it. We'll ring the register and do this one for Airbnb. And I forget the name, and I apologize in advance for this. Somebody was brought up Airbnb and said, why are you not looking at this after yesterday's dumpster fire that it was into the market recovery? And I said, you're absolutely right. I'll be looking at Airbnb tomorrow for some shorts. Didn't get it at the open because I wanted to short off 102. But when it broke that 99, that was the other level. So breaks 99, don't need to be in the break. Just catch the reverse. It's down near that low of the day. We'll let that ride. But Apple now catching a bit of a bid here. So I want to come back over to that. And Microsoft as well. So Apple off that 150. I've taken a couple legs out at that 20 because I'm long both this and PanW into a weak market. So I want to be a little more aggressive scalping it out because if you're in everything long and you break the lows, well, guess what happens? You just lose more often. So got some out in front of 50s on Microsoft, got some out in front of 50s on Apple as well. PanW, Palo Alto, never gave me that reload in front of 168 yet. So as the market craters, guess what's holding a higher low? So I'm not getting out of this. You got to tell me you're filling this gap in before I'm getting out of the PanW long, because any kind of a market bounce, this is going to the moon for sure.
Yeah, guys, so the long's working, the short's working. Make sure you guys are watching your orders here. Neil makes a good point. Yeah, if we break the lows, then for sure Apple going back down here. Tried to get some out in front of that 150-50 area. Just doesn't want to get there and fill me, but hopefully can get some out over here. Yeah, just get it. And I'm kind of playing off of this this kind of moving average, right? The closer that we get there, there's a chance for rejection and then a chance that we flush back down. And honestly, I really do think that's going to happen. Now we got some size on the bid on Microsoft as well. So hopefully that holds and doesn't fill that order, and then we run back to the upside. So there we go. So got some out of this on Apple. And now this is the thing. I know as a scalper that this is where I should be getting out. But I'm actually going to hold the last piece because if we break this and move back to the upside, then there's some nice move to the upside. Maybe get out above 151. So that's my play on Apple. I'm just going to throw out a stop here very quickly just below, and it'll just be like, yeah, if we break the lows, which is call it 149.90. Then the trade is no good for myself, and I'll be out of the last portion there. But if we keep going back to the upside, then I guess I'll use VWAP as a target, 150-130 if we can get there. So I'm just going to get out just close, just a little bit in front of that, just because I don't like to. Yeah, it just makes more sense for me. And yeah, Microsoft working, Meta short, now going back up a little bit. And here's another example for you guys. If we're selling off into an even dollar level, understand that. This is like options related, right? There's going to be size at the even dollar level. We're going to run into that level. We're going to break 112, which it did. It breaks 112. It trades the volume at that level. Then that's like either, we continue or we bounce from there, right? So keep in mind that, if you're a very short term, if you can't hold, right? I'm short here. If I'm going to cover over here, I might as well have just covered over here. I understand that to get here is like, it's going to bounce. It's going to go sideways a little bit. So keep that in mind. Watch those even dollars when you're trading and understand that this is where potential bounce plays could happen just because of options, especially, options Friday today. Not really sure what to think right now, but and even though we did take the 112 before, got to imagine that, people are placing bets midday in the morning. And so things change. It's live, right? The market is alive. So yeah, that's the reason for that. I'm still going to hold on to this, and my stop on Meta again is high a day. I'm going to hold on. If I lose, I lose. But yeah, I think this thing below VWAP is good. We're going.
Yeah, so watch out. So anyways, if you're watching this SATX, I mean, we're kind of in the same two longs. I do have Palo Alto as well. We like those sizes, especially on a Friday, like Lucas said. So I'm not going to be able to add to that too much other than what he's already mentioned. So you're in another halt here on SATX. And there is a setup I have for these for a long, but it does involve, it involves it reversing the move, halting to the downside, right? So you're getting halts every few minutes. A 3-minute chart will show you a little bit better. So you're getting halts every few minutes, not really able to stay open because of liquidity. So once it halts to the downside, or maybe put the retracement in, look for it to hold a level for some kind of a time period where it's not halting in a 30-minute span or an hour span. And once it forms that consolidation, usually there's a long that you can make with a reasonable risk to reward. That's what I'm waiting for on SATX, because I'm not really paying for the locates here. I'm not going to do it. I just don't want to pay for locates on this thing. That ARDX, I said if it got to, not $6, if ARDX got to $2, it gets pretty spicy. Yesterday, it failed at 2 on the way back in. It was more like 205. Now my trades don't show up, whatever. But it was more like 205 in the pre-market. This is where I was shorting it when it broke down support and then consolidation here, and it just dropped. So probably needs to clear that 205 to get really spicy. But it is on the radar now. I do want to be thinking first, failed breakout from here. So break 2, don't get through 05. So kind of get the short at $2 back into VWAP. That's my first look. Brendo?
Just checking the float on Grand Foundry, 9 million shares. Wow. So this one popped up and halted. 129% here. Looks like the CEO coming up shortly on CNBC. So GRND moving.
Yeah, guys, Apple, just to cover this here. So I actually flipped short. Reason being is because Brad called out a sick level over there. There was size at 150.50. And I know initially I was 150.45 area, yeah. And initially I was long, right? I'm long, and now size comes in. It fills the size right away, right? Fills it right away, stops, and the tape is just a ghost town. And I'm like, oh, I know what's happening here. Now these robots are trying to decide, wait a second, why was that kind of size just traded at that level? Maybe we are going back down. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just short. So I got out of my long, which is pretty nice over there. Thanks for that, Prad. Saved me a bunch of money and actually made me more money because now I'm short, and this thing is now going back to the downside, 25 cents in the money. I think 140.90 is going to break now, and if we can break that level, I think I'm just going to stop at break even and see where this goes because, yeah, do we go down to like 149 today? Like today might be a day that we actually get to 148.50 again, and I'm trying to, maybe pull up some longer term levels. I'm still in the Microsoft trade, by the way. This thing giving me the vibe that it's going to break.
It's holding a little better.
Yeah, it's holding, but I kind of feel like I'm going to get stopped out, but not to say that the selling is going to continue. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. I'm just going to make sure I manage my trades here.
Yeah, and here comes like some of those Chinese ADRs. JD just got back into positive, so it's coming right back up here, and it looks like it wants to try to test that 58, 59 area. I go to the higher time frame. It's just a better look. So this is where we stopped out and said, yeah, I've got to get the heck out of Dodge, but if it holds this at 58, suddenly it's like, okay, well, the price area that we liked before turns into a bit of a short trade off that level. So that's what's grabbing my attention. But as Apple comes back into the upside,
huge move.
I actually didn't hear Prad when he said that. So, but I'll respect that 150.50. So first things first. I mean, if I get JD, I get it. But first things first in Apple, I'm going to take another leg out. This didn't happen. It's actually got to 154.40 here. I'll take another leg out in that range, just on the off chance that it does reject that 150.50. But as long as it holds the bottom, I'm in the long. And it's the same thing with Microsoft, right? Like you're holding the bottom, I'm in the long. So if it has to break 240 to convince me that it's dead, as I said, makes some sense for JD here. But okay, there's your wick top. There's your wick top. I just don't want to chase it too far. So wick top through 58 even. I'll try to get some shares at 57.80. Incidentally, that's where I got filled on the other way. And what's interesting, this ends up being true whenever I look back. When you get these liquidity vacuum drops, and then you set a stop order at an even dollar level, and you get slipped to like 57.80 here, so like 15 to 20 cents worth of slippage. I always find that on the way back up, there tends to be liquidity at that level too, for whatever reason. So it's like liquidity in front of 58, but when it broke, there wasn't anything until 57.80 on the way back. 57.80 is kind of where there ends up being some more liquidity. So that's as far as I want to chase that wick to 57.80. If I miss it, I miss it. I don't mind that. Apple working, Microsoft working, Tesla dying, although it caught a bit of a bid. Like you'll see Tesla right here off of 177. That's a random level. Like these other ones are holding obvious support levels. Tesla, maybe 175, you can convince me, but I'm not trying the bottom pick Tesla. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you know, Tesla can be dangerous if you're bottom picking, that's for sure. Yeah, just keep in mind, I think the low is 177. Sorry, 52-week low there. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it reacts around that area. But yeah, I think 175 is more. 175 is probably a better, like more, stronger level to play off of. Apple, I don't know what I'm doing. Not that I don't know what I'm doing, but I tried the short. It went down. It went back up. I was like, that was a very, very fast move back to the upside. So I stopped myself out on essentially a break-even trade, 10 cents, call it. And yeah, now I'm long here for a push back into that 151s. But here's the thing, right? If this bottom area now acts as a short-term resistance, lining up with the 50 period, like if we cannot even get to 150.90, then I don't really know what to expect. And this is all kind of correlated with the overall market. We're kind of pushing back up, but it's kind of in no man's land. It's just chopping around. So it makes sense to scalp, right? It makes sense to scalp because these names are going to touch so many different prices. If you get the 150 long and you get 30 cents, get out because chances are we're going back to 150 and you could just get in again. You could flip short, right? So essentially that's what I'm doing for myself here. And now that Apple's working, let me just take some out of this because I'm not 100% convinced that this is going to be a sustained move. And just being responsible in front of the 50 period, if we break 151 to the upside, then I'm going to get some more out at 150.20 area. This was my initial plan, right? I wanted the long, I wanted this area. Then the size came up, so I got out. I flipped short. It didn't work. I flipped back long. And yeah, making money. Things are good here. And yeah, if we break back down through like 150.29 area, then for sure we're going back to 150. And I'm just going to have to get out of that because this is the market, right? Chop central, chop around, dance around. And I think Greg made a good point. He's like, the market is going to dance, but do you know what type of dance it's doing? And I was like, well, I take dance lessons, but I mean, I don't have all of them, so I'm not really too sure. So yeah, it's definitely, just if it's the Tarantala and you're not ready for that, just get out.
I don't even know what that is. I know what the tango is. I know salsa dancing. Well, I don't know salsa dancing. My brother, like famously enough, at least for me, is a salsa, well, at least he was a salsa dancing instructor on the side, because that's how he rolled. At my bachelor party, so we're at a supper club that turns into like a dance party after, and basically it was like my brother, and then like pretty much every single girl in the entire place was just around him, and it was my bachelor party. And I'm like, thanks, bro. Like he's like 6'2", so he's like 4 inches taller than me. Oh, and you know what he does for a living?
What?
He animates kids' TV shows and movies.
Oh my God, that sounds like a job.
There's no competing against him. You can't, man. He's just like, he's the man. My brother is the man. I say it all the time. He's my hero as well.
And
I'm not jealous of my brother at all.
Speaking of brothers, if my brother's watching this, you're the man too. Never change. And people talking about DWAC over here. DWAC moving to the upside. Oh yeah, squeeze central to the upside. What a move, man. I'm just wondering why. And this is the thing with DWAC, it's like nothing, right? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Then all of a sudden, boom, $2 move to the upside. So kind of crazy. Yeah, be fully focused on that one. Who knows where this thing goes. I said, it's a sell the news event. Trump already announced, so I guess now it just kind of floats around and does nothing. But look at this thing popping. But man, every time it's up 10%. Every time we get these pops right in the morning, this is giving me flashbacks. Like we could be back at 2040 in like the next 20 minutes. So yeah, I know it's paid for shorts. Actually, let me just try quickly. Yeah, no, it's paid for shorts. So yeah, it is what it is. But I don't really want to pay for short. I don't want to get involved. I'm just kind of watching. But if I would short this. But yeah, I'm gonna let it go. I'm in my positions. They're working for me.
I'm going to pay for shorts too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. It's what it is. I'm not gonna. This is me. I want to be right, but I would rather make money, right? So there's a difference. Do you want to be right or do you want to make money? And with DWAC, I'm like, oh man, this is me. I think we're gonna go back down, but it's not necessarily a part of my trading plan. So I'll stay away from that one.
That's the best quote I've heard in a long time, because the truth of the matter is, a lot of people always want to be smarter than the market. It's like, oh, I called the market's going up today. You're right about it. Great, that's nice. But like as a trader, really your job is just to execute positive trades. It has nothing to do with getting the direction of the market right or saying that this stock is worth this. Like, as a trader, that's not really what you're doing. All you're trying to do is execute positive trades. As we get back to this in a quick second, I will hit this one. I'll be Gronk spike. Well, I'm not saying Gronk spike. We'll spike this one. I don't like Gronkowski, that's why. We just broke VWAP on JD.com. So I took the hit on the long. And yesterday, after taking the hit on the short of Alibaba, I wasn't willing to reverse it. I am willing to reverse here. So same level I get out, same level I get in, out VWAP. We'll see if it gets to the low of the day. We'll get some more out there. Airbnb is starting to level off a little bit here, but Apple is now churning to set upside. So we said 150 on Apple. I'll get rid of this wick at some point because it's messing up the chart. We're back to 151. I'm trying to hold this through 151 now, thinking maybe we can do better than that. And just going to go to Microsoft as well. That bounce play not doing as well. It's trying to get to 241 here. As this fails 241, what it's telling me with Apple screaming like this is maybe get some more shares out of Microsoft because it's not as strong as you think. And if it gets to 42, get out of it altogether. Pan W is holding fort. Airbnb and JD Shorts are still in the money, but only holding on by a bit of a thread as the market's trying to bounce here. Brendan, it's time for this small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Trader Edge. Thousands of traders are finding an edge backtesting using Trader Edge. Stop using spreadsheets. Start backtesting 3 times faster. You get a backtesting guide. You get a full strategy building course, a $470 value. They have a 7-day free trial as well. Check them out. Link on screen there. Shout out to Trader Edge for sponsoring Small Cap Recap. A bit of a quiet day so far for small caps. Across the board, though, a little relative strength coming back into play. PXMD was one that I actually really liked. Trade was right. Execution was terrible. If you go back on the daily chart, there was 250, 260, which was this area over here on the daily chart. So 250, 260. Stop was far too tight. Got stopped out of the initial one. So I'm just working back into this versus 250, 260. Again, volume a problem already. We'll see where this thing wants to go for PXMD. This one, Stoneco, easy to borrow, so that was a bit of a cautionary note, but 12 is the real level up here. I tried it initially out of the gate a couple of times here. It gave you a stop out depending on where your stop was, but the second attempt did work a little bit better, just working back into this now, versus 12 for STNE. This one, I've been sitting here watching this. 2050 is support, and then resistance from aftermarket. So below that, worth a visit, possibly huge move already, though, for ISEE. So we'll see where that one wants to go, guys.
Thank you for that,
I
Brendo.
see you there with that one. Nothing? Really? Okay. I see what's up. That's fine.
Guys, just to cover some of these trades here, Apple, Microsoft, long working, taking some out, so just kind of scaling myself out around the 50 period. Just, you know, if it's going to be a robotic market, I want to trade where the robots trade, and they trade at moving averages. And I'm still holding some for VWAP, but again, because we rejected VWAP on Apple and then flushed down, my worry is that, like, I was like, okay, maybe we break 151 and that's how I'll get the VWAP. But if we don't break, then it's better to just get out there. So I took that out over there, still holding some. I'm willing for this trade to go back to break even, and then I'll stop myself out on this and then kind of reevaluate. I'm actually surprised. I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised that Microsoft held 240 and didn't break, because it's like you come all this way, 240, you know stops are at 240. Like the robots, just maybe they didn't have enough espresso on this one and didn't get the kind of message here, because I'm not gonna, like my stop is below 240, and why didn't you want the shares if we're gonna go back up anyway? So, I mean, yeah, I'm actually surprised on that, and I already said surprised, 3-4 times? That's how surprised I was. But yeah, now we're kind of drifting, so I took some out just kind of in front of that 50 period, same logic. Everything I pull up looks the same. It's like we're down, we're coming to the 50 period, and then we're rejecting, right? So if that's the market, I mean, if you want to try along again, maybe you could recycle this 240 level over and over again. And if you break that 240, then the trade is done. But this is the thing, because now we rejected the 50 period, I would almost believe that 240 is going to break. But I'm okay with it. I already took the win on that, and now I'm very, very light on the position. I was trying to hold for like a VWAP, but you know, if we get there, we get there. I'll take some out in front of VWAP. If we don't, I'm stopped out at break even, and yeah, it is what it is.
See, the best part about the Apple and Microsoft is then I don't have to worry about like covering them, because you've got it. So I just like, you'll just say the analysis of what to do in front of those levels, and I'll just sort of nod my head in agreement and then move on to the next stock, which we can do. So JD's holding. I want to get to JD in a quick second because it's holding 57. You're right, G Trader, in the chat. But Airbnb's at the low of the day. Now, I was giving it to, when the market seemed like it was making a decent enough bounce, I was trying to give Airbnb a shot to get through here and give me the 98 half short again. So I did miss out on this reload. At this point, it could just break the bottom, in which case I'm just going to hold through said low of the day. Oops, that's not my 15-minute chart. That's my 3. Who cares? I can't go back that far. I'll go to the daily. So I'm going to hold it for this. It's about 94.5 to 95. That's where I think the target should be on Airbnb. Lots of support down there. Rejecting. I mean, look at this. This is why I was so glad that got brought up yesterday's trade in the afternoon. Like, how do you miss this? Like, you should never reject the 50 period, start a trend to the downside, was holding negative when the market was going up. That is everything you want for a stock that you should be biased to the short side until it gets to its next support level, which will be down at around 94.5, 95 bucks. So we're in Airbnb now. When it gets to that level, congratulations. If we're still holding on to it, I'm going to try to hope so. I want to get over to Tesla. So I'm kind of just managing the trades that we're in. I haven't gotten the fill on the bid of Palo Alto. I think that's coming in close to that 168. It's almost there, not quite there, Ankit. 168.60. I'm not reloading till it's tighter to that 168. But Tesla, man, this stock, it's just, like, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, you can bounce, maybe give me some 180s for a short when the market goes up. Nope, you got to chase Tesla apparently. And I just don't want to chase anything. I have two shorts I like. I have a couple of longs in front of size, and I have one long which is held relatively strong until now anyways, and that's Palo Alto. I'm sitting in front of 20s. And one of the reasons, and I said this before with Macy's, like the reason I wouldn't be like long 168.50 in here is now that it's shown me some strength, I don't want my stop to be at 167.99. Right? Like I want my stop to be beneath that 168 level. So if you're risking an extra 25 or 30 cents to give it more room, then I'm a bit more discriminatory where I'm going to be bidding again in front of it. Like I don't want to be too far out in front. You're just risking extra money in a stock that's ultimately failed to break at the top, lower high, broken VWAP in a trending market down, and has a monstrous gap to be filled. So in that particular case, I'm going against the grain, and I want to get a good price and risk less on a reentry. I'm already long. On a re-entry, I want to risk less.
Yeah, guys, I'm trying a XOM short here with the logic that it wants to just be at VWAP, right? It wants to be at VWAP. Obviously, oil selling off. Tried the bounce play. That didn't work. It popped, faded back down. I'm going to bet that we're going to pop and fade back down again. That's my play. So I scaled into the short here. And I want to just bring up, so there's actually not a per se level that I see, but I'm just kind of playing off of, it's sold off and now maybe this is resistance. And it sort of feels that it's maybe in no man's land, kind of, is it going to go, are we going to go back to 112? I don't think we are. And as we kind of ran into that 1110, 1120, 1130 area just now, and I took these fills, there was just a bunch of size on the offer. So the only thing that worries me about this trade, I mean, I don't think people are trading XOM. But the only thing that worries me about this trade is this an overcrowded trade? Because I literally take the trade, and so is all this other size. And I'm like, why is all this other size in the same areas? And I just quickly pulled this up here. So that's the only thing that worries me is that, if it's an overcrowded trade, if a lot of people are, initiating short positions at this area, maybe it's just selling, right? Maybe people are long and they're just like, this is a good area to sell. So that was the logic there. But I'm going to give this a little bit of room. It's going to be discretionary. But if we fade back down, my targets will be kind of covering, going back down into VWAP.
I like that. But you are shorted, right?
Sure, yeah.
So at some point, I'm going to get you on board with our. We do the arrows purple for the short, so it's easier for people to understand.
Okay, I see.
And that way, because every single execution that's a sell is going to show up as a down arrow. That's great, but a red one for me means that I've gotten out of a long trade, and then a purple one means that I've entered into a short trade. It's easier for you guys to read the charts. I want to acknowledge some super chats. We don't ask for them, but Go Explore sent 777. Lucky. Happy Friday. Lucky Luca Day. Always a great show. Thank you, guys. And then Nicole. Thank you for tuning in, as always, Nicole. Nicole Harris. 7818 watching, 1,300 likes. That's kind of a low number. That's below the Mendoza line, actually. I would only respond to super chats. I hear you, Nicole. You know what? But we're a show for the people. So when we see questions or a symbol that's interesting, we're gonna try to talk to everybody as much as we can. And I get it. We could just only respond to super chats, but I like engaging with the chat. We get good ideas from you guys. So we're here for you. We only ask you hit that like and subscribe, but we also always ask that you listen to what Brendan has to say, because it's time for a crypto update.
Yeah, hit the like, guys, if you have a second. Also, subscribe if you haven't yet. We do this every single day, except for next Thursday, because it's a holiday, and we're excited. Let's talk some crypto. Here's the latest possible fallout, I guess, from the FTX saga that continues. Genesis ceasing trading as of this morning, according to CoinDesk, as this continues to unravel. Absolutely crazy stories coming out of this. FTX unwind. I said to Neil this morning in the pre-market, I can't wait for the movie because it's going to be amazing. Somebody asked yesterday why I only show Bitcoin. So here you go. Ethereum and Bitcoin. How about that? Both not really doing a heck of a lot, kind of chopping around once again today on a daily time frame, guys. 16.5 continues to be support, up to about 17.5 on the top end. Here's 1200. Acting as support, continuing to for Ethereum as well. We're positive, so there's that. 1212 for Ethereum there, 1,678. Can you imagine? Still positive top to bottom for the most part. Doge trying to go negative on the day, but bit of a quiet day for crypto, guys.
Thank you for that, Brendo. And yeah, just to quickly comment there on the, we are wait, so I wanted to say something. Sorry, let me just think really quickly. Yes, we are a show by the people, for the people.
You guys rock. I did have the tag still on.
Yeah, and Neil's like, oh, do I got a tag? I'm like, oh man, do I got a tag on this too? Like I'm going kind of Christmas green in the spirit. Somebody says before I was going to sell them a cell phone. Yeah, I don't know, maybe, you don't stay on your toes, right?
If I got stuff in my teeth, tell me too, man.
Yeah. But yeah, man, that FTX situation, and to speak about Genesis Gemini, so they're trading the people handling the loans over there. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday, and I don't want to get into too much detail. You guys can do your own research. But yesterday, they moved apparently 10,000 Bitcoins off their, I don't want to say off exchange, but they moved it to a cold wallet that's not owned by them. It's not owned by them. So what is going on in the world of crypto? Oh my God, I feel so bad if you're long, you can't get your money back. That's just terrible, man. That's just terrible. And again, I'm not going to speak to like the details. I'm not going to be like, oh, regulation is good or bad, this and that. I don't really know. I don't know. But from, standing outside looking through the window, I'm like, what is going on in there? Like that's kind of scary, man. So yeah, no, it's definitely an interesting situation. And yeah, hopefully everybody's good.
Honestly, it sucks for everybody. Because I'll say this, right? I know a couple of people who have not been able to get funds out of FTX, and it's not. There's nothing fun about it. And this is not done. It's not done. It's not close to done. It's going to be a while before we know where the dust settles. People talk about cold storage. It's the reason they do so. Getting back to trading for just a little bit here. So what we're actually bouncing off of right now, or rejecting right now on the NASDAQ, is flat. Like it's 0.05 to the upside. And as it gets back to holding green, you're kind of seeing it slow down every time we get a bit of a bounce and it tries to hold above green. So if we do end up reversing that, heading back into the downside, I'm probably going to get this bid on JD. It's still trending, or at least trending down into the bottom, but it's running into some resistance. If I were to draw a channel here right now, since opening flush, that channel's up. See what I mean? You guys can see it. I don't have to draw the stupid lines. The channel would be up if it holds 56.5, and then your channel's up here. So I want to respect that. And if I like the shorts, then I have to only re-enter higher and then start playing that channel in and respect the fact that it's drawing a bit of a channel into that upside. Airbnb still holding pretty well. Apple, remember you guys said that 150.50? Oh, I got rid of the wick. Now it's back. Well, now it's holding VWAP at 151. I want to give this a chance to break through VWAPs. I'm going to hang on to this. We've already scalped enough out of that, and I can get away from that and go to the Microsoft chart. It's a similar story, but the chart's not screwed up. So 240's holding. This can't get past 241. And I'm glad I took some out in front of 241, because then wick top 241 and right back into these, well, now about to retest these lows. I'm looking for the first fill in front of 240 since I got it like 30 minutes ago. So I had a couple of legs in there. I'm looking to get it again. You're at that time of day where you feel way more comfortable just jumping on these bids to rinse and repeat. When it's crazy momentum down, I always feel like if you take it too quickly, that reload, it might just run over you. Brendo.
Low float name, or relatively low float name, just popping back up on volume once again. 2 days in a row here. This thing has done an unbelievable amount of volume, and I'm talking about DLO, D-L-O. 2 days ago, Muddy Waters released a short report on this. I want to draw your attention, though, to yesterday. Look at the volume this did yesterday versus the range compared to 2 days ago. So back to the upside here, some squeeze mentions coming through, but it's about 90 million on the float for DLO.
Yeah, and I want to say free locates. As I was like, yeah, I'll test. That's what happens when you put a test order in there and then a keystroke on the test order. But basically what I did there is like, oh, we still have free locates on it. I'll hit the short for min size, or offer the short for min size instead of putting it at 1240, where I would short it. I ended up putting it here and chasing it. So I'll just get it out because there's no way I want to hold that. But when there's free locates for day traders, that means every time there's an aggressive move up, everybody and their mother just wants to be short this in this type of a setup, like all your standard short levels. So when they get taken out, there's more people in front of them. That's the danger for this trade. Now, it's wick top yesterday's high, so that's why I would have shorted at 1250. I didn't mind short, I just didn't want it at 1220. But it's wick top yesterday's high, that's fine. But if you run one stop and continue through, and then run 13s and continue through and run 14s, all you have is a lot of trapped day traders. And if that happens, I wouldn't touch this thing with a 10-foot pole short until it was at like 16 or 17 or much, much higher. For now, 1250 looks pretty solid, but always be wary of things that are too easy to borrow. You can run into some trouble. I want to check back in on Airbnb, if only because like it's holding the bottom and I'm on the bid to get out of JD in front of the low. But on Airbnb, I'm holding this to get 95s because I think if the market does roll over, this is weak enough that we can see that price. PanW still working, Apple still working. I want to look for some new numbers, or new names here. Matt Dowdney in the chat just said Williams-Sonoma. For as weak as the market is, the only stock, well, maybe not the only stock, but the only stock I noticed anyways, that was gapped down on earnings and looked terrible was Williams-Sonoma. And guess what? It's caught itself a bid. That's pretty interesting because look how strong this is now getting. It wasn't a great quarter for them. We know Macy's was pretty good yesterday. It was great yesterday. Williams-Sonoma the other direction. I'm kind of looking 125. You're much cleaner at 130. That's a way better level, 130. 125 options eligible level, previous support. If it rolls over here, that's not a bad entry point, I don't think, in Williams-Sonoma. That would be my 2 cents on it. I didn't really do too much work on this because I kind of wrote it off this morning. And liquidity, 30-cent spread on Williams-Sonoma. That's not usually to my liking. GPS, because I see you guys, G-Trader, asking about that. I just kept getting wicked out on GPS, so I walked away from it. I took the lows twice. Got the first time I was able to get 14s, and then it ran my stop. Second time I got in, it just immediately ran my stop and then went back up to the highs, and now it's in the middle of the range. So when I see this happen, the only way I want to trade it again is if it breaks the top or breaks the bottom. If it breaks the top and starts trending, I'll start working longs. If it breaks the bottom and starts trending, I'll start working shorts or wait for like 1270 to 13 even. But inside the middle, it's already telling me it's a dirty trade inside the middle, so I don't need to do that. I don't need to be in that kind of a trade if I don't have to be.
Yeah, and I'm kind of recycling this XOM level here. It's printing a lot 111.22s. And yeah, so I'm just basically offering above and then covering 122s, and I'm going to hold the core position for the move back down to 111, and then hopefully 111 breaks, and then we get that VWAP test that I was originally looking for anyways. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. I guess, okay, now we're probably not popping, so I'm going to remove these orders and maybe cover a little bit at 111, and then it's, you know, I was shorting here, and then this kind of pop not so much scared me. That's not the correct terminology because I did want to continue to add to the short like as we got higher, but it would have been nicer if, see how we rejected there? If we rejected again, we would probably be a little bit lower right now. But because we popped, it's giving this like, okay, maybe we're going to dance around here a little bit more. So I'm just kind of scalping, recycling over and over again, building the position, creating the average for myself. So now, you know, 10 cents in the money, nothing special, obviously, but same size, better average, right? So that was basically the ideology with that. And to whoever in the chat before was like,
targets along.
They're like, bro, did you short the bottom? Like thinking about, no, I was long and then I covered. So. Yeah, no, I didn't short the bottom, but yeah, no, that doesn't look good. But I mentioned, I was like, this one's smaller size, is not going to be good. But yeah, that kind of made me laugh because I was like, short the bottom. What are you talking about? I look back, I'm like, oh yeah, that doesn't look good. So yeah, I got to change the color of these arrows. Yeah, we'll see if this wants to flush. Yeah. Overall market kind of sideways now, below 39.70. You know, if we see another leg down, maybe the shorts are good. Only holding 2 longs, 2 shorts, and yeah, we'll see where we go from here.
So Playmaker just mentioned ARDX is at 205. I'm watching too many things. I know I like that stock at that level, but D-Lo came up. We're already in multiple positions. Target looks like a much more interesting trade. Thank you, Shock Industry, for bringing that one up. That's a member in the chat, by the way, if you couldn't tell. Yeah, relative strength. It just went green. Sometimes you look for these gap fills after earnings, and that's, I mean, Target and all the retail. Yeah, they tend to make some gaps the last few quarters. No pun intended. 162.5 was this top end break. So once you've broken the top, I like this for momentum to the upside. You kind of want to see things move. It's got a wick top on it. When it does this, that can be a bit of a bearish move. So I usually want to take it on the way back in. So that 162 looks pretty appealing. You give it into VWAP or so and then have it try to run to the high. But I like it trending to the upside at least on decent sized volume as well. So I'll be buying dips on Target. That looks way more interesting to me than some of the other names I've looked at. I'll hold on to Apple, Microsoft, and PanW because I've scalped them out for profit, and now they're just holding levels. And it's the same thing with the two shorts. If I'm looking for an entry at this time, 10:45, it's got to look pretty darn good or just be like a crazy small cap moving. Brendo, what's up, bud?
Hey guys, we'll give you an update here for the S&P 500. Hey, we're positive, so there's that. On a Friday, we'll take it. Outside of energy, not a bad day right across the entire board. A little bit of stability coming back into oil after what we saw in the pre-market this morning. Absolutely fell off a cliff, back to the upside right now. But look at the damage that was done here, pre-market for all of these. 5.7 there for FANG leading the way, but decent-sized declines right across the board for energy stocks. A little bit of weakness over here as well. This is the software group, specifically inside of the tech sector. Hardware equipment makers pretty much positive, semiconductors positive as well, but a little bit of weakness in software names specifically. Banks are strong, industrial stocks very strong as well. There's the airlines all up 1.8 plus. 2.2 there, or 2.6 I should say, for AAL. Utility stocks, consumer staples, and materials among the leaders otherwise. But you minus this group, and it's a much better day for the overall market, guys.
Yeah, you can say that again. So I just got into some Target there. But I'll make one note because I wanted to focus on Target for a quick second. But I'll make one note on our ARDX about this move, because I know I said that's the price I was shorting yesterday, and if it failed off this, that's where you want to get in. That's a very linear move to the upside, and I think when you're looking at small caps that are grinding and you're trying to take like a failure trade, like I'm looking to see it, yeah, okay, fine, like nice straight shot up, but you want like that big, massive candle stops people out or goes a little bit parabolic, and then try to get into it if you're going to take some kind of a short, like consolidating lower or something like that, right? Like just anything that gives you a reason to get in. Otherwise, you're just sticking it in at a random level where you almost, there's nothing happening up here except it's melting to the upside, for lack of a better term. That's the best I can say here. It's melting to the upside, and there's nothing really giving you a reason to get into a trade. Or if you're long, like what's the reason for someone to be getting out of this? Right? Like there's no reason for someone to go short yet outside of there being a random price that I liked, and there's just nothing happening to make any longs not confident, because it dipped at $2 and then resumed, and ever since then it's just going very steady. So there's a dip on Target. I wish I had seen this in the pre-market. Like look at that 162.50 iceberg, iceberg, iceberg on Target, because when you see that and then it comes through that level, just take the breakout, right? You know, holds 160 on a dime, comes up. Somebody was selling 162.50 on very light volume. It broke that. Very, very clean break to the upside. Now I'm just kind of long at that level anyway. So even if it breaks 162.50, I like this back to 162 VWAP. So I'm going to give this one some room. I'm in a Target. We'll see what happens. But Microsoft, here it comes. So finally, it's doing something. Unfortunately, it's not going through 241 to VWAP, but it's coming back to that 240. And then, of course, as soon as I'm getting close to getting filled at 15, never put bids at 15, 10, and 5. That's what I just did. It goes to 17 or 18 there. I guess I should put it at like 21 or something if I want to get that fill. It just bounces right back up. So clearly the rinse and repeat is making some sense, but I'm going to jump in front of this a little bit more instead of bidding right here at 215. That never works out. It's like you bid the most obvious number, you don't get the fill. I wish the markets didn't work like that, but quite frankly, we all know they do.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely an art finding the perfect price to get in and out of the trade. You know, I thought on that initial Apple bounce that I was playing, 150.21, I was like, oh, this is the level here. But yeah, no, 150.22 was the level, and 21 didn't fill. Not sure why, but you know, is what it is. XOM's actually now moving against me. We're above that 111.50 area. So my kind of overall logic was the 111.50. Like maybe we clear that level. I want to continue to scale into the short into that level. I want it to print 111.50 and then kind of reevaluate and then see where we go from there. So as you can see, I'm just kind of scaling in, covering a little bit, scaling in. The higher we go, like I will scale in. But yeah, if we're going up, we're going up, right? So the general idea of the trade is wrong. Going back to Apple here, I said I wanted to get some out at VWAP. So again, my order, I don't even know where it was. I think I'm sitting at like 150, 114 for whatever reason. I was like, yeah, it's a good VWAP fill, but it's not really getting there. And you know, does it make sense to hold for 10 more cents? I'm not really too sure. But yeah, maybe the long works. I'm not. With this one, it's like, you know, now that we're at VWAP, I'm in the money. I just told myself I was going to cover before. But yeah, if the market, for whatever reason, goes back through 39.70 and then the longs start to work, maybe I should hold on to the long. So the fact that we didn't get that fill initially, I'm going to cancel the order and just hold on to this. Maybe we can actually get through VWAP, dance around. But yeah, if we reject VWAP and then head back down, I'm basically giving up, you know, call it 30, 40 cents that I'm in the money right now for a potential 30, 40 cents to the upside. So I'm in the trade, but it's creating another one-to-one for myself. I'm going to ride it, see where we go from here, just with the logic that, you know, are we going to continue to sell off? I don't know. I don't think so. The size already printed at 150, so now maybe we kind of chill at VWAP and then go back to the upside. And Microsoft, same logic. Playing off that 240 stop is in, no worry about that one. Still holding Meta, not even really watching this anymore. It's unfortunate that it kind of came back to VWAP, but the fact that this thing is curling at 113.40 and now moving back down, like maybe if we are going to sell off, then, you know, my Microsoft, my Apple might be wrong, but then Meta will start to work for me again. So yeah, I got kind of hedged there, so pretty happy with that one. And now just watching XOM. You know, am I going to have to get out of this one? Not really too sure. I'm convinced that I could continue to add and just kind of scale this. Like, at some point, we are going to, you know, reverse and go back down. The real question is, you know, when, right? When is that going to take place? And I said it before, and I'm not really sure if I'm correct to say this, but I got that feel that, you know, maybe it's overcrowded. There was so much size on the offer where I was getting in. It didn't go down. Now, you know, I don't really know what's happening. So, yeah, if we do go back to the upside, this will probably be a wrong trade, and I'll lose on that one, and whatever, it is what it is.
I got a feeling, too, that tonight's going to be a good night. Well, probably it's movie night at my house, which means I'm watching some kind of animated film. So it is going to be a good night. But you just said that I actually have something to add to Apple for the first time ever since going along that 150. Never have enough when it makes a move like this because you're scalping off of that level. Because when you have tight stop on a trade like this, like you're in front of 150 and you're risking like maybe 10, 15 cents below it, well, then when it gets to 1, 2, and 3 to 1, it's just like, yeah, let's rinse and repeat it. I never got the reload. It's just, I didn't take the reload after it was mentioned about that 150-50 size, so I didn't reload, and then I took some out at in front of 150-50 because of that seller up there, and it turns out that little wick got broken big time. So I'm going to trail this now. Like if we don't break this trend, and this time I am going to draw the trend line because that wick's going to skew it. So if you start breaking this, you know, here, like you break above, I almost want to be trailing into this. And it's not going to be it'll never be a clean trend line. But if you look at since that big opening dump, which I'm not saying you throw those prices out, but they do skew things on that open volume. So I always want to look to see what resistance establishes. So if you start breaking this to the upside and holding this trend up, then I want to hold on to what I got until it breaks back down. Now, you haven't broken this trend yet. You probably have to get through like 151.25. I hate having these lines up there, so I'm actually going to get rid of it. But that's my line of thinking here. Airbnb, that's still cruising. Looks like we're pretty solid there. And before we go to Brendan, for one of my favorite segments, because I always ignore what's going on with the US dollar, there's a dip, there's the high on target, and then the next thing should be, whoops, that's the 3-minute. That's useless. The next thing should be, and that's still Apple. Why is it still Apple? Hit enter again. The gap fill. The gap is too big to throw any reasonable target except for this is 164 to 165.5. So that's my target area to get out on target. Pun absolutely intended. Brendan and Money Talks.
Hey guys, bit of a quiet end to the week for currency markets. We'll show you the dollar here. It's kind of chopping around, not really doing a heck of a lot after a very, very busy week that we saw over the past couple of days. So we're still in this tight consolidation right at the bottom end of the range if we're considering this now support. So big move down again off the CPI number going back to last week. We've held for now these August levels that ended up being support around 106, 107. For the USD, DXY down ever so slightly. It was actually green moments ago. 106.64 we'll call it there for DXY. Euro lower as well. It was also positive moments ago, 103.5. Canadian dollar back to the downside ever so slightly, 74.75. Everything else kind of thereabouts. There was a little more positive talk coming out of the UK, not only yesterday, but again this morning, as far as their plan going into the end of the year for their inflation fight. But 119.25 now, up 0.5% for the pound, guys.
I just want to address something in the chat, because Hugh just said in the chat here, Hugh W., it is what it is. That has to be driving Neil crazy. So I don't know if it's something that people were talking about that's allegedly driving me crazy, or when people repeat the phrase, it is what it is. But you know what? I have zero issue anymore with when people say the same thing over and over again, you fall into a habit, because quite frankly, before a couple of years ago, I was just a trader and a risk manager, and I didn't sit here talking in front of a camera all day long. And when you do that, you are going to say the same thing all the time. Verbal diarrhea is going to come out of my mouth. I'm going to repeat the same thing. I will make obvious mistakes. You'll know what I mean, but I'll make just a blithering idiot mistake. I'll say the wrong stock all the time. I'll mispronounce words. So I have so much more respect for like broadcasters, and you're like, oh, that guy's just saying the same thing. Well, no, man. It's not easy. Trust me, it's hard to say to express a similar thought or a trading pattern or a notion and find new words for it. Because quite frankly, I'm not a professional broadcaster. I mean, you can see obviously Brendan is pretty darn professional at it, because he seems to manage to be able to do it. I can't, so I'm not calling anybody out when they do that. Thank you guys for calling out Target. I say it time and time again, one of the most valuable aspects of a trading community is when you know the setups that you're looking for and that are good. You're not going to have alerts set for all of them. You're not going to catch all of them. But you guys were saying, look at Target, look at Target. We like that setup. Hold the low, make a nice little break of a key price level, give the dip, break it back out. Now we're off to the race on Target. Apple's off to the races. But you know what? There's shorts that are in the money too, because I'm not taking any credit for Airbnb. Nope. Not going to be able to do it. I'm going to take credit for the fact that that chart doesn't want to show up correctly, so I'll go to the black chart here. I'm short at 98.5. You guys can see that. But it's still testing these lows and trending down. And this was pointed out yesterday for relative weakness. And I'm like, yeah, relative weakness. I'll look short tomorrow and see if we can find a setup. We did get one. We didn't get the flush off the open. We were able to catch that trend because we knew where to look. And again, I'm thanking the chat for that, because we're able to crowdsource trade setups and ideas, learn from each other's mistakes. That's what it's all about here. Brendo, what's up, bud?
I was just checking on this GRND. Halted again. I don't actually see a float on it yet, but I'm going to double check. 500,000 CNBC is talking about. So GRND, 500,000 float. So this is a SPAC closure that happened, I guess, at the close yesterday. So GRND, day one, 383%. I mentioned it earlier that CEO was going to be on CNBC. That just happened and caused this to go from 46 to 56 and halt again. So GRND, guys, 500,000 share float.
Yeah, so if you ever watch and I know it's a sensitive topic for a lot of people, The Cosby Show, that's my reaction to this stock. Because 500,000 share float, and it's only soaked it once, and it's gone from $11 to like 56. It's indicating a flat open. It's not going to open flat unless it's going back down. That's crazy. It's not these aren't usually very tradable, and like I said, until they come down, can actually hold open without halting every 5 minutes or so and give you a consolidation. Until that happens, you got to step away from those. Thank you, Diamond Realty. I appreciate the words on the chat. I'm going to assume that name means something, so if we're ever in Miami, maybe you got some property. But there is something which has finally come back in. That's not a death candle, but it is a violent one to the downside in front of Microsoft at 240, and there goes Microsoft at 240. So this one's gone. That long did work initially. The reload, absolutely no good. Now I'm watching over here at Apple, and now we're accelerating. Yeah, out of dodge, man. Out of dodge, and Apple trailed out there. Okay. Guess what just came in? It's like I was about to say, do I even want some of these reloads? And then for the first time all day, and I told you this, Luca, it's like, well, we like the dip buy on Foot Locker. I'm like, I'm not, don't chase it. In the chat, we're talking about this too. Don't chase it. Because eventually, if I only like it in front of one price, if you get it up here, then you're just holding it all the way down to the bottom anyway. So if I only like Foot Locker at the bottom of the gap, I only want to buy it near the bottom of the gap. So another longs in. We got some shorts that we like, so we'll hang on to those. But the market now starting to flush through low of the day. It's getting spicy, people. As a matter of fact, I should reevaluate whether I want Pan W here. Only 3 minutes to go till we head you off to the midday, guys. But the shorts are printing, and now those longs have all trailed out. Apple trailed out for a winner. Target is still going, so I don't mind that one. But Pan W, it needs to hold this bottom. If Palo Alto can now hold the low through this, the market breaking the lows, then it's got to be good to try to get those highs. But all it's given me is the initial scalp trade, and I haven't even gotten a reload. But that's okay. No need to rush into any longs when the market's trending down.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm watching Tesla, that 177 area, market flushing here. So got out of the Microsoft long, stopped out of that one. Got out of the Apple long, just kind of punched out of that one. Watching Tesla 177. I'm going to try the same kind of thing. If we break 177 to the downside, let's see how far we go. But again, I will not be scared to get out of this if it wants to reverse dance around and chop around and stop me out. So it's going to break right now, and we'll see not too much size at the level, like 1,000 lots, less size at this level than the last level. And there is actually size below this. I guess 52-week low, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I think because there's size below here, I actually think the short is better because people are searching for liquidity. They're going to hit those bids, and hopefully we get a nice flush here. If we don't, I'm just going to do the same thing. Stop, not so much break even, but stop is in. Stop is in because, again, I don't know where this is going. If this is the bottom and we go up from here, then I'll get stopped out, and it is what it is, right? I'll lose, I'll probably get stopped out on this one, no big deal. Still nursing the XOM, just continuing to add to this short over here. And we're gonna see. Are we now gonna flush? Right? Like this is like I'm just like adding, because eventually XOM, what happens is it holds, then it flushes, right? So now that it's working for me, I'm actually in the money on it. So we're gonna see where this one goes. Yeah, stopped at a Tesla. No big deal. I'm not really too worried. But this is like a break even, right? Like I'll try it because the 52-week low, like maybe it continues. The market's like selling. Like now it's going 39.55. So it's like, okay, I'll try it. But if I lose, I lose, right? No big deal. So on that one, I think I'd call it like a 20, 30 cent loss. Whatever, it is what it is, right? No big deal. It is what it is.
It's
no
fine.
big deal.
It's fine.
It's Friday. We are approaching 11. We got 20 seconds to go. You know who's coming up.
Yeah.
And the free fall is in full effect.
Yeah, I know he's happy about that.
Yeah.
So I'll do this one. I'll give the arrows up for the one thing that just bounced. So I finally got into Foot Locker, 35.50. It just got up to 36. That's we'll take that first leg out, and then 36.5 and 37, and that's where I like it to go to the upside. But you know what's grinding? That's little clips. If you don't know clips, then you're probably a little younger than I am. But they had their one hit or a couple of good hits. Their grinding was one of them. But GRND now halted again. 63.71 the halt. Indicated open price at 66. I know at least one person that's watching this stock a little closer than I am, and we're sending you to them right now. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Sean is away today, so fantastic job, Luca. I want to thank you for stepping in to some big shoes that you had to fill there. But we're going to the midday, boys. We'll be back all day long. This market is going to be wild. Trader Prad, Sharif, go get him.
Good morning, everyone. We are ready to go. We are trading a whole bunch of stuff here. Foot Locker, JD, PXMD, GPS. I'm your boy, not Trader Sharif, just Sharif. This is Trader Prad to my left. He's on a whole bunch of stuff. Grind, GRND is moving. And so he's all over that stock. I just learned what that stock was, by the way. I'm in a long here on Foot Locker. I'm long at 35.93, trying to catch that bottom. I see a little bit of consolidation area here. I've got my stop out at 36.50, the break of 36.50. I got a profit taker out already at that 36.20. Already took a piece out through the break of 36, but this one, slow moving to say the least. Market continuing to sell off, Pradley, but we're touching yesterday's close. We keep bouncing right off that area.
Yep, market right back to the bottoms over here at NASDAQ turning red on the day. S&P 500 still positive, but right now I think all the fun is on the stock GRND. Didn't really know about this move until the last, 30 seconds before the show came on. I was just walking around. I heard a bunch of the people on the floor talking about GRND, so I figured let's Google this stock. And next thing you know, we're opening into halts. We're going higher. We're going into another halt right away, a brand new halt at $63.71 for a grinder over here. It looks like it was a SPAC, so just a quick little research that Brankles did. I'm going to do it right here in front of you guys. GRND stock. If you go to GRND stock, you see it's Tiga Acquisition Corp. So it looks like a brand new IPO kind of, but it's not really an IPO. It's a SPAC merging and then and giving the stock its full name. So Grinder, for those of you who don't know, is the is a dating app for men only. So Grinder over here, absolutely crazy move to the north side, 447% apparently, and we're waiting to see where it opens up from halt. Where does it go from here on out? We should also keep on watching Match.com off of this
Good
move
call.
because
Good
if
call.
if this stock is going absolutely crazy, Match and Bumble could have a reason to leech off of this move over here and take a look at it. Brendo in our work chat actually put it in just now that Grinder has a flow of 500,000 shares.
What?
We've already traded 700,000 shares today.
Wow, that is a small float. I think the smallest I've seen was like 700,000, but wow, 500 is going to be a record for me. I'm still long, caught long on this Foot Locker. Yeah, Foot Locker long. Let's see if we can see some other trades developing. Yes, I've got a trade to go long here on IC, up 25% on the day. I'm looking for that break of 2180. A lot of tops in and around there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tops bouncing off that level. So I'm looking for that long possibly through the high of daybreak in and around that 2250. So there's almost 90 pennies there on the table if we can get the right momentum to the high side. Currently printing 62s and then 65s on the ask. So this one, you know, the reason I've got it on my radar is it's up 25% on the day. It's holding above VWAP. It's I believe it is a former mover. Let me just double check that real quick. Let's bring it in on the trusty side chart here, if it'll allow me to type in. All right, so let's bring that in. Let's switch to the daily chart and have a look at, yeah, so this one, it can move. It's had good days. Going back to September, it had nice days bouncing from that $10 area all the way up to 16 in one day, continuing the 2 days after off that 15 bottom all the way up to 1950. So this one can move. It's got some levels that we can play with as well. More recently than September, early November, we've got some highs here off 24 and 25.5 that we can play to should this one really get some legs under it and start moving to the high side, Bradley.
Right on. People in the chat saying Brad looking younger. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you gotta
also,
stop
someone
shaving
in the
your
chat
beard,
saying
bro.
about what was it about the stock? Let me try to find the message. I guess I forgot it right now. Too many messages for me to read, so I already forgot the message. So we're just gonna go right into a couple other stocks that we're looking at besides GRND. As it is halted, we're waiting for it to unhalt and start trading again. It's gonna be TSM. TSM, you know, has been on our radar for a couple days in a row now. Ever since that Buffett catalyst came into play, we've been trading it. Today, TSM, after the original opening move, I let it digest the whole move, let it pull back to the opening range bottom, slightly above VWAP, slightly around the 100-period EMA and the 50-period EMA. Got short around $82, nice and even dollar number. We did squeeze a little bit higher than 82, but not too much higher than I would have liked it to. So got to hold on to the stock a little bit longer. Now 40 cents in the money, took some profit on TSM. We're also holding Apple. Apple shorts at these ranges were actually pretty good for us. But later on, Apple managed to go up to 150, 120. Part of me wants to get back in here because the market did break the lows and went a little bit lower, whereas Apple just never really broke 150. So my idea is if the market wants to keep on going south today, and if S&P 500 turns red at some point, breaks the low from yesterday maybe, then the only logical thing for Apple to do is actually break that 150. So I'm holding on to my shorts over here a little bit longer than I want to. We already took profits on it earlier for about a 40-cent swing to the downside, but now not really as good of a trade as the short side on Apple from where previously we got in. And JD.com.
Yeah, it's a good one, Bradley. I was on that this morning too.
Pretty much the exact same setup as TSM. Wait for the whole morning move to digest itself. Let it pull back to VWAP. Let it pull back to the 100-period EMA. I was throwing orders at 58. Was too passive. Was not getting filled. And it was too aggressive when it pulled up to 58 and also died down below 58 right away. Didn't get my fill, so had to reprice myself closer to 57.50. And now about $1 in the money for JD. Looks like the market's trying to curl back up a little bit from yesterday's levels.
Yes, sir. We're still monitoring that Foot Locker long. We're in it now, like a good 15 pennies in the money. No, a little bit less than that. But you know what I don't like about it is it's kind of showing me that pattern that I talk about a lot, that flat bottom breakdown pattern where we have steep decline downward, then a horizontal period of consolidation, and then you get that continuation downward. So I call it a flat bottom breakdown because, you know, kind of creates almost a little bit of a flat bottom in that consolidation range. So that's what I'm worried about at the moment. It doesn't seem to be able to break through that 36.10. We have a 36. This is a 3-minute chart. The hasn't broken through that 36.08 in this particular 3-minute, not this one. Yeah, so 36.08's been a level here for a while. Yeah, going back a ways actually. 36.08. That level's got to break. So good. I'm noticing that. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, we're in a range. So this one's either it's gonna break to the high side or the low side. Either way, I'm in the trade. I have my stop to the downside, and I have my profit taker to the upside on that one. So we'll let that one do its thing. I see continuing to create lower, higher lows, and actually not even really higher highs, but a flat top high. So a bit of that. This could be the opposite, a flat top breakout, especially with this inclination that we're getting off VWAP. So this is why I've got my resting order here at 21.81. to go long. I'm giving it about a 9-penny spread because this one, you know, it could open up quite quickly and skip my 21.81 long. And that's why I give it a bit of a buffer between the stop price, which I call the trigger price, and then the limit price, which is my ultimate price that I'm willing to pay. So those are the two trades I'm into at the moment. Foot Locker, making me wait though, Bradley.
Is this the TV that you were talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I believe, I don't know if that's the exact model number, but it's an 86 LG.
86
Is that LG?
LG?
Yeah. Yeah, so $999.
There you go.
So you exactly, I was right, right?
Yeah. So
Where'd you get that?
Diamond Realty sent me a DM just now on Discord, and he's like, "Show that to Sharif."
Isn't that insane?
$999.
$100 for an 86-inch monster.
Yeah.
That's infuriating.
That's oof. Even I would buy that if that was the right price in Canada. But yeah, you know, my dad has been dying to buy a big 72-inch, 80-inch TV for a while. If I showed him that story, he's gonna flip his mind out. He's gonna, what? We're leaving Canada right now.
Hold on, quick pause. There are like, I think PO boxes or companies in Buffalo that allow you to order from the American site.
And then you just go pick it up?
No, you can, or they can ship it to you for like a cheap amount because they do like bulk shipping, and then you go pick it up
not bad.
somewhere like central in Toronto where they drop everything off, and then you go pick it up locally like that.
That's not bad.
That's not a bad little trick.
LOV, German-based dating app, also moving, says Brendo in our work chat. So this is why I said we want to keep watching other stocks in the same realm, such as Match.com or Bumble. And as soon as we pull up Match.com, look what it's doing. Nice volume coming in on that position to the north side. Let's also go take a look at BMBL. Bumble probably doing something similar too, or at least trying to bring in the volume over here. Today, you know, once again, the market trying to figure out what it wants to do. And GRND, where are we right now? GRND. Why is there a plus sign next to GRND on the scanners over here? Which is I've never seen that on any of the stocks for the Trade Idea scanner. But GRND, looks like we walked up to $84, and then the rug started getting pulled. The stock is now halted to the downside at $54. Next question is, where does this go? If GRND is kind of done with going all crazy to the north side, my guess would be get ready to short Match.com at a range that is probably consolidating somewhere over here, 46.70. If it does pull up to that range, I'd look for a short. But the thing that's stopping me trading Match.com and Bumble is the lack of volume in it. Only 500,000 shares in Match. In Bumble, also only 300,000 shares traded. The relative volume is very little in those two positions. So it's better to just stay away from these ones unless there's a real solid trade. Like, look at that. Just 20 shares, 30 shares is taking this position, 20 cents, 30 cents to the north side. So no real volume being traded on these positions.
Yeah, I don't know why my resting order at 21.81 on IC wasn't active. May have been a misstep on my part. I may have entered it incorrectly, but I didn't get long, so I had to chase it. I ended up getting 93s instead of 81, so obviously none too plussed about that. I've got a profit taker out at 99, so I can delever a little bit because it is a full long position. Yeah, so Foot Locker still doing nothing. My out on this one is going to be the break of VWAP, so yeah, you know what? I may not even give it there. There we go. We get filled out at 99, so we delever a little bit. We're printing 22.02, so let's see if we can get like a 10 penny winner. There we go. We take another piece out there. How come it's not working, man? This is really frustrating me. Okay, so it looks like it did work, but it was just at the behind the other triangle. Okay, so we got less than 50% left on this trade. Not a great trade, even though, you know, we are profitable on it. My entry was way too high. This should have been a 20-penny winner instead of a 10-penny winner. And now we have to worry about upside resistance at 22. You know, despite the fact that we have almost a 22.50 high, we are going to encounter some selling pressure at the whole dollar level, and that's my concern, and that's why I wanted an earlier entry. So a bit peeved about that. I'll take a little in a piece there. So now I've got about a third, exactly a third of the position, but still too close to my entry for comfort on a trade like this. That's why I needed that buffer. So this completely screws up where I would have had my out. So I'm going to look for possibly the break of the $0.75. So through 21.75. So we'll go ahead and put 21.74 and we'll take out the remaining shares there, and I'll give it about a 4-penny buffer from 74 to 21.70 on my stop. Yes, I did hear it. I have no idea what that is. Okay. All right, there we go. So we have that one set on. We are not doing well on our Foot Locker trade, sadly. It looks like it is developing into a flat bottom breakdown like we were concerned about. I'm going to keep my out the exact same where it is, which is the break of the $half level, the 35.50. If that doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but it's still within a range here. That's why I'm not too quick to hit the flatten out key. Looks like we dipped below the level we're currently at back at 10.56. So yeah, a little bit of buying coming in now, Bradley.
I think
one good trade, one bad
our
trade.
Bluetooth wasn't connected, so it was just sitting there waiting for us to connect and eventually automatically powered off. So here we're actually connected now.
Okay.
Now we should actually be able to listen to our producers. And there we go. Mic check. Thank you. We can hear you now.
Tell us soccer sucks.
What's that?
Tell us soccer.
Tell us soccer sucks. No, don't do
Fahad
anything
won't say
like
that. It'll be Lucas.
we got Macy's long at the moment on board and Amazon long on board. Amazon consolidating around these 94 bottoms, 93.80 bottoms. Nice little bottom picking as the market's moving up north for us too. Let's go Amazon. Charge up there. 35 cents in the money on that one. Macy's a little slow to move up north with the market, but we are double bottom long on this position too. Exact same setup that we are doing on Amazon. I want to quickly head over to JD and take some more profits on this position. I don't want to get stuck with my whole bag left going back towards the north side just in case the market takes this one along with it. Let's just take some size off to protect ourselves in case that trade doesn't work out. And here we are on Amazon, currently ripping to the north side, giving us some profits. Maybe time to take some on these two. The idea that I want to take profits on Amazon quicker than I would normally is because, you know, the market has obviously shown us that there's weakness today. We are obviously to the downside. Markets turned around from being positive to red. So the longs are a little bit more scalpy for me than the shorts. The shorts I want to hold longer, but the longs are just going to be scalp ins and in and out real quick.
Baby, we're going to spend that money for IC, baby, because we broke through that 22 after a long fight at that 22 between buyers and sellers. And we got top print here and the 13s. We're going to get out for the remaining portion here in the mid-20s. So not a bad trade after all. Ends up being a 30-penny winner. Should have been a 40-penny winner, though, man, if I had not screwed up my entry. And it's probably on me. It probably typed in some wrong key, and I didn't really realize it. But end up being the trade idea was right. And we profit from that. Where we don't profit, though, is from our bullheadedness. We knew that this FL was setting up to be a flat bottom breakdown. And what I told Pratt a couple of days ago, and I'm still working on it, I got to be able to switch to the other side of the trade, take a small L, re-enter the short if I see it short, not be bullheaded and will not want to, you know, just insist on going long because I initially went long. There's really no sense in doing that. So that's on me. This is clearly a flat bottom breakdown. It's continuing to break through that level. I would have been nicely in the money on this one. That'll teach me for next time. And I hope you guys don't make the same mistake as me. Learn from my mistakes, Bradley.
But FL is actually a long here, though.
Yeah, well, take it long. That's not where I would go long, though. Here, look at this. This is what I'm talking about, a flat bottom breakdown. You have a prolonged period of decline.
Yeah.
And then you have a horizontal consolidation, and then you'll have a continuation of that decline. So if you're caught in this horizontal consolidation, you should not be looking long. You should be looking short. Follow the trend and continue with the trend to the flat bottom breakdown. That's how I take it.
Fair
now,
enough,
if you
fair
want to
enough.
take that differently
Yeah.
after the breakdown for a bounce, sure. You're taking it off VWAP, or what is that?
100 period EMA.
100 period.
Yeah, so the trend that I've seen with earnings plays is if it comes out really positive, they move down to the 100 period EMA,
Okay.
hold the 100 period EMA, and then move back up. And if they come really bad to the downside, they go down, they pop up to the 100 period EMA, reject the 100 period EMA, and then pop
Come
back
back down.
So I've
Gotcha.
seen that trend play out. Obviously, what you're saying also stands true. We've seen the obvious 37 pre-market bottom break after a little bit of the open consolidation. We're now watching a little bit of the 36, 35, 55 action coming into play. See if the stock can hold up over here. Fruity Loops. Why do I say Fruity Loops? Foot Locker. Fruity Loops is a music
know
software.
it.
Or you know what Fruity Loops is?
Yeah, it's like you produce on it and stuff.
Yeah. And for people who
like
play
a
with
shot
it, they
in the
call it
dark,
FL Studio.
Okay.
So FL for me,
Got it.
immediately my brain just goes to Fruity Loops
Fruity
instead of
Loops.
Foot Locker. But Foot Locker over here.
Did you refine your beat?
Sorry?
Have you worked on your beat lately?
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk
I've
about
been
it.
procrastinating for a while.
Okay.
I've been procrastinating for a while on making a beat. I go home so late, I have no time to do anything.
But you got winter now. You can hibernate a little
What's
bit.
that?
It's winter now. You can hibernate a little bit.
Bro, I get home at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
After gym finishes, I go home at 9 o'clock. I really have no
crazy.
time to do anything.
That's
But that
crazy.
being said, I still play some video games. So, like, I do have time to play some games, you know? But coming back to the market here, FL Studio, I did it again. Foot Locker. Foot Locker is one of the stocks that I actually don't like that much. You know, I'm very bearish on this stock because, yeah, I do have memories of going into stores and walking in malls and seeing a Foot Locker, asking my dad, can we go check out the shoe wall and check out the shoes and so on.
Yeah, love that.
I would love that experience. But like now, to the day and age where we are, I do my window shopping on
All
the
online.
internet.
Yeah.
And then if I
Yeah.
see something on the internet that I like, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna go to different websites. I'll go to Amazon to see if they have it cheaper. I'll go to the direct company website, Adidas or Nike, to see if they have it cheaper. I'll go to Foot Locker
You're
or I'll
gonna
go to
see-
like a
yeah,
Champs or
I hear
anything,
you.
all online, and just get it shipped to my house directly.
Yep,
So
yep.
because of that, you know, these brick and mortar stores, I am very bearish on them. Same thing applies for Best Buy for me. But over here, I'm gonna try that long based on a setup that I've seen work for earnings place a lot of times. If it doesn't work, then obviously we just take that quick little loss and move on.
I held this one for a while during the pandemic.
Yeah.
When everyone was getting checks, because a lot of people were spending the checks,
Right.
and there was a lot of people staying at home. They want to beef stuff up anyway. I held that one for a swing.
Right on. We're gonna send it to social sentiment over here at Brando at the big desk.
An improving board to show you guys as far as social sentiment is concerned. We looked at this in the pre-market. It was much more red than it is currently. There's DWAG popping off right now to the upside as we saw this morning. ARDX, PXMD, a little small cap mentioned this morning as well. There's Foot Locker off a good earnings report. SATX, a mover as well, and NVIV. I haven't actually looked at that one. AMC, positive right now. MULN, back to the downside today. Tesla, same story. SPY, though, still back in the green. Different than the Qs, obviously. A lot of that has to do with that one. Apple, trying to go green. It was red early on, but a bit of a mixed board, a mixed story overall to end the week, guys.
I turned it off yesterday because they were doing that show.
All good. Yeah, Bradley just pointing out that Apple ripping to the high side here. Looks like it broke through VWAP. That'll be the only big six stock that's above VWAP at the moment. Have a look. Here's the board. Meta below, Microsoft below, Google below. They're all below. Tesla and as well as Amazon. But Apple decidedly above and reclaiming a previous level that I had here, which I don't know where it's from, 161.71, probably like a low of day or something, going back away. So Apple relatively strong. Let's flip back to IC quickly. Yeah, it's still holding that level above 22. I really like this one for a continuation long. This is the pullback area here. You could call this a 3-minute or 2-minute pullback, whatever you want to term it. It's basically the continuation of a bull flag, the confirmation for that being through the break of the high of the bull flag. So in this case, anything above 2230, then you should see, you know, almost the same amount of distance from the breakout area to the peak. So in this case, the breakout area would have been 2175 and the peak would have been 2225. So say a 50 penny move. So, you know, typically this is textbook 2225 to 2275. So we theoretically could get up to 2275. Let's see if there are any other important levels that we need to know about ahead of that. Let's flip back to the 15-minute chart quick. Nothing there. Let's go to the hour chart real quickly, see if we can get any levels. Nothing coming up. There we go. Now we're finding something. So above this level, you're going to have to say that 2250 is a level, and then right above that, you're going to have to say 2450 is a level. Nothing to do with 2275 though, Bradley. I'll keep going. Okay, no worries. Let's flip back. Foot Locker continuing that short. You know, retraced a little bit.
Such a odd time for me that I wasn't ready. That's why I had to keep going. I can come back if you're good.
Go for it. Go for it.
Sorry about that. Didn't want you to keep going if you didn't want to, so I had to fix what I was doing over here and then come back to you. Hopefully you are ready for this wonderful Friday that we're about to have, Sharif, with this chat. Are you here for the whole time with us? Or
no,
just for the
Ian.
halftime?
Yeah, Ian's on today for halftime.
Well, let's make it the best halftime that we can for this week, baby.
Sounds like the Super Bowl or something.
Sounds like a Super Bowl.
Best halftime.
When is the Super Bowl?
I don't know. It's February usually, right?
February? Okay. So we got some time still.
Where is it? Chat, lighten it up. I don't even know where the Super Bowl is this year.
We got some time still, yeah. We still got some time.
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
So yeah, Foot Locker currently the longs not really working, but you know, so holding it a little bit against me right now. Well, only 2-3 pennies against me, so not a real battle over there. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, as you guys can see on these charts over here, pulled back to the ranges that we previously were bouncing and rejecting off of, and now S&P 500 actually pulled up a little bit more than that. So NASDAQ turning green on the day slightly. S&P 500, which has been green for the most part, continuing to stay green on the day. Apple, we had to take some losses on our Apple shares and then reload them at a different price. That way we have a better average on that position. Amazon longs continue to work for us, but looks like Amazon just pulled back. Nasty pullback on Amazon there. Damn, I would have loved to take some profits, but that was too late on that. For me to take profits on that, but apparently still in the money on that position, so no complaints for ourselves. And TSM pulled back to the north side all the way up to 82 and is now getting ready to maybe go back down with the help of the market going back down. I think all of it really depends on Apple. Sharif made a good point, which is Apple is single-handedly taking the market to the upside, and it was like the rest of the big cap stocks, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, all of them well below VWAP on the day today. Actually, Google was above VWAP at one point. Let's go check out Google. Well, below VWAP now. So it just goes to show that the market is very, very weak. Free Fall Friday, you guys are all looking for that. And you guys already know I'm always looking for Free Fall Friday.
I know
I'm looking for Free Fall every day, right? But Free Fall Friday specifically would be fun. I think Bears versus Bull in our Discord chat today were saying, Brad, you gotta get some Free Fall Friday merch. It's just so easily rolls off the tongue. We need it. So I'm trying.
Talk to the big kahunas, man, and I'm sure they'll like it. I think that is it's a sick play. Bradley, JD is continuing to head to the downside. What a move on JD. I think we're going to test bottoms. 55.44 is the bottom. Did we just break that bottom we made earlier on in the day? Yes, we did. That low was 55.50.
So here's the weird thing about JD, though. The earnings actually came out good.
Yeah.
They actually said because of COVID and, you know, they've been having a harsher COVID and everything, more people have been going to JD to buy online.
I heard, yeah.
So why is the stock, which yesterday took off, absolutely took off yesterday to the north side, why is this stock today on the second day of earnings selling off? So was yesterday buy the rumor, or not even buy the rumor? Yesterday was buy the insider information move, and today is sell the news move.
Yeah, no, hey, man, you bring up a good point. Fact of the matter is I don't know why it's selling off at the moment. Perhaps people jumped the gun and bought yesterday, anticipating, thinking basically what they said, that there was a lot of lockdowns. I think that they're having their worst breakout in 6 months in China, and so a lot of people were going to be forced into buying from JD, I mean, or other online retailers. I can't tell you, Bradley. Perhaps a lot of bag holding. I mean, we do go a ways back here. Some people going back to about this time last year holding from like almost 110 and then back to maybe, that's January 2021. This time last year holding from 93. And, yeah, I really can't tell you, man. It's hard to guess on that one. Let's flip back to the 3-minute chart.
I was just putting
on
on my 10 hat. You're good.
No, yeah, I mean, it's, who knows what the real reason is. I see still kind of consolidating sideways, now kind of creating the shape of a pennant if you have a look at that here. So let's see if this one actually continues to the north side. I really think that we do see a break of the high of day and possibly a break of the $0.50, 22.50 to the high side. And then maybe even, again, like we said, the equal length of this initial bull flag, which would be to 22.75. Dr. Crusher wants me to look at PRVB. Let's have a look at PRVB. Okay, so this one is moving, it looks like, off VWAP, but not doing much on the day. It looks as if we're flat on the day. Look, yeah, this is flat right here. So just bounced off VWAP and reclaimed yesterday's close at that 824.
Are we blocked from trading grinder?
And then it looks like the low of the day is 660. Let's have a look here, the daily chart. Oh, we have a big day today, a big rangy day today. Looks like the high of day is, the high here that we could break through is at 975. Let's move back away, see if there are any levels. Yeah, that 975 is a real major level. Level above that, I'm going to say, is probably around that $11 level. Let's put a little line around, more than $11, about 11.5 or so on PRVB. But in terms of, let's see any discernible trends we can see here. We do have a flat top breakout, and see, this is what I'm talking about. Look, there's an ascent up, and then there's a period of horizontal consolidation, and then you have a continuation in the trend, kind of the exact opposite of what Foot Locker is. So not really able to see any really good levels, except that the level we're at now is obviously a clear resistance level, that 824. That's yesterday's close, and then possibly above that, we have to the 875 level. There seems to be a period of consolidation in and around here at that time, then 875, then possibly again that $9.05 level. So hope that helps, Dr. Crusher. I won't be trading it. It's just not doing enough volume.
Currently looking at JD on the long-term charts over here. Shout out to Trade Ideas for these charts. So currently I'm looking at a level around $55. That stands out to me. A couple bottoms over here. We got even 11th of, is that an 11th? No, 15th of November's range consolidation around these areas, the 55 to 54.50. I think we could get a move all the way down there on that position, taking more profits on that 55.20 area, giving me $2 per share profit on JD. Let's go, baby. And FL, as your boy Sharif mentioned, FL might not be a good long, Prad. Be careful. And thankfully, with his words, I cut the size down on that trade. Was going to take X amount of shares, only took half of that basket instead. Because if my coworker, my friend, my buddy, my co-host is seeing something that I am not seeing, the best thing I can do is cut the size down. Usually when we both see the same thing, I actually go 2x, 3x the size that I'm taking.
Well, that's confirmation.
Exactly.
Yeah, I hear you.
When we see the same thing. But then when we're not seeing the same thing, I try to take a less size. Try not to get damaged on that one. But here, so yeah, Fruity Loops, again, Foot Locker, still pulling to the south side. I'm going to give it up to the 35 area. See how 35 holds to the downside? Because that was the high over here on the 16th November. And obviously 16th November was a bad day for Foot Locker. We sold off. So I'm going to give it around till that area. So it would be around 50 cents of risk for this position. Let it move around. And we are also sized appropriately for that wiggle room for it. TSM moving back to the south side and giving us profits already, but I'm not ready to take any profits. Only 24 cents being offered per share. I'm not willing to take any size out on that one just yet. And Amazon still, right back to the lower days over here for Amazon. So exactly back to our average price coming currently. Let's see if we can get a triple bottom bounce on Amazon, and the market could maybe go back a little bit higher. But if this market starts coming down and Amazon is at the bottom of the day, I'm expecting Amazon to break those lows. So make sure you have a stop out there. You don't want to hold the stock well below the low a day, which already double bottom, triple bottom, could break that and go much, much, much lower. Brad, I think it's a sign that you need to go and work that beat after. Fruity Loops won't leave your head. It's just if I see F and L together, that's the only. Well, I've seen those letters so long in my life. Like for I've been doing this for so long in regards to like producing beats and so on. That the FL just immediately just goes to Fruity Loops for me, so I can't really help it. It's not that like I miss making beats or like I want to go make a beat right now. It's just that's the way that it's structured.
I see not really giving us that bull flag that we would hope would be a continuation of the initial bull flag. Instead, it's retracing back, looks like, to that 50-period moving average. It broke 22, so that's never a good sign. Let's see how it acts around that 50 period. 50 period on my chart on the 1 minute is 22.90, 22.89 or so. See what it does if it retraces back into VWAP. There's also this breakout level, the 2180 level that we wanted to take initially. That's also going to be an area of support. Let's see if it retraces. So 22 got broken. Let's see how it acts around the 50. And then let's see at 2180, which is that period of consolidation, going to act as support, should act as support on this particular occasion. So we'll keep an eye on IC. But Phillips Ambilight wants me to look at AMD, saying that, it's kind of consolidating sideways and you can't see any discernible pattern. So here's the 5-minute chart on AMD. Clearly went red right from the bell, and then you have, a 10-minute retracement north, and then you have another period of decline. Classic, bear flag continuation pattern. Then you have, again, but you have, this time you have about a 20-period retracement upward, then you have a sell-off again. So the way to look at it for me is this is an important level. That 73-ish is important. Okay, let's put a little line around 73. Reason I say 73 is important here is clearly we broke it to the downside, but then when we reclaimed it, look at these levels here. Touching 73, touching 73, again back to 73. So 73 is important. And then to the north side, you're looking for the break of 73.80. You also have an important level between 73.80 and the close, 73.90. That was yesterday's close. So that's like a 10-cent spread in and around there. Hope that helps. Hope that gives you levels to trade off. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk for the European close.
Yeah, we're wrapping up the week on a positive note here, guys, for the European session. Not a huge move, but worth a note. We did follow North American markets back to the upside again for the Stock 600, Stocks 50, both higher here, 1.1, 1.2% to the upside. Overall, that's the way the board looks. England about 0.5% there. Germany 0.8 as well for France. 1 full percent higher for Milan today, and Italy, Swiss market as well back to the upside after a bit of a choppy week. Positive to end for Europe, guys.
All right, that's the Euro update coming in fresh, coming in hot from your boy Brendo. We appreciate that, Brendo. So as you guys see, the Euro prints most likely getting ready to move the market over here a little bit as the prints are about to come in the next few seconds. And that looks like to the south side. FL's Foot Locker is currently in the money, 3 pennies after going against us a little bit. So let's see if the market moving down is going to actually help us on Foot Locker over here or not. And Foot Locker 20 cents in the money now. Woo, 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 woo. Let's see if we can get that move above 100 period EMA. Look at the buying though. 2,500 shares, 2,500 shares. There's good size coming in on the buy side over here around these levels for Foot Locker. And we're looking for that move to 36 so we can take advantage on that long. Let's look for other trades that are maybe giving us some positions to take profits. It's going to be TSM currently pulling back to the downside, 31 cents in the money on that one. Apple trying to still continue going north, 152 coming into play on Apple.
What?
You monster! I'm just going to stay away from this trade. Apple, you do what you want, baby girl. As long as you're paying me on my long-term account and robbing me from my day trade account, whatever. You're paying me on one. As long as I'm getting paid on one, I'm not going to cry about it. Macy's long, apparently out of the money. Let's go take a look at Macy's. It's triple bottoming at the moment. I think I was gonna add on this trade, but that was gonna be a stupid thing to do. We're gonna leave that one alone. Keep going?
Yeah, I got to fix something.
Yeah, no
Sorry.
worries. Macy's, that's a stupid thing to do to add over here. You know, the trade's already not working. We'll leave it alone. We'll see if we can revisit this position later on. If the lower day breaks, we take our stop, we move on, we take our loss, and we do so gracefully like Israel Adesanya did with Alex Paera. You know, I was listening to a new Flagrant. It's not a new podcast, but I was listening to Flagrant podcast with two comedians, and Israel Adesanya was on there, and they were talking to him about how he took the defeat, how he handled it. Get out of this Macy's lawn, guys. How he handled the defeat, how he handled the loss, and it was just so graceful and humble. So much humility in that loss for him. And same thing with Kamaru Usman. When Kamaru got head kicked by Leon Edwards, he went to a podcast with Joe Rogan. And on that JRE podcast, you know, he was laughing about him getting head kicked. He was laughing it off, and he was talking about how he improved and how he grew from it. That's what we got to do with our trading. We can't get upset about our losses. We can't get angry with ourselves, and we can't get too sad with ourselves either. You got to find the middle ground where you find the blend of happiness and sadness, and eventually learn from your mistakes and keep growing, even if it's by 1% every day. The market's actually pulling back to the south side right now. Looks like Apple punch out was the wrong thing, because now Apple's actually getting ready to go back south side over here. Part of me wants to jump right back in. We'll do one more attempt over here on Apple. Maybe talking about learning from my mistakes isn't really helping me, because I did not learn from them right now. I'm jumping back into Apple over here to see if we can put some more damage in it. Market's coming back down. My guess is Apple should do that. And I'm also guessing that Amazon's getting ready to break the lower day. So let's take that flat exit on Apple for the rest of our size. Sorry, on Amazon for the rest of our size. So we're not turning that winner into a loser for ourselves. Currently, JD.com, which was $2 in the money, only $1.68 at the moment. And TSM, like we already mentioned, still pushing to the south side.
I see, doing kind of what I thought it would do here. Remember, we tried to find where the resistance level on this one would be. We knew it wasn't 22 because it broke 22. Then we thought maybe the 50. The 50 wasn't it. That breakout level, so the price action ended up being a lot better than any whole dollar or any indicator on this one. This flat top breakout, look at this. So this is where it ends here, and then look where the long, you could have jumped the long couple of pennies, and you're not going to have it right on, right? So this is top here, 77. The bottom here is 80. So 3 penny spread, you know, you put it in 5 pennies ahead, and then you move up. That's a nice 15 penny winner or so at the moment. Let's see if it continues upward, though. But that level of resistance clearly coming into effect. The market looking like it's selling off, Bradley. Everything is going negator on my list here. Foot Locker or Fruit Loops, JD, GPS, PXMD, they're all selling off. What is going on? Oh, okay, so this guy left. Yeah, so I see continuing to head to the high side. I think we're encountering the same thing that we had on this occasion, which is resistance between a fight between buyers and sellers at that 22 level. Looks like we're printing a little bit above 22s, but some of the shorts are stepping up right at that level or a little bit above. I'm seeing 2s now on the tape, 22.03s on the tape. So let's see what this one does. Let's look at some Apple here. Apple looked like it was relatively strong. It was at VWAP. It looks like now, the market kind of pulling back a little bit. Now let's go ahead and take an Apple long here, see if we can ride this one to the high side. We'll give it about 15 pennies of risk. Are we going to be out here already? We didn't even barely got in the trade, and we're already out of it. So Apple ends up being the wrong move here. I tried to take that bounce off the futures. It looked like it was going to print to the high side. Big mistake for me on Apple there. That's what happens when you get into an impulsive trade. That'll teach me a lesson. Let's get back to some more structured stuff here. I see DLO showing up on my scanner to the high side. Let's have a look at DLO. Bring this one in. So this is a 5-minute chart. Let's switch to the 1-minute chart to get an idea. Yeah, so this one's a nice one, right? I mean, it didn't do a whole bunch off the bell. It had a nice little move from 11 to about 11.60, then sold off, stayed below VWAP, had a period of consolidation, and really rocketed to the upside. Looks like 310 is the high. We're currently trading at 12.77, but above VWAP. That's the important, really good part about it is above VWAP's about that $12.25 area. We're above that. Let's see if we can see some levels that are important here that we can kind of maybe take bounces off. VWAP's at that 2.25 level. There's also that 1236. There's a 1253, maybe 1260 is a better. Kind of hard to see any discernible price level on this one, so we'll have to play it off VWAP, to be honest with you, if I'm telling the truth.
Why are you always using words like that? You
Discernible?
just enjoy making us all look small in front of you?
I don't even think about it.
Physically and mentally? Like,
guys
come
are
on,
funny.
brother. Help me out over here. Make me look good for once in a while.
Hey, man, I don't know what you want me to
That's on
say.
you, Brad. That's not on me. That's on you, Brad. Nah, but look, what's making me look good right now is that re-entry on Apple.
Ooh, I just got cut up on Apple. You're killing it on Apple.
Apple pushing the south side. Let's take some profit on Apple.
Nice,
and
Bradley.
some more profit on TSM, baby. What TSM was at the lows over here, but then it pulled back up. Come on, TSM. I guess I should have just taken the profit. I wanted to take the profit on the show, and it made me miss away on those profits. So you gotta love it. Absolutely. I'm going to punch myself in the face for trying to do something for the show over here. But something that we got to jump out over here might be Fruity Loops. Foot Locker. Might have to jump out of Foot Locker because Foot Locker did bounce to the VWAP, sorry, the 100 period EMA, but then rejected and pulled back south side. But we're still above 35 though. The plan is as long as it's above 35, I'm holding my trade. We're 35 cents out of the money on this one, sadly, at the moment. Did we close our Amazon trade? I'm pretty sure we closed our Amazon long. It's still hanging out at the lower days over here. It's still hanging out at the low of days over here, so we'll see how this one plays out. The market did have a nice little pullback from VWAP for the S&P 500, that is. NASDAQ never really went to VWAP. NASDAQ futures around 11,700, found a barrier, and is now trading around 11,676. So we're looking to see where the moves are for us to look for some trades. People in the chat saying, DWAG, DWAG, DWAG. Prad needs to go to church, church needs to go to Prad. DWAG, let's go to DWAG. DWAC over here, 2.91% to the upside today. Had a nice move up. I think Sharif was talking about this move up maybe. Was this around 11 o'clock? Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, well, Luca. I think it was Luca who was talking about this move up in the morning show. And then sadly, we got right back below VWAP to the 50-period EMA. Consolidating at the 50-period EMA right now to see what will happen for DWAC for ourselves. People also talking about GPS. GPS, which is basically gap. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. GAP is GPS. GPS is GAP. Also had earnings today. Positive earnings report, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, yesterday.
Positive earnings report and getting beat up just like Foot Locker.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still technically up on the day, guys, 2.5%. But definitely everything is retracing, you know, kind of moving with the general market. Foot Locker, JD, they're all, you know, earnings plays that weren't all that bad and now retracing off their highs of days. Apple really continues to be the strong one here. Let's have a look at Apple on a different chart because I wanna see if this one's carrying the market. So it's bouncing off VWAP here. So Apple's kind of respected VWAP the majority of the day. You have the retest of VWAP and the rejection here. You have just a momentary break to the high side of VWAP, then a retracement, then you have the decided break, and then a period of consolidation. Let's see what it does here. Is this a long off VWAP here? The market's going to have to cooperate, but the market itself is below VWAP. So the general trend right now, the average is to kind of to the downside a little bit. But you do have Apple, you know, kind of the leading candidate of the bunch. Looks like it's propping up the market. Let me just have a look quickly at the other big six. Yeah, they're all weak, really. Tesla, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, they're all weak. You know, the only one really closer to VWAP than the others is Tesla, and that's already below 180 as it is. So I'm not inclined to take an Apple dip off VWAP here. I think it's too risky given that the market itself is below VWAP and none of the other six are trending up. So I'm not going to take this dip, and good that I didn't. Look at that, it breaks through VWAP. It's heading to the downside, so this looks like a short, maybe. I don't know. You know, I don't really trade these big caps as much, but not much in small cap world at the moment. So this one, let's see if it breaks below possibly 39.60. That might be an interesting area to take the market short. Let's flip now to the scanner, see if any good small cappers are coming up. AGBA. Jeez, this one's a crazy halt candidate here. Already halted a couple of times. AGBA halted once, twice to the upside. Now consolidating above VWAP, though the volume is drying up on a little bit on this one. I wonder if this one's made its move. Again, you know, with these ones, I like to take them off halt levels. Right, so if you were looking for a possible dip trade off the 7.25 we're at now, look for maybe that 7 or a 6.95. That's where it halted to the upside on the second occasion. Obviously, the halt to the downside here at 546 is less relevant. There's also VWAP at 693. Currently, the high of day for this one, though, is 780. So AGBA making that aggressive parabolic style move to the high side. What else? SATX kind of not doing much at the moment. Looks like it reclaimed VWAP a little bit, but CFMS, what's that one? Not enough volume on that one, Pride. What's Apple up to?
Apple, 151 on Apple right now, taking
nice.
more profits. We're making that money back on Apple. Gimme, Apple, gimme. Let's see how long can we, how big of a trade can we make this Apple one for ourselves. But something I want to mention that one of our traders on the floor and I were just talking about outside over there, it was, how are you liking this free fall today, Pratt? And I told him, there ain't nothing free about this fall today. Okay, you have to really work for your entries on the shorts today, right? There's nothing free. Even dollar breaks were not really free. 180 on Tesla wasn't free. Nvidia wasn't free. There's nothing free about this fall. And for me, free fall is when the markets are down like, 1.5%, and they're taking out yesterday's levels. NASDAQ over here bouncing off of yesterday's levels. S&P 500 over here bouncing off of yesterday's levels. So there's nothing free about this fall for me. We have to really work. So, you got to Rihanna your butt off on this market today in order to get your fills. If not, I don't know if it's working like that. So you got to be very careful with your trades today, ladies and gentlemen. But opportunities are there. They're a dime a dozen. Nvidia was fun trades today to the downside. Apple over here is fun at the moment. The market at the moment is fun to the downside too. So let's keep on looking for more opportunities. I'm going to quickly glance my head over to the left side. Look at my scanner from Trade Ideas. Use code TraderTV to get 15% off on Trade Ideas. And on that scanner right now, at the top of that list, guess what it is? Coinbase. So Coinbase at the moment heading to the downside apparently, breaking the low a day of 45.50. We're heading down to those low of $45. And if Coinbase is down like this 7%, there's a good chance that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are actually down on the day. So let's go take a look at them. Boy, was I wrong. Bitcoin flat, Ethereum positive, but also kind of flat. Solana is actually down 5% on the day. I'm never going to financially recover on Solana, that's for sure. Cardano also flat, Doge and Shiba also flat. So why is Coinbase about to trigger SSR with the move that we're going down? SSR, once again, for those of you who are new in the chat or new to trading, SSR is a mechanic in the mechanic? He's not a mechanic. It's a mechanism. It's a mechanism, not a mechanic. It's a mechanism in the market that is created so people don't pile in onto the shorts if there's bad news on a stock. So if a stock goes down 10% or more, you cannot short the stock by smashing the bids, which is what you would do if you were really trying to be aggressive to get short. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher. Then only can you get filled on the short. Thankfully, Coinbase is not down 10% yet, so it has not triggered the mechanism, but it will once it goes down 10.
I love you, Brian. You're a joker.
Why? What happened?
Nothing.
Is it because of my English?
No. I'm looking for a possible continuation on the long on IC. It's really like the only small capper that's appropriate to trade at the moment. I know that GLO is up there as well, AGBA. Obviously, that Hulk candidate I just spoke about, but those ones are a little too, cray-cray for me. So I'm looking for continuation through possibly the high of day at 2280 on IC. This period of consolidation here. But remember what I said? Okay, so now I have to check myself a little bit because now we have an aggressive retracement from the highs and then a period of sideward consolidation. And then so we look for the flat bottom breakdown. In those situations, the only reason I was inclined a little bit to go long is because I'm seeing constant higher lows on this period of consolidation. Can you even really call it consolidation? Well, yes, you can, because you do have some defined highs to the high side and some defined lows to the low side, and it's kind of staying within that range. That's why I termed it consolidation. I think that this one actually on second thought may be better as a flat bottom breakdown, possibly scalping into VWAP and maybe even further. So here's what I'll do on IC. I'll take the break of 2180 to the downside. So let's go ahead and put that 2180. I'll put 2179 to the downside, and we'll give that to about 2174. And that way, if it breaks this level here, we'll continue and we'll take out some probably going into VWAP in the mid 50s or so. On that, let's see what else is popping off. Wow, gap just going straight down proudly with like no breath. Like this is a 3-minute chart. Look at the just aggression ever since that 10:45
You know why,
period.
honestly? Because like Kanye's not tied with them. Half of their sales that their numbers got boosted by are by Kanye's clothes that he designed for them. And now that Kanye's no longer in it,
Yeah.
where are your sales going to come from? Obviously, they had better inventory managing from
Yeah.
previous quarters in this
Yeah.
quarter,
Yeah.
and they were doing a lot better. But a lot of their sales came from
Do
the
you
whole
like-
Kanye hype.
Do you like their clothing?
I haven't bought
I'll
any
tell
Gap
you the
item
truth.
in a while.
I haven't been into a Gap store.
Yeah.
In like.
Isn't
I
it just
don't-
Old Navy now? Is
No,
it
they're-
Old Navy Gap?
They're both. So Gap owns 3 different lines. Old Navy is like the
Gap owns Old Navy? I thought
so-
Old Navy owns Gap.
No.
Ah.
So Gap so here's what I worked at the Gap when I was 16 years old. This is what they told us back then, that Old Navy clothing is all single stitched, Gap clothing is double stitched, and Banana Republic, which is also Gap, is triple stitched.
So it's like Toyota, Lexus.
yeah, but with 3
Okay,
categories, not 2,
Okay.
right? So that's, I don't know if that still holds true. The chat maybe can fact check me on that, but yeah, so that's the whole idea there. What else is going on? Yeah, IC is still heading up, Bradley, so I'll have to wait for a possible flat bottom breakdown for a little while longer.
Yeah, FL actually broke that 35. I added a little bit on that position, even though I said I shouldn't, and I broke my rule over there. But waiting to see if buyers can step in as the market seems to not be able to go to the low a day. Here we go, 35 coming back to the bids. We are seeing some buyers come in, so part of me makes me happy. Let's see if I am wrong on this trade, though. Not going to give it too much wiggle room for myself on FL Foot Locker. Apple only 35 cents in the money now, so I'm happy that I did take profits where we did, and we're waiting to see if our other positions, which as JD seems to have bottomed out somewhat around 55. We dropped down to 55 and not able to break that to the downside. Now we're coming back towards the north side with the help of the market. I'm going to take some more size out over here on JD. Don't want to be stuck with my full position. That would be absolutely stupid for myself. And TSM also, let's take some more size out as this one's getting ready to go back up north. We're actually going to have very few shares left on TSM and JD over here, and also on Apple. Now the only real trade with some size left is going to be Foot Locker. Let's see if Foot Locker can help us out. Looks like CME, the mercantile group, Chicago Mercantile Group, CME, is
like
actually down.
futures thing,
yeah,
right?
futures.
They're down?
They're actually down on the day.
Oh, down on the day.
And they're down about 1.3%. And I mean, look, NASDAQ's down, S&P 500's down. What can you expect, right? The same trade I put on yesterday was on NSDQ on NASDAQ. The NASDAQ was down on the day. Is it NDSQ? I think it's NDSQ. What is the NASDAQ stock ticker? Does anyone know? NSDQ stock? I think it's NSDQ. Yeah, NSDQ. So I did get it right. NSDQ on NASDAQ, on Amex, on New York. Well, what market are you on, bud? I traded you yesterday. I don't even know how I traded you.
Amex, maybe.
It's not on Amex, apparently.
Okay.
NASDAQ Inc.
Oh,
On Q.
gotta be on a Q.
It's on the NASDAQ, right? I'm pulling it up and it's not going there. NSDQ on NASDAQ. Not sure what's going on. I'm going to forget about this one and just move on from it.
I just want to alert the viewers to a breaking piece of news. Carvana coming out right now with a news item saying that they're going to lay off 1,500 employees. That came out 11:47, so I think about 10 minutes ago or so. 1,500 employees are Carvana. What is a Carvana?
That's not the one I'm looking for.
Is a Carvana VANA?
That's not the one I'm looking for.
Okay. Bradley, is Carvana VA? What's Carvana?
CVNA.
CVNA.
On New York,
I don't care.
I
don't
say.
care. It doesn't. This one doesn't ask for it. So the stock not really reacting much to that. Usually there's a bit of a an upward catalyst or a positive catalyst for a better term there when a company announces layoffs. I don't know if this was an old piece of news or whatever. Anyway, Carvana is down 7.2% on the day, so it's already made an aggressive move. I wonder if this was an earlier piece of news that just came out now, but it says 11:47 a.m., but that's on CNBC, so it could be super delayed. Looks like, this is probably the news item right here. I bet you this is it, just given how it moved. The 11 o'clock spike up and then back down. This irregularity here definitely is probably when the news came out, and it's also supported by the volume, which we had almost 1 million candle volumes there on the 1 minute chart. So 3 million shares of volume in like 3 minutes. That's probably in a reaction to that. So that's an old piece of news item, despite the fact that it's dated earlier, Brad.
Let's say what percent of the employees is 1,500?
I'd have to read on and have a look, but on the title, just the title doesn't actually tell you anything.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon said, I think it was Amazon or Meta said that the layoffs are going to continue. What the heck are you guys doing over there with the Zooms and whatnot? I saw it go on to the show for a second. But Amazon or Meta apparently they said the layoffs are going to continue all the way into next year.
Oh, wow.
And obviously Meta planning to lay off around 11 to 10,000. Amazon planning to lay off 10,000. So a lot of workforce cuts coming in order to save some capital for some of these companies around the board. NDAQ is a stock that I was going to talk about. NDAQ, a couple days ago when the market was actually going down, NDAQ was up. So I figured, this doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to short it, and it eventually ended up being a good trade for me. Brendo found the ticker. Thank you, Brendo, for helping us out as always. You are the best. Market's currently trying to go back up, but there is no real volume. I mean, obviously, we're going into lunchtime, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time coming into play. So QQQ and S&P 500 gradually, slowly decrease in volume going into 12 o'clock, and then slowly after 1 o'clock, you start seeing volume coming back into the market. So around these times, it's better to just cut the size down a little bit. Look for different setups. Breakout setups are not the best things to look for around these times. You want to look for maybe a little bit of a reversal setups, a reversion to the mean setup somewhat coming into play at the moment. The market's presenting you with it. So, catching those longs at the bottom, such as Foot Locker, positive earnings on Foot Locker. We're at a nice even dollar price. Let's pull up Foot Locker actually on a long-term scale because I'm in doubt at the moment. And when you're in doubt, you zoom out. So by zooming out, you can look at these levels coming into play on the daily chart on Foot Locker. Look at these bottoms right there. The stock's exactly around those bottoms. Let's actually even bring that line a little bit lower just because of that candle wick bottom right there. You can see why I'm going long now. I mean, not that I knew about this level before I went long, but I went long over here around 35, nice even dollar number. The next consolidation range is the high of 32.50. So if 35 manages to fail on Foot Locker, I think we're going to go back to $32, find a way to consolidate on that area, and then rip up. There's no reason for the stock to not bounce off of that 33.50, 32.50, 33 area if this stock did what it did in pre-market off the earnings report. This is yesterday's candle right here with the high of 32.85, and today we started opening. We opened the trading session at 37.99. So a big monster move in the pre-market off the earnings report. I'm expecting us to bounce off of these levels over here. It looks like we're gonna have to send it to Brendo at the moment for happening now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go on a Friday. Still a positive Friday, but we have seen some negativity come in as far as tech is concerned specifically. Here's the board for you right now. The NASDAQ composite 0.1721 there. Downside now for both the composite and the 100. We're holding on to positive territory here for the S&P, but only just 0.25%. The Dow faring a little bit better there, 0.5%. Same story for the Russell 2000 specifically. We were talking about a few things on the Dow today. I was going to mention this one specifically. Tesla, not on the Dow, obviously, but a bigger stock. Downside, recent lows once again. 2.5% to the downside right now for Tesla, getting through that 178, but trying to hold right now. Remember, 30,000 new recalls on the Model X as far as a airbag issue is concerned. And then there's all the Elon-related stuff that's happening with Twitter, guys. Back over to you.
All right, yeah, we're still watching. I'm actually uploading my layout to the cloud because we have a surprise for you going on later on today. We're not going to ruin no surprise. We're going to keep it nice and fresh, but a surprise coming on for the close show. So make sure you hit the like button on this show, or no surprise for you guys on this Friday. Obviously, you guys know Neil raps every Friday. I can't wait to hear what he got. Can you talk, Brad? What he has in store for today in terms of that rap. So make sure on the closing show, you get us to 2K likes. Without that, there is no rap from Neil. The 2K likes on the closing show, you get a rap on there. We would also like you guys to hit that like button on this show over here for the morning and the midday show, which would be amazing. Get us to 3K likes. We're at 2.1K likes. Nicole Harris actually said something in the morning that I would like to read out loud. 1.3K likes. This was at around 9:30-ish, right? Nicole Harris came in and she said 1.3K likes with 7,845 people watching. I would only answer super chats. You guys see what she's saying? You guys see what she's saying?
She's making a statement.
She's calling you guys out. She's literally telling you guys to, like, if she was us, she would only be answering super chats because the like button is very underappreciated. Now, I appreciate those kind words from Nicole Harris, obviously, but that is not what we're trying to do over here. We're not trying to, sell something for you or take your money away from you. That money is better off in your pockets, so you can put it in the markets and double it, triple it, so we can continue seeing you in this chat every single day. All we do is ask you to hit that like button. So I see we already got up to 200 more likes over here. We appreciate all the love and support every single one of you show over here every single day. Look at that. Now we're actually at 362,000 subscribers.
Wow.
Let's go, baby.
Okay, we're adding that.
We were at 361 2-3 days ago. So I think that was the fastest 100 subscribers I've seen for a while now. So monster increase coming in. I also noticed the Discord chats being very active recently. So that's a shout out to you guys. Thank you for joining the Discord. Thank you for being active in it. I'll show you this picture real quick. You see, this picture shows you average communicators per week. We went from 23 to 35. If we can get to 50, we get our own private Discord link, like discord.gg/tradertv.live, instead of a bunch of letters and numbers and so on. So help us get there. Join our Discord and be active in it. I would love to see a lot of new faces coming into our Discord.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, in terms of subscribers, I just want to add that if you think it's just enough, to log into YouTube, type in live trading or Trader TV Live or whatever keyword you use to find us and not be a subscriber, you guys are missing out on really good content. Here's the homepage, and under videos, look at this. There's literally 2 or 3 videos that these guys are pasting. By these guys, I mean Neil, Sean, and Brendan, helped by the production team. Daily, and that these are like extracurricular. They're extra based not on the show. So you get updates for these ones anytime anything posts if you have notifications turned on. So don't miss out on the content. It's free content. It'll help you refine your game. I know it definitely has helped me refine mine. So hit that subscribe button, be part of the community so you can get updated on these videos. Again, obviously they're free of charge, so nothing to speak of in there. I'm looking at a couple of small cappers now. The initial one is that we have, the one that we had initially is the long that we took on IC. I'm still kind of bearish on this one. I've got my flat bottom breakdown, resting order sitting there below 2180, 2179. I'm looking for that possible breakdown. The other one is AGBA. I'm looking for maybe a possible retracement into this level here, that $7 level, which also happens to be just like, 5 or 10 pennies above the halt level. So I like that particular area for a possible dip trade. This one you're going to have to be careful on, though. Let's find out what the float is on AGBA. I don't know if I have it here. Let's go up. AGBA company profile. I got nothing. Do you got it, Bradley?
What's that?
AGBA. Are you able to know the float on that?
Oh, yeah, I can check that.
Okay.
AGBA
Yeah.
float says 2.99 mil.
That's really small. That's good. So this is a.
That's good.
I like that. I like short floats, obviously, but you know that they do come with inherent risk. The risk being that they can move violently.
AGBA is apparently a SPAC, says a viewer in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably why I'm not getting all the information on it here. Nor am I able to. Let's see. Let's just pull the daily chart on it real quick. It's a previous SPAC. I mean, it's been going back a ways, Bradley. Look, I've got data. I've got data going back a ways on this one. So not sure if that's consolidated with any other chart, but usually IBKR doesn't do that. No, Joshua Severn saying the Market Wisdom channel has some good older content as well. I'm not really sure what that is. I'll have a look at that.
That's our second channel that we used to have. So we used to have two channels, the Trader TV Live, live trading by Trader TV Live,
Yeah.
and then Market Wisdom by Trader TV Live.
Right.
And Market Wisdom is where we would post educational content, but then eventually we figured we're just going to merge the two channels together, post all the content over here, and then manage this channel better. So maybe that channel will be used for something else in the future. You know, maybe we could do a Trader TV Live podcast or Trader TV Live gaming and then put it on there. But now that channel is just a placeholder.
Cool.
But there is content on there too that is absolute gold. It's a very good point over there coming in from our viewers. We don't use that channel anymore. Just letting you know. No new videos will be posted on there for until indefinitely. Is that the right word to use? Until we choose to.
Until we choose to, yeah.
Until we choose to. So there's content on there. Feel free to go hit that subscribe on that channel too. But this channel is where the most important stuff is. So make sure you're hitting the like, subscribe on this channel over here too. So thank you for bringing that one up, the viewer. Not sure which viewer brought that up. Or Trader TV car review. Yeah, that's going to be a Randy's channel, if anything. Car review. Market currently dumping, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving south side one more time. Right back to the low of day for the NASDAQ market. Turning red again, down 0.5%. S&P 500 about to turn red for the day. Well, we're still positive, but we're about to turn red on the day if we go back to the lower days around 39.50s for the SPY futures over here, which means more profits for me on the shorts, baby. Let's go, Apple shorts. Let's go, JD shorts. Let's go, TSM shorts. Apple, come on, load up. Here we go. More profits coming in. More money, more profits. Let's actually cover some shares over here in front of the 100-period view, EMA. Apple has been very strong on the day today. We've seen that, so I don't want to be battling the strong position and you know, getting hurt by it. Patty Daddy looking 15 today. Why? Because I shaved? Come on, guys. I'm not looking 15. I'm looking young, but, you know, I'm not looking 15. I did it for my pops. My pops likes it when I'm clean shaven. You know, even today, I went clean shaven straight downstairs to go say bye to my pops, and my pop goes, "Oh, you clean shave? Good job. I like that." I'm like, I did it for you, pops, because, you know, you always like seeing me like that.
You got to tell them people at work are harping on you to grow your beard. So
yeah, but I don't care about people at work or you know, other people as much as I care about my dad. No, like as much as I care about my dad. My dad's what paid his cup before anybody else.
I wasn't obviously trying to like compete with him. I'm just making a joke, obviously. Having a look now, I see retracing off that recent high, that rejection off 22 again. I mean, it tries to get above 22 momentarily, but moving sideways. I really want to see if this one can head to the sell side. I think it's a good candidate. You know, it's not up too much on the day, only a little bit above 25%, 27%. So, and now we're retracing. We have a decent amount of room between the break of this low and a VWAP retracement. So that's like 20 pennies that we can scalp. There we go. Now we're getting real close to our entry, guys. This one's selling off quite aggressively. I think we got a 2183 print there. So this one really getting close to our. We're gonna give this one time. We've got a resting order on that. We got an Apple short as well that we added here near the break on this trough right here on the futures. But this dotted line, I don't know if you guys can see that, but that 39.95 line, that is yesterday's close. So that will be an interesting area of resistance, or sorry, excuse me, support at this level. Despite the fact that we broke it really for a very momentary period. This is a 1-minute chart. So if I was to flip to the 5-minute chart, it would just be like a momentary breach of it. And so The level is still good. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to be patient on this one, but you know, Apple always frustrating me, and the software frustrating me too. Look at this. Give me 135 dark blueprints that I gotta go and fix now, Bradley.
Sorry. I was just so confused. I was like, how am I 50 cents out of the money when I'm exactly at... okay, never mind. I'm so confused. I saw my unrealized, and I thought that was units per share. And so FL, which is Foot Locker, my average price is $35.25.
Yeah.
We're at $35.25. So I'm like, why does my units per share say I'm out of the money 50 cents? But no, I was unrealized 50 cents. So I was getting confused by it.
You.
But that means we're making money right now very soon on Foot Locker over here, which is going up north. There we go. Come on, Foot Locker, get up there. We've been dying for this long to work out for me. So we would love for it to see it climb up to the north side. I want to talk about a question from the chat that a viewer is asking. How do I see the size on the bids and the asks, the buyers and the sellers? How do I see the size? That would require you to have a level 2 on your broker account. So whatever brokerage you're using, find out how to use the level 2. You might have to call your broker and subscribe for the level 2. It might be extra fees. Is it extra fees for Interactive Broker to have a level 2?
Yeah, there is. There's like different packages you can get, and there's all these different things. But if you have enough commissions on the month, they waive them.
But you can't get a free level 2 just to look at it?
No, so number one, you got to deposit money. It's, in Canada, it's I think $2,500. In the States, it's $2,000. So not a great amount of money, but you know. Then after that, you got to subscribe to their data. Now you will get charged if you don't have enough in commissions. I believe they want you to charge like $20 in commissions a month. Basically with IBKR, it's about $1 a trade, give or take, right? And that's with direct market access. That's how much, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less, but averaging out $1. If you do 20 of those, so a trade is in and out, so you'll be charged $2 basically for one position. You do 10 of those a month, that's free.
Okay.
But the more you add though, you don't get all the books. Like you can get more books, just like us, right? Like the trainees only have certain gateways, and then you get more gateways later on. Same thing with IBKR.
You gotta pay the fees for it and everything.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to confirm with Sharif over there, who actually uses other brokerages. You know, I've never really used any other brokerage except for P-Pro 8. I've had Quest Trade. Go ahead. I've had Quest Trade for a little bit, and I remember having to pay for it for their level 2 on their side. So, you know, it just depends on what broker you're with. Call up your broker, check for how much level 2 costs you, and you can go through there. Or you could use other tools such as Bookmap and pay for fees on Bookmap. Apparently, Bookmap fees are less than the fees that you would pay at most brokerages for all the gateways, such as over here we have the option to all the gateways in the market, but we can only see the size on that gateway if we pay the gateway for that information. So, you know, my entitlement fees are expensive. They're expensive because I pay for every single gateway. And if you're not making that much in trading every single month, then you're basically just digging yourself a hole. So make sure you're even able to, you know, recoup the amount of money that you're putting into the market. It's obviously a pay-to-play market. You got to pay, and you got to make sure that you can cover your expenses at the end of the day. Treat it like a proper business. If you can't cover your expenses with your revenue, then you're running a failed business at the end of the day, right? Do you guys have free gateways you can use? We have like the free gateways, but there's only top level of that gateway, which means if the stock is currently trading at $35, we will see the best order at 35 for those gateways, but we will not see the depth of the market. So every other level on top of 35 or under 35, we will not see if there's actual size on there. The numbers we're seeing will not even be irrelevant for us. So paying for those gateways, being able to see the depth in the market, where the size is, and what prices the size is at is very informative for a day trader such as ourselves over here. And look at this market right now, taking out the lows of days. Wow, NASDAQ now about to be down 0.6% down on the day, and S&P 500 also taking out the lows. These are the charts to the left side that you guys see up here. Let me just make these charts a little bit bigger. Previous low was, what was it, 30? Size on NVIDIA offer says 150, sorry? 152.10 size on NVIDIA offer apparently. So the offer, oh, I see it, 900 lots, 152 now. They're chasing it down. They went from 152.10 to 152. So I'm going to take more size. And notice how the prints are all going into the bid or below the bid. That's because they're being aggressive. People are front running this level at the moment and they're running. My stop is 152. I'm already in the money. I don't have to worry about it. Look at that size still at 152. Until that size leaves, I don't have to worry about this trade. The second that size dissipates, we're leaving this trade, and I'm just loving the tape right now. Notice how no shares more than 200 are actually printing into the ask or above the ask. So that level acting as an absolute barrier. Let's see if this level 700 shares, sorry, 700 lots is what? 77300 times 152 is $11.7 million sitting there on the ask for NVIDIA. That's a lot of money if you ask me, to show up on the intraday, especially to show up at this time of the day, 12:17 Eastern Standard Time. You're expecting people to go for a lunch. So who in their right mind is not going to lunch at the moment and dropping $12 million on the ask to get rid of their position? NVIDIA actually started the day positive, but now down 3% on the day. I previously took that NVIDIA 160 long. Guess what, Neil? That 160 long went up to 160.02. And there were only 100,000 shares printed. Only 100,000 shares printed at 160.02, and it just absolutely dumped. I should have flipped short off of that. I didn't flip short. I said, forget NVIDIA. I'm not going to bother with this trade anymore. But man, was I wrong on this trade, because that trade would have been a monster short for myself. And now we got some size bullying the position to the downside. We're still watching NVIDIA over here. Let me quickly pull up NVIDIA on my second screen. That way I can keep watching it while I'm doing other stuff for you guys, such as taking profits over here on our Apple position. Apple at the moment 70 cents in the money. Let's go, Apple. That's what I like to see. And Fruity Loops still in the money, still trying to go up. We're about 11 cents in the money on Fruity Loops. And coming back to NVIDIA real quick, still not able to break that 152 barrier. Now look at that size chasing it down. Now they put it on 3 different gateways. This might be a different seller. Might not be the exact same seller, but it could be a different seller. 3 different gateways, 115 lots on every single gateway, now at 151.88. This is obvious seller chasing the stock down. They're maybe not the same seller, but multiple sellers chasing the stock down and just absolutely bullying it. So be ready for a nice short over here on NVIDIA. The market's already breaking the lows.
Huge. I go out for a second, I come back, I see this Apple short printing. Proudly, you're a genius. Look at this short here. I took actually 2. I took double the size here. The initial one was like 150.112, and I think 150.108. And now there we go, printing even more down. There we take another piece out. First piece out 151. Second piece out 150.80. Third piece 150.66. So we are printing on Apple quite nicely here, making up for the other boneheaded trades that we had on it earlier. Pumped about this one. I'm going to hold. The market's flushing downward, Bradley. Jeez. So this one is really aggressive. Let's see if we can get some 50 prints here on Apple. I'll scalp a little bit more out. There we go. Now I'm seeing 50s on the bid. Let's see it on the ask. And we take another piece out there. There we go. That triangle. I love that green triangle in the short. It looks so nice. Now we're gonna break.
I gotta bring it back here. Now the seller's on 151.60, man. This seller's not moving. Thank you for the call out over there, Neil. Amazing call out on that size on the asks for NVIDIA. The seller is not budging. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna add to that level. I'm already in the money on this position, but I'm going to add to that level until that seller runs away from this position. And by that I mean they fill him. They give him the shares he's looking for, or sorry for giving the gender. You know, there's also female traders out there in the market. They give the seller the size that the person's looking for. Until then, I'm going to continue adding to my position, and as soon as that level breaks, I'm going to jump out of that trade. They were sitting at 151.65s, weren't they? And now they're not there anymore. They're now a little bit higher than that, I think. So just be careful on this. We did add to our position. We're 33 cents in the money at at the moment, and we have quite a decent chunk of size on this position. Our average price 151.82. NVIDIA about to be my best trade on the day. I'm going to continue watching it, and I'll call it out again if I see the seller at a new price.
That's an excellent entry price, Bradley. Good on you for that. Mine is 151.08, so that's like 80 pennies below, and I'm happy about this trade. You imagine how Bradley's feeling. So what are we getting right now? We're getting 50. No, short.
No, I'm talking about NVIDIA.
Oh, wow. Are they both 151?
Yeah.
Jeez, okay, sorry. So you can see why I would make that mistake. Yeah. I was like, okay. Yeah, now we're getting in the low 50s. Let's see if we can get some in the 40s. We already took some out, I think, in the 40s here. Yeah, I thought we got some out 49s. Yeah, I guess we'll be a bit more patient on this one, but I'm just anticipating a really aggressive market bounce here. I'm on guard for it. I don't really have, I don't see anything on the chart really to give me that impression. Let's see if we can get any levels here on maybe the 4 hour. That will give us an indication. Where are we currently at? We're here. Yeah, so the good low here is at 39.43. We do have a low 39.43, and that is also a valid level going back to the day prior to yesterday. So 39.43 is an important level here on the 4 hour chart. So we're like 2 points away from that.
Is nuts.
So I don't know how much more to the downside we've got, but then, that's just one perspective on things. I'm going to go ahead and delever a little bit more. I've got less than 18% of the trade. I took double the amount of shares on this than I typically do. I just believed in it, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe a bit more aggressive on this one. But 39.43 coming in here on the futures, Bradley. Let's see if we can get a bounce off that level.
You know what my question is right now, and I think Neil can answer this, is that, clearly if you look at the tape, there's this bids being smashed. Oh, wait, that's great. They all show up as bids being smashed because my book is crossed. That makes more sense. They're not all just lower the bids. My book is crossed over here. It says the bid is 155 and the ask is 151. I'm sitting here confused, why are they all below the bids? What's going on? I was so confused. So I'm going to just have to read the tape and ignore the colorway a little bit and then focus on where the stock is printing. The stock bids is really screwing me up over here. But we did see the size at 151.60. I think that size either got taken out or removed and replaced at a different price. I'm going to continue watching this. And real quick, the T gateway that all the orders are going off at is the NASDAQ gateway. So look, a lot of size going off in this gateway. I just don't know if it's going into the bid or into the ask. Oh, I do. The bid is 61 and the ask is 67. So we're actually just printing in the mid prints over here around these areas. I think the trade might be done right now, guys. Honestly, the trade might be over with as we are printing a lot in the mid. 61s does not want to break, and did I punch out of it? Yeah, I punched out of it. 61 does not want to break to the downside, and we are actually trading above that last price that I saw where the size was at. So that's going to be my exit. NVIDIA is my second best trade on the day off of that. Quick little front run size trade. We're going to keep watching to see if another size pops up on this level. Man, look at that. Now we're at 56. What a joke, Brad.
Let's go. Let's break 50 on Apple. We're getting real close. Mine are, my level 2s are also a little bit messed up on Apple. I'm getting a higher bid than the ask. What is that called? Getting crossed up? Is that what you just said?
What's that?
To Neil?
Oh, your books are crossed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me flip to my other one so that I have it. Okay, so I'm seeing 52s now on the bid. I've got some to get out here at 42. But we need to see 150 break. I don't see all that much size at 150. There we go. We break through 150. Now printing 48s and 47s. Let's see if we can get down to 42. I've got my resting order sitting at that level. What's the market doing? It's testing. The market is testing that 43 level that we talked about, bouncing up now to 44. I feel like a boxing play-by-play commentator, just what the market is doing. But we knew that 43 level was going to come into play. A little bit of support at it right now. Just a couple of points, nothing really that major. Let's see if that level holds up. We'll keep an eye on it. But we're also in another trade. And sadly, it's not going our way, that other trade. And that other trade happens to be IC. We got faked out at the moment. We looked for the break of 2180 to the downside, basing it off this low here. We got that break, but guess what? It got bought right back up, and now we're cruising in and around VWAP again. We got in short at 2178. It made a low of like 75 or 75. So, you know, looks like it was a bear trap so far, but my out on this one is going to be the high of this peak here. So that's going to be that 2210. If it breaks through that 2210, we'll be gonzino. Let's go ahead and put that stop out now. 22, and we'll put 11, and then we have to buy. So 22, we'll give it to like 17 in case it goes bonkers. So my stop in on that one, but the one that's printing is Apple, bouncing off that 43 level that we talked about though. The future is making a decided bounce here, up 5 points. You know, 5 points is only 5 points, I get it, but there is obviously validity to that 39.43 level, Bradley.
Right on. We're going to go talk about FL, baby, because we're 50 cents in the money on FL right now. What did I say about that 35 level? It's got to end up holding that bottom at some point. Yeah, the 100 period EMA level did not work out for us, but we went in doubt, zoom out. We zoomed out. We saw the 35 level was an important level, and now we got a nice little long playing off of that bad boy. JD moving back to the south side, but I'm going to be out of this trade as the market's curling back up. The same reason why I got out of the Apple short also. I'm completely done with the Apple shorts over here. And TSM, we have some size left, and even that wants to go up. We're going to be completely out of that trade. The only trade we have left right now is going to be Foot Locker long, baby. Only 3 negative trades on the day today, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 positive trades on the day today.
Are all your things green?
No,
I'm shocked.
one.
Okay.
Like,
yeah,
what do you mean,
the
like-
only one that you have is green. All the other ones are out. Okay.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
flat.
usually I see a whole bunch of red there. That's why I'm saying that.
Oh, I just closed
Yeah.
all of them.
Okay, that's
I just
fine.
closed all of them with the market moving up. Brad can't have more green positions than red positions.
No, that's not
I
allowed.
gotta have more
Yeah.
shorts than longs
I
at all
feel you.
times, okay? But no, we got a nice long on the board over here. Foot Locker. Darwin saying in the chat, how many pumps of lotion?
I know.
for
I
a
said
bigger
laugh my
flush?
ass. I told him laugh my ass off.
That's
I'm sorry,
hilarious.
yeah. That
FL
is
gonna
funny.
go bankrupt. I'm not denying that statement at all. I think a lot of companies in the world deserve to go bankrupt, but maybe deserve is a really harsh word. And who am I to say that? Someone in the chat, it's going to be that you guys know very well. His name starts with N and his last name starts with R. He mentioned that Amazon is puking. Amazon currently at the new low at day of $92.50. Absolutely dying over here, not looking good. This is why
Yeah.
we jumped out of our Amazon long. Remember when I said if the market is at VWAP and as Amazon's at the low a day, and if market starts to go back down,
Yeah.
I can see Amazon really going down. That's why I jumped out of that long.
Okay.
But you know what I should have done
What?
is what Sharif gives me accolades for, which is being able to flip on my direction on my trade. I should have been able to flip short if I was thinking that.
That's
and I would have
usually your
been
strength.
and I would have been able to smoke this trade to the short side too.
Can't
So
get
did
them all.
not do that. Was my mistake. Missed out on that trade. Guys, it's actually going to be my last 50 seconds over here on the show today. I will be wishing you guys a wonderful rest of the day. Go have fun on the closing show, obviously. Hit that like. Ian will be coming here replacing me for the day today. And I will see you guys Monday. So ciao. Have a great weekend. Have fun. And don't party too hard, okay? Don't party too hard.
All right, guys, let's take it over here. I'm watching my position in IC going from a poopy trade to not such a bad trade. I'm only like a few pennies out of the money now. And in fact, it looks like we made a wick down even below my entry, although momentarily to that 2177 area. But hey, it's improving. It's within a range. It's not like out of the realm of possibility that we do retrace back into VWAP here. That's my intention on this one. I want a VWAP retracement. That'll be my first profit-taking area. I'll then hold it to see, does it respect VWAP at this level, or is it just going to continue to break down and maybe bounce off another more relevant price level? So that's my intention with IC. But again, I'm not removing my stops. My stops are, again, just to reiterate, the break of that 2210 to the high side. Apple now, kind of momentarily pulling back. I don't know if this is going to be a sustained retracement back up. Looking at the market as well, the market, you know, showing me the first red candle for the moment. It hasn't closed this way. So let's see if we can if we can start trending back down to the lows that we made at 39.43. I think that is an interesting area. I want to see how we act around there. Apple now retracing back into the 150.60s. So we got some to be taken out here at the 150.42. If we can get down there, that'll be our next profit taker. But that will be the breach of this low right here. So that will have made a new low. That is, you know, let's see what the market does. So far, Apple's been more relatively strong than the overall market. If that was to happen, I think that would mean that they're kind of just becoming they're becoming the same. So they're going to move the same way from then on forward. Let's see if it does that, because I don't think Apple is relatively stronger than it was earlier with the market. All right, let's flip back now to our IC trade. Now we are break even on the trade. So this is a nice little trend developing here. Now we're in the money actually on this one. Thankfully, let's see if this one can continue to make a new low. Let's start putting some profit takers out there. I'm gonna put a profit taker at that 21.71. That'll be for a small little piece there, 21.71, and we'll take out a piece there. Let's see if we can make it. We're getting 79s on the bid at the moment. Only a 1 cent spread, 70 on the bid, 80 on the ask. Slow mover, definitely. The volume is picking up, and thankfully picking up to the downside. Now 74 on the bid, so we're only a couple of pennies away from getting filled now. Back up to 75. All right, we'll have to give this one time. Let's flip back to Agba. This one we kind of missed out on. Made like a nice little peak top here, retraced back to VWAP, consolidated a little bit at VWAP, which we love to see, and then you had that flat bottom breakdown that we've been talking about so much. So that would have been a good trade. Missed that one. There we go. Now we're getting filled on IC. The beautiful trade to the downside, getting filled there at our first profit taker. This one was negative. We'll drop the money for that one. That's fun. Let's take out another piece at 65. So let's go ahead. 21.65. We'll take out another piece at that level. Let's see what this one does. I think we'll retrace back down to VWAP. In fact, I'm seeing 69 come in on the bid now. So 60s are in play. That's where we're taking some out. All right. Great. Now our chart on Apple is distorted again by these candle wicks. I'll fix that in a minute. So what we'll do is we'll take a look at the futures here. So we'll have Apple and the futures. Actually, let me take that out. I don't want to look at the futures for Apple. Let's take Apple's chart in here. There we go. All right, so now we're back in that 150.60s area. Again, we're looking for some out in the 40s. That'll have to be the break of the low of day. Currently, I believe the low of day on Apple is 150.46. No, that's not accurate. There was an earlier low than that, 149.97. 149.97 is a low of day on Apple, so we've got more room to the downside. Let me go ahead and actually draw a trend line there so that I can see that, because sometimes you can't see it if you're not at that particular, if you're not zoomed out enough. So looking for more profits on Apple. I'm not going to sell. I'm seeing 50s again, so I'm content to wait. Likewise with the IC, we're still seeing 69s on the ask here, so I'm content to wait on this one. I've taken out a little piece. I've delevered. I'm going to keep my stop just the same as it is. Once I take out the next piece, though, I will move my stop from 22.11 to the high side to the break of 22. So that's what I'll do on that one. I'll give that about 25 pennies or so of risk when I'm in. Looks like Ian is ready to go, guys. So we're going to go throw it to Ian. This is my first time actually with you on the show.
I was going to say, like, this is going to be our first time. So, bear with us. But, a cool dynamic. It's funny because I'm switching out for Brad. I don't know if you guys noticed, I'm wearing the exact same sweater. Obviously different skin color, but, here we are, right? So thank you, Sharif, for covering there. I was trying to, quickly do a different layout here because, different computer, whatever. Got to set up a different layout. But here we are. I'm looking at a couple things here. So I really like this long off Tesla. 177 is making a nice base there. A little far away from my price. So, I want to try and essentially bid on that one and, wait for that one to come, closer to my price. So we're going to be patient with that one. I'm also looking at Apple just because the market is kind of like, giving a little bit of a bounce here. And I'm going to fix this up, guys. Bear with me. I had to do like a completely new layout here. So I'm going to fix up this chart, but this is my ES chart. So you guys have been watching the show, regularly. You know that I like to have ES in the corner here. So, the ES is kind of bouncing off this 39.40 area. So I'm liking Apple off 150. It hasn't broken that below. And, same thing here. I have these dark pull wicks. I'll clean those up when I get a chance here. But yeah, that's it. I had that front run on NVIDIA. That was a classic. Basically front run trade, tape reading trade. How we always preach those to you guys. Size popped up on the offer there, and then quick scalp out at 152, and then the size just kind of disappeared after that, right? So after that, quick scalp, and then that's it. And then here we are, flat right now, but looking to get involved. I'm also looking at BOVESPA. BOVESPA. Let's see if I can change that there. Okay, no, so that has to do that then. Okay, so maybe I have to make a new pull port for that. But yeah, BOVESPA, essentially here, it's holding this 80. Well, it just broke here. Well, it's like testing this 80 level here. I'm liking the bounce off of that level. I wanted the short in the morning, and then to be honest, I just didn't have the cojones or the guts to kind of hit that short off that 83 level. Wasn't doing that much volume, whatever. But that was pretty good though. That short off that 83 base there. But then now it's kind of making a base at 80. And if you guys recall, like BOVESPA has been so strong the past few days. It's been basically breaking out. From like the 75 area. And the thing with BOVESPA is like it gaps up and has these crazy gaps, right? So I'm always looking for these gap fill plays. And I guess today was more of like a sympathy move with JD there. But now it's starting to make a base, right? So trying to get involved. If this dips down to low 20s here, you're probably going to see me bidding around there, and we're going to get long BOVESPA.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on Apple here and the market in general. I kind of feel like we're going to retrace back into that 39.55 area. That seemed to be like the breakdown area that we had. 39.50, 39.55. Let's see what we do in and around that area. The only reason I think that is because I have to take care of this Apple short, and I don't want to give too much back. So I have to kind of gauge whether the market is going to retrace and where the market will retrace to. So kind of be able to gauge where Apple will be at that particular moment. So I'm debating whether or not to put my stop as a break even here on my Apple short. That will be 150. 108. We're currently in the 80s, 150, 80. So do I give it to 08s or do I give it to the break of 51? In either case, I'm not going to allow it to go against me. I'm not going to allow any part of this trade to become negative. So I think that I will give it to break even. And that's always something that I do struggle with on a consistent basis, is to where to place shorts. And different situations call for different placements. I don't think that one area for your short is always the correct area. It'll depend on how much size you have left, et cetera, and other variables. So I'm going to put it at break even. So that'll be 151.08. Let's go ahead and do that. 151, and we'll go 09. We'll give it a penny space, and then we'll buy out the rest. 151, and we'll give it to like 16s in case it gets super quick. There we go. So now we've got that protected. I see back in the money on this one now. It kind of went against us for a bit, but this is what I want to see. A retracement after an aggressive decline down, and a retracement to something that I can gauge it off. In this case, it looks like it's working off the 50 EMA, and then a move back down, continuing that trend. So if this continues down and takes over 165, I'll definitely be looking for mid-50s, which is currently where VWAP is. Definitely to a VWAP retracement. That was my initial thinking on this one. And I love these small cappers, Ian.
Yeah. No, for me, really, like the small caps are not really it. Sorry, I was just fixing some more of my layout here. I am long BOVESPA now, so going to give this one essentially to the 80 level. Probably a little bit more space below there, but I'm already like 10 cents in the money. So it's always nice when you punch into a position you're already in the money.
I know, I love that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, maybe you're right here briefly, but it does look like it is kind of, you know, basing on and making, you know, higher lows. It's bounced off a, you know, nice triple bottom now off of this, you know, this 80 level here. I actually want to switch this to the 5-minute and consolidate the chart a little bit more just so we can get a bigger picture. It's kind of like curling up here. You know, I like to use 50 EMA, so if that starts to break out now, then, you know, that's going to start looking good to the upside. But I want to, you know, hold this for probably in the 60s and the 80s. That's going to be my next out. But definitely this 81, looking to get most of it out there if it's going to, you know, retrace that move there. So, you know, those are my main targets on BOBA. You know, Sharif was talking about where to place stops and whatnot. And this is something that I've been trying to, you know, kind of get better at is not placing stops at like super obvious areas, right? So like I told you guys, like for example, in this position here, you know, the trade thesis is like essentially like a front run, not really a front run, but like a bounce off of the 80 level, right? So with that being said, like I don't want to place my stop like right at like 79.99 because, you know, algos can, you know, hunt that stop. And, you know, I think we talked about that the other day when I was on a show with Prad. We were talking about like stop hunting and whatnot. Don't put your stops at very, very obvious places, right? Obviously, if you're going to be doing like a front run trade, like on something like that NVIDIA trade, when there was like size on the offer, you know, then you want to, you know, put your stop like right above that because the thesis around that trade is like you're front running that size, right? So if that size gets taken, you want to stop out and, you know, get out of that position, right? But, you know, this trade's a little bit different. You know, size accordingly, of course. Like in a front run trade, you might want to, you know, put on a lot more size, right? You might want to put on a lot more size and, you know, it's going to be a quick scalp, kind of that thing, that sort of, you know, structure for profit taking and whatnot, right? But, you know, something like this, I'm sizing down a little bit more. Obviously, it's midday, sizing down for that as well. You know, Bob is not doing that much volume or as much volume as we would like to see. But, you know, here we are and, you know, we're long it now. But, you know, what have you guys been trading in the chat? Let's take a look here. I see a couple people talking about, you know, SPY market. Any news on EMPH?
End-phase?
End-phase. I was looking at that a little bit, but then I was like looking at the book and there was like there was no size on it, you know, so I'll bring it up here and we could talk about it briefly. It's down 1% today. It looks like, you know, it's been trending up and obviously there's an energy stock and whatnot. It's near the highs, right? So testing this 320 area. Again, you know, clean level here at 320. It looks like that's going to be some sort of resistance moving forward, right? If that obviously breaks out, then there's going to be more upside potential. But now that it's like kind of, you know, holding above 300, and consolidating above 320, you got to be looking at that and, you know, thinking about that one as well. So I'm working at Tesla. Are you actually working at Tesla or are you like trading Tesla? Someone said they're Tesla short. I actually have I know a friend that works at Tesla at the office here in Toronto. No, you don't get a free Tesla. I think you do get like some discounts. But I think he actually has a Model 3 like on the way. I have to talk to him again about it, but yeah, that must be cool. I know there's a lot going on about you know, what's going on at Twitter. That's been quite interesting and, you know, interesting to follow around. But I was talking with some of the traders here on the floor, and like, you know, like with Elon coming in and like, you know, saying like, okay, it's my way or the highway. You know, let's maybe, you know, change the culture around Twitter. You know, be prepared to work harder.
Yeah,
right? Be prepared to work harder. You know, we're going to change the company culture.
People didn't like that.
Yeah, people didn't like that.
Yeah.
And from what I was reading is that like more than half the people actually opted out and chose to quit.
I think they just don't like him. I think he's very polarizing.
Maybe, right? Like,
know,
maybe, but like, I think, honestly, I think that might be better for Twitter overall.
Oh, yeah. Though, like, I don't know you saw, but like, I would see like a day, you know those day in the life videos where someone gets up from their morning and it shows you how they.
Yeah.
So I've seen like Twitter ones and like those big tech guys that are making like $350, $400 a year and have like the cushiest lifestyle. I don't feel too bad for him, but anyway, I don't want to put any hate out there. I want to put love back in the universe, so I retract that statement. Anyway, Apple short now, starting to curl down, guys. It looks like that 39.55, at least for the momentarily, is a significant level here on the ES. That's the area kind of where there's been, you know, a bit of a support and resistance area in and around that amount anyway on the ES. So looking for Apple to start curling back down to the 40s because we want to take profits today. This is the one that's bugging me the more though, guys, is IC. It's kind of dilly-dallying here. it gave me some 70 prints. I got some low 70 prints. Then I put some orders out for 65s. It's retracing back to the 50 period. Although it's holding below the 50 period, the volume is really drying up. Thankfully, the spread is not too wide. It's like a penny or two at most. But the thing is, it's just we're not getting any volatility because at the moment, there's just not that much volume. Apple. Now, back continuing, to retrace a little bit. Let's see what this one does. Let me look at my scanner to see what else is going on here because I don't want to keep talking about the same couple of things and bore you guys. AGBA not doing much either. Looks like that's retracing below VWAP and the volume on that is dropping off. Let's see what SATX is up to. Yeah, there's not enough volume on that either. Going down the list here, DLO. Let me bring down my scanner so you guys can follow along and have a look for yourselves. By the way, I'll be using a different scanner next week, guys. It'll be the Trade Ideas scanner, so I won't be retiring the IBKR scanner. I like the DLO chart. Look at that. It's a very consolidating sideways above VWAP. So this one, you're looking for retracement levels to take dip trades off of. You can get it off VWAP. You can get it off key levels here, 1253. Looks like a decent level. So that 1250 area, maybe front run that a little bit. And this one, you know how I trade these. VWAP hold high of daybreak, looking for that retracement, then take it through that 1338 level on DLO. So that's how I would play that one. Otherwise, there's some people tagging me in the chat. I'll have a look and read, and then I'll respond to you after Ian is done.
I was just trying to fix up more of this layout here. It's like it's so weird, like, and that's the thing. Like when you're switching computers, I would definitely say suggest size down because you might get into something you don't. I'm trying to figure out Prad's keyboard here. And he's got all these weird stickers, and it's a different layout and something I'm not used to generally, right? So, that for me, right away, I need to maybe size down a bit. I am long AMD as well here. I really like the 72 area, same sort of thing. AMD has been pretty strong recently. 72 was this base for the past essentially a week of trading, right? So, I'm going off for that bounce there. I'm long, what is my price here? Don't even have my blotter up here. 72.34, right? So, pretty much flat on the trade. But again, it's kind of consolidating and making a base here, right? So I am kind of betting on the market here, making a base and bouncing off of this 39.50 area. Man, the market has been so range bound. It's been so range bound. And even yesterday too, full disclosure, yesterday I actually wasn't trading yesterday. I just took a day off, and that's why I suggest a lot of people to do, right? The market hasn't been doing that much volume. Maybe if your setups aren't necessarily in play, there's nothing wrong with missing a day, guys. That's the beauty of trading in the stock market, is that it's open every day, basically. It's only closed 9 days a year. It's crazy. So it's gonna be there's gonna be opportunities all the time, right? But if those opportunities aren't really presenting themselves, don't try forcing something. Don't try making something out of nothing. So that's exactly what I did yesterday. Just took the day off. But I saw the market kind of break down from that 39.60 area, bounce off 39.20, and then right back up to 39.60, right? So, here we are again, right in the same range. So I'm trading, I'm essentially, trading this range once again. We rejected 4,000, earlier today. That's not that surprising as well, low volume and whatnot. Probably going to be low volume leading up to FOMC, right? And I want to bring up that actually because then I can see here. Let me actually push it over here so I could do it on the side here. The Fed rate tool. Because that's going to get interesting, leading up to FOMC. Obviously, it's been totally situated around the CPI data and whatnot. But here we are, guys. So this is for the next meeting. So the meeting is going to be on December 14th. Last CPI, I actually saw this as close to 88%. For a 50 basis point raise, and now it looks like it's lowering. Now it looks like it's only at 75%.
Yeah, because of what they've been saying the last few days, right?
Yeah,
we're gonna
exactly.
stick the course, all the speakers.
Exactly, and that's what I was telling you guys. That first day that CPI came out, I was like, okay, guys, this is obviously a great win. This is a great, short term kind of win here for. For the overall market, right? But, we're not out of the woods yet.
No.
We're not nearly out of the woods yet. Inflation is still super high. It's still 7.6, I believe it was?
Yeah.
Or 7.7?
7.7, yeah.
7.7, right? And they want their target rate to be 2, right? So, you know, it's still got a ways to go.
Yeah.
Don't put all your eggs into one basket just quite yet, but, you know, maybe start to dabble and, you know, we'll see, you know, if the market, you know, starts to catch a little bit of a bid.
What's interesting is Canada's PPI print today coming in
I saw
higher
that.
than expected, like a 1.1% higher. That was like completely unexpected. I don't know if we produce too much in this country so that it would be like a really felt like, I know Americans produce more, obviously Asia produces more. Like we're not really known for that. We're known more for services, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? So, you know, it's interesting that came out, you know, I think we're all pretty surprised about that.
I am.
When it came out, you know, much higher, but, you know, it clearly indicates, like we've been saying, you know,
We're not out of the woods.
We're not out of the woods
Yeah,
yet.
no,
right?
I agree. And like I always tell people, like it's very interesting. Things are not getting cheaper, guys. Okay, things are just getting less expensive less quickly. That's all that it is. I'm getting an interesting news item here. Taylor Swift slams outside entity over the ticket fiasco. I'm not going to make any excuses for anyone. This is that whole Live Nation Ticketmaster saga. You guys will recall some activist lawmakers coming out asking for them to be broken apart because they are monopolistic in their activities. So an interesting take there, being Taylor chiming in on that. Not sure what that kind of effect that's going to have on stock prices. Anyway, flipping back, looking at Apple here, I like how it's consolidating sideways. I don't like how it's creating higher lows in an upward pattern, possibly to break out through that 151, especially if the market cooperates and you have a break of that 39.55, 39.50 area quite decisively to the upside, and perhaps reclaiming VWAP at 39.66. But I want to see Apple retrace, and I want to see the market get a little bit weaker here. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for lower lows. I haven't seen any for a while. So are we going to get one here? We have a trough right in this area here, that like 1245 time slot. If we can get below maybe that 150, 61, 62-ish, create newer lows, and we'll have a micro trend change. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to get some out again in the low 40s. There we go. I see, making me happy again. But now it's going to make me happier if we can get into the mid 60s, because this is exactly where we stopped last time. Come on. Don't tell me you're going to come down to my level and not fill me. Doesn't that bother you when you see the wick touch your out, but you don't get filled? I know it's psychological. I know it may not have actually hit that level, but like
this is like what, and I think like you might know, like, well, you definitely know him, but I'm not gonna say his name on air. But like,
sure.
When I've come across this too, and then what he's told me is that like if it comes there and you're like waiting passively, it doesn't get to your price.
Yeah.
Just cross and just grab it. Like, what's the difference between like 1 or 2 cents?
I'm not fast
right?
enough, I guess.
Yeah, like I
don't
guess
know.
you just have to be like, obviously, you know, we're on the show and it's a little bit harder, you know, doing it live and whatnot. But you just gotta have to like kind of react quickly and, you know, just cross and like just get in, right? If you really like it at, let's say, you know, 72.25. You know, just cross and get it to 72.26, right? Like, obviously, you know, if you're trying to collect fees, be passive, then do that, right? But, you know, if you really like that price and you really, really want in, that's why, you know, we cross. That's why we use like inverse gateways and whatnot, right? So,
you know, you're looking at this market.
It is pulling back. It is pulling back. So I'm watching some of my positions here. I'm not really like, you know, getting too you know, too out of the money here at all on my position. So I'm not too worried. Obviously, you know, it's less volume and whatnot. But, you know, it is kind of, you know, deciding what it wants to do, right? So, you know, clear inflection point. Today is kind of, it is kind of interesting because, you know, we are going to be, options are expiring today as well.
Yes.
You know, so going to have that in mind. I actually got long Apple there. I didn't see that that order tick on my on my
you're going
box here.
against me,
I am
dude.
going against you. So maybe we.
But I just took a piece out, so I'm happy.
Yeah, maybe we traded. Maybe we traded fills there on that one. But I am long Apple now.
It's retracing big time now.
Yeah,
though.
exactly. It's retracing right back up to my price. I'm long at 150.61. It looks like it bounced off this 150.40 area, and you know, silly man, I probably should have had some bids there to get more long here. Essentially, you know, I want to risk off of 150. We're still a ways away from that, right? We're still a ways away from that. So I might have to churn some shares here and, you know, average into this price or average into this trade here. But, you know, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because, it's not really going, it's not accelerating with any sort of velocity to either direction, right? So, I am participating in this one, but we'll see. I am long now Apple, essentially a market play. With the ES kind of,
bouncing
dragging towards
off that
lows
39.43 again.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, I think the previous low here was 39.42, 39.43 areas.
Exactly.
So, yet to kind of, protrude through that, and, maybe we get a bounce and retrace back to VWAP for the rest of the day.
Guys, we printed on IC. Yes, I love these small caps. Taking some out 65 and then some out again at 58. I've got another profit take here at 51. We'll wait for that one to get back. This one declining as well. We also printed on Apple. I don't know why I'm doing that, but it seems fun at the moment. I got some out on Apple here at the dip. I didn't really get bottom wick. I got my out. It was a pre-scheduled out, 150.42. We're retracing back into the 50s now, like Ian said, but I'm gonna continue to hold true. I think that we may see some lows retest. Possibly I'll get some in the 30s this time around. I'll put some orders out. Otherwise, I think that I'm gonna give it the break of this peak. Recall originally I had given it to my break even, which is 151.08. I think that, I'm gonna call it quits if it breaks above that 150.90. That's where I'll give it to. So let's go ahead and put our out there at the moment, 150.91, and we'll cover our remaining position. We'll give it to 150.96, just 5 pennies or so in case it gets buck wild. So there we go. We've got that one out. Let me make sure that I've got my other one previously. Let me take that one out. Yeah, so this one I got to get rid of. That's a 151.08. That's my entry price. So market retracing, Apple retracing, but the fact of the matter is we're still negative on the day, albeit by like nothing, by 6 points or so. So that's my thinking. I'm going to continue to watch both of these shorts. I think they're both printing. By the way, Apple, I have less than a third of the position remaining, but I still have just a tiny fraction below half. So, well vested in both these positions, Ian.
Yeah, I just took some profits there on BABA. It's testing these highs once again. I don't want to get too cheeky with this one, right? Obviously, the market isn't moving too much. It does look like it is bouncing off of those lows, though, Sharif. So, looking good on that side. But yeah, so, essentially, BABA is testing this 80-50 area once more. So I want to make sure that I'm getting at least some out here. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't get it out the last time there. I've talked about this before. Just layering some offers, some stink offers and whatnot. So I'm just going to start doing that now, just because I'm not going to be able to, I'm trying to watch multiple things at once here. I want to be sure that I'm taking these profits out if they're offered to me, right? So 80-60 there I think is good. Let me try 80-75 around there to get more out in front of that 80-80 area. But again, guys, we're going to be waiting for a big pop, essentially to 80-81, to get most of this position out. But yeah, for now, I'm really liking that one. Do markets close at 1 p.m. today? No, they do not, guys. So that's interesting. Actually, next week, obviously, I know a lot of you guys are from the States. It's going to be Thanksgiving on Thursday. I don't need to tell you guys that. But the market is going to be having a shorter day on the Friday. So, Sharif, if you didn't know that one as well, the market actually closes at 1 on Friday.
Awesome,
so
short day.
Yeah, early day next week there on Friday.
Dude,
and then,
do you know that in the States, my nephew and niece have an entire week off for Thanksgiving?
Really?
It's like our Christmas.
I was just going to say that. Like, it's their biggest holiday of the year. Like,
it's
obviously,
huge
like,
for them.
Yeah, like, we're, like, big on Christmas and whatnot. Like, I know, like, Thanksgiving and then, like, Black Friday is the next day, and it's, like, a huge
Cyber
thing, right?
Monday, the day after, or the weekend.
So it's, like, it's just constantly getting bigger. And even, like, in the States, like, it's, like, the NFL, like, has, like, the huge weekend
on
Thanksgiving,
Thursday,
right?
Yeah,
exactly,
there's
right?
Thursday games.
It's going to be fun, and obviously, happy Thanksgiving or happy early Thanksgiving to all you guys in the States. It's gonna be a fun week for you guys, I'm sure, next week. I think on our end, we're just gonna be happy to get some time off.
Yes, exactly. That's how we look. That's how we look at it.
Enjoy maybe some family time and whatnot. But it's gonna be good. And then I think it's basically that until Christmas is gonna be the next holiday or the next stock market holiday.
I think
right?
it picks up a little bit, like until like the week of Christmas, and it dies off. But like we
Yeah,
should
like,
have like a bigger push.
There's always like that.
What's it called?
They call it the Santa Claus rally or whatever. And you know, I noticed that last year too. Like the last like 7 days or 7 trading days of the year, it's like usually like you know, big up days and whatnot. We'll see. Obviously, this year, guys, has been a lot different, right?
No,
this year has
hasn't.
been a lot different. So I don't know if that's in the books for this year. But hey, if it is, you know, guarantee we're gonna be there.
Absolutely. Want to respond to Boho Girl. She's like, can you check out Oxy? Looks like it'll continue to climb for the day. So here's the 1 minute on Oxy. So right away I can see that it's above VWAP. That's a good thing. Let's zoom out though. Let's get like a 15-minute glimpse into effect here so we can see what the other other levels from previous days are. It looks like right away that 7150 staring me right in the face. So we're going to go ahead and throw a trend line or a horizontal trend line at 7150. All right, then what else can we glean here? Looks like this low of day yesterday at 69.75 could also be an interesting level should we retrace back into it. So we'll go ahead and put a horizontal line at 69.75. All right, now with respect to the more micro levels, looks like today's, well, no, I don't want to say today's after the bell lows. That's incorrect, but a nice interesting low here is that $70 level. There was a lot of buying around. It did breach $70. You see several wicks there. These are 50-minute charts, by the way. So that $70 level is very interesting. Now, where are we going to take positions if we want to go long? Well, we could take a position here, a dip trade at 70.50. You could wait for a retracement into that 70.50 level. Let's go ahead and put a trend line there, 70.50. There seem to have been, you know, there's wicks obviously above those levels, but look at the closes, right? They're at 70.50. So that to me looks like if you wanted to wait for a retracement, 70.50 or that $70 level, that seems to be an interesting level as well. I don't take this long. Keep an eye obviously on oil. This tends to trade more with oil than it does with the overall market. Another easy way to do that, by the way, if you want to have to follow oil and you don't have it on your platform, is TradingView. And then what I follow is West Texas Intermediate, which is WTI. That's different than Brent, which is a different one completely. That's more the international one. This one is more the Texas oil. So I type in U.S. oil in TradingView, and then you get WTI, West Texas Intermediate, on here. Looks like we're kind of range bound, very similar to what Oxy is. We're down. Are we down on or up on the day? It looks like we're flat. We were down on the day, it looked like, but now we're just basically flat on the day on oil at the moment.
Yeah, I was watching oil a bit earlier as well, but yeah, it's having a bit of a down day today.
Okay.
I want to mention a couple of things here. I'm seeing a couple good comments coming through the chat. One funny one. Santa's canceled this year. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Hopefully not. People are saying DWAC is waking up. Guys, DWAC it's not really waking up, I'll be honest. You know, it obviously is getting a little bit of a volume pump here. Kind of testing VWAP again. It had this random pump in the morning. Not too sure what that was about. But, you know, I look at this right here. 1.5 mil volume on the day, guys. That's going to be a huge red flag for me. You know, obviously, I want to trade things that are, you know, involved, right? People are involved. I know people are going to be trading it. I'm watching time of sales here. It's barely moving, right? So I'm not gonna really entertain that one. People are asking about Target profit taking. I was actually, you know, looking at Target as well. Target has actually been very, very interesting. The past few days, obviously, with their earnings. Please load, please load. What are you doing?
I know.
Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. So Target's it's bounced off of this 150 area super cleanly, right? So now testing up 165. I think Brendan actually has some news for us at the big desk.
Just seeing a Justice Department investigation into this, guys. Livent, LYV, a huge move to the downside on that. Again, the Department of Justice looking into Ticketmaster's parent company, Livent. So a heads up on LYV.
Yeah, super interesting there. We just gave you guys the Taylor Swift news that she came out and she was just basically putting the blame on them. Now, an actual news headline that can move it, the government getting involved here. Look at this. We basically trended down from, we spiked down, I shouldn't say trended, from 72 and a quarter all the way down to 68 and a quarter.
Yeah, that's
so
a
big
huge move.
there.
That's
Yeah.
a huge move. Obviously, a huge sell-off there. That's not good news. And that whole Taylor Swift thing has been quite interesting because, I can't lie. I kind of dig Taylor's new album. I was like potentially looking into maybe getting tickets for me and my girl or whatever.
That's nice.
But man, I'm not paying $95K for that. That's insane.
That was wild. Did you see that resale stuff?
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh my
People are like,
goodness.
I saw like people reselling tickets for like 35,000, 90,000.
But you know what the crux of the problem here is, right? There's something called flex pricing. Maybe I'm not saying it the right way, but essentially the price changes based on the demand, and the demand
Was
is
insane.
determined
Okay.
by the site.
Gotcha.
So people are like, come on, like this is not fair. But
So to like kind of get the full gauge of it here, like what Ticketmaster or like they shut down like the public to buying the tickets, right? So
No,
they're
I
not
think
available to the public right now?
it was glitchy. So my understanding was people were waiting in line for hours. They get kicked out. They enter their card information. It wouldn't work. And even if you were getting through, you saw the prices way higher than expected. And then if you
Gotcha.
didn't get it from Ticketmaster, you went on the resale sites, then you know what
And
you
then
know
it's
already.
insane, right?
The
Yeah, yeah,
50,000, whatever, 40,000.
Okay, gotcha. Needless to say, I don't think I'm going to be going to the Taylor Swift concert. I think that's fair enough. But I'll have to wait for the Netflix special on that one. Liv here getting hammered to the downside.
Yeah, it's getting pumped down. Looks like we're getting close to day's low. 68.98 was where we're at. 68.28 is the low on this one. I mean, sometimes these ones do have legs, Ian. Like they continue down. Sometimes they retrace because the market feels maybe the algo's overreacted. Like you guys realize, I mean, for the most part, these are not human beings punching in at like in this situation. These are algos that are trained to read news headlines, and if they're, if it's programmed that way, then they'll sell on the news, they'll short it. It's just like, AI has become so crazy. Dude, have you been to some of these websites? They're AI, you tell them, okay, draw a trader sitting in in like a meadow. And it will literally draw like a day trader sitting in a meadow, like an artistic picture.
I saw that.
It's
The coolest one that I saw was draw like the human evolution. Have you seen that one?
I think I might have seen something like that.
I think maybe like Prad mentioned or something, but essentially it was like it drew like obviously like the full human evolution, and it drew like what would potentially like humans would look like. And then the last few drawings were like super interesting. It was just like completely like it was like vents in a wall. It was just like,
what do you mean?
We were just like technology, like we were just machines.
God.
We were just like pure machines.
I
like,
think that's where it's gonna end up.
Yeah. Who knows? Obviously, that's gonna be like thousands of years down the road kind of thing.
So
like,
if they can do that, they can read a news article and trigger a buy and sell order. You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
It's not a far cry.
But that's what makes obviously day trading is like super hard but that's what makes like risk management so much more important. You have to have a sound strategy. You can't just trade on a whim like that. Like if I was just to punch right into Liv like that, short and see that I might be out of the money like very, very quickly. You get like a bounce or something like that, right? So, risk management is always going to be top priority. So always keep that in mind. I'm seeing Apple start to work for me a little bit here. The market's pushing up, so let me take out some of these profits here on Apple. Let me make sure I get some. And oh man, sorry about these dark pool wicks, guys.
I know I go and fix them when you're talking.
You know what's crazy is that like it only happens on these like super large cap names like Apple. It happens on like Microsoft and Tesla a lot. I'm not too sure why. I don't know, but needless to say, Apple is now starting to work for us now. Let me check on that AMD trade. I haven't forgotten about you. Okay, AMD. Okay. Now we're this one's cooking up too. So 40 cents in the money on this name. Let's make sure I get some out here. And man, this is the problem here, and I'm struggling with it because I switched computers or having to do a new layout and whatnot. I don't necessarily have a display of my actual positions live. So I'm kind of using like the show blotter up here, and then, but needless to say, I need to have these offers out already, in place so I could take profits here. But it looks like AMD is super strong here on the day, off of these bottoms. I was trying to bid and get more. Let me actually get some offers out in front of the 73 area to take more out. In front of that 73 in case that 73, that whole dollar starts to reject. But man, look at this move in the ES now. The ES is like trying to, essentially push up here.
Yeah, I'm watching that.
Let me actually change this and bear with me here. Just so you guys can see the prices. There we go. Apply. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so the ES is starting to push up now towards this 39.60 area again. That level that I was talking about before, right? So probably gonna find some resistance around there. But for now, it seems like a temporary bottom at the very least has been put in. I wouldn't necessarily call this Free Fall Friday, guys. I know you guys were kind of talking about it in the chat and whatnot earlier. I know Prad would like to see a Free Fall Friday, but man, we've seen those free falls. And how they happen super aggressively. This is like a trickle down Fall Friday.
Yes, sir. Remember I adjusted my stop from break even at 151.08 to, I put it at 151.96, 151.91. Didn't it get higher than 91 there? Oh no, I got to 91 on the dot. Actually got to 90. Okay, so that's why I didn't trigger there, because I think we just printed at 90s or 91. So I'm like, how come I didn't get triggered on my out on Apple? Maybe that's a good thing. We're just retracing now, but we are at that crucial junction, guys, where this is yesterday's close. So let me zoom in here and move this trend line. This dotted line, I don't know if you guys can see it on the chart here. Let's just move this line to it. That's yesterday's close. So that always is like an interesting level to act as support and resistance. So we broke above it. Now let's see if we retrace down to it. But looks like it's a good long situation now. I'm not going to change my out for that. So if it prints 191s or 192s, I'll be out on Apple 150.91 and 92. It looks like I got out here as well. I set my stop on IC to break even for the remaining portion. So IC, I take a couple of profit. I took out over half, a little bit more than half of the position. The remaining portion is break even. That's where I set my stop to. Maybe I made a mistake here, and the mistake was that this take here at 59 was at VWAP. My plan, obviously, from the beginning was a VWAP retracement, and so I should have been taking more out at this level. That was an inadvertent mistake. I didn't actually realize that I was at VWAP at the moment. I was too busy excited, taking profits, so that's a mistake. Should have taken more out at that level. Anyway, the remaining portion ends up being a break even on that one. Apple now still printing like near my stop loss, so let's see if that one gets printed. I think I should get printed pretty soon. I'm seeing 91s here on the ask, but yeah, for some reason 91's acting as a level here. That's like a few candles in a row.
I just got some out at 91. Yeah. I noticed that was kind of funky as well. There's not necessarily like much size there.
No.
Not that I see. Yeah, not that I see, right? So that being said, man, I'm like 30 cents in the money here on Apple now on that one. So, make sure to take some out. I'm kind of relying on you guys, can't lie, in the chat, because someone said, check BOBA. We're going to spend the money for this one. Did it work there? I pressed it anyways. I'm trying to spend the money. You guys get it. Long at 80.20 here. I said to you guys I was trying to get most out at the 80 area, 81 area in front of VWAP essentially. So that's exactly what I'm doing now. BOBA for me, almost 50 cents in the money on that name, right? So, slowly scaling out of that one. That one's been a good trade. You see this tight consolidation here? And this was when I was like looking at it earlier. I was like thinking about the short, but I just didn't do it. I was busy watching other things. The short off of this 81 area was really clean. And I noticed that every time it got up to like 81.05, 81.10 even, it just kind of got slammed down. You could have got short risking off 81.20. And just kind of building that position and, essentially, playing off of VWAP, right? So, BOBA is clearly weak on the day today. I think it's like a, somewhat of a sympathy move with JD there. down 4%. Also, you know, JD is their rival, right? So if JD does well, maybe BOVA doesn't. You know, maybe investors, you know, sway away from BOVA sort of thing. But here we are, you know, BOVA is obviously trading below VWAP now. I'm making sure that I'm getting most out of that position. Let me check this AMD position. I was trying to take some profits on this one as well. This one seems to be working, you know, pretty nicely for me now too. You know, making sure that I'm getting more out in front of that 73. I wanted to check that Tesla position because I was like, I am that trade as well. Okay, so it looks like this one. It looks like I'm probably not going to get this one. I wanted to wait closer for this 77. And guys, like, you know, just because obviously have a plan, right? Like, you know, I preach that all the time. But if you have a plan, and my plan was to get long Tesla closer to 177, you know, I was watching it here too. I was watching it above 178. I was watching it 177.50. I was kind of catching a bit around there. I'm not really gonna like try to chase that one, guys. Like, you know, I'm gonna let it go. I'd rather just, you know, get involved in the trades that, you know, are coming to me right now, right? So, and that was, you know, my other positions on the board. Someone's saying short Riot. You know, let me bring up Riot. Obviously, you know, crypto's getting hammered. I don't need to tell you guys that. It seems like Bitcoin is going to crack lower, and, you know, maybe potentially, you know, dare I say it, break that $10,000 area. But, you know, obviously the crypto stocks have been getting hit hard. Riot being a, you know, a Bitcoin miner has been getting hit hard just as equally, right? So now it's trading very, very low towards these four area. Here it's breaking down below 5. This is not 52-week lows though, guys. So it seems like the 52-week low is closer to this 4 area. So we're about 50 cents away from that. But man, like, just look at this chart. I'll zoom in here so you guys can see it as the data loads. Riot has obviously been getting hammered. I remember Riot being one of my first, so to speak, like, you know, bigger day trades when I was trading at home. You know, I won't lie to you guys, I was trading options when I was starting out. So, you know, not too responsible there on my part, but you know, Riot ended up being one of my bigger trades. I was trading it long at, like, you know, $50 back in the day, right? And here we are at $4. If you're thinking short, let's look here at the day trade, right? So, you know, this is a 3-minute chart here. It looks like it is testing these lows. So, you know, maybe take a breakdown short of the low. That's the only thing I could really think of. Otherwise, you got to wait closer to this 450 area again. But guys, look at this. It's a very cheap stock, right? So you gotta size appropriately. You know, don't be getting in like small size and whatever and expecting this to go to 0, because it just won't today. You know, it's not doing that much volume. The time of sales is pretty much frozen. Mara has tanked. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Mara since we're on this topic as well. Obviously, another minor name. In that one too, and same sort of price action, guys. This one's breaking lower. This one's testing the lows of the day. This one's actually down a little bit more, down 6.5%. Let's actually look at this this daily chart here. It looks like $6 or just about like 530. I want to say is the 52 weeks lows here on Mara. You know, think of it like this, guys. If you're thinking about like a swing short position or something like that, it might be better to take a short position in Mara, you know, to get to these lows. Your R&R is a lot better than that Riot trade, right? Because, you know, we're so close to the 52-week lows already on Riot. Just kind of keep that in mind. What's wrong with options? Sell if you're down 25, 40%. You know, Nicole, like, obviously, you know, you're a veteran when it comes to trading options. I just feel like when you're brand new, I don't think necessarily getting into options is the right sort of you know, instrument that you should be getting into. Yes, you know, obviously you can make money fast, you can leverage more money, sort of thing, right? But, you know, that's why, for example, at the firm here, we only trade shares, right? Because we don't necessarily need that leverage because, you know, we have buying power and whatnot. But that being said, you know, when you start, you know, it's easy to blow up accounts with options, and you do have to take a lot of things into account with options. A couple of people asking how I started. Yeah, I told you guys I started with options. You know, obviously blew up a couple trading accounts. Then I was like, I saw the potential with it. You know, I had a couple big wins, whatever, and I thought to myself, okay, you know, you can make money doing this. Let me actually try taking this a little bit more seriously, right? So instead of just, you know, kind of quitting. And, you know, getting down myself and moving on, you know, calling it too hard, whatnot. I grinded, man. I grinded, tried to learn as much as possible on my own. I feel that I got to, you know, the most that I probably could have got into on my own there in that, like, short of a period of time. And then, you know, I started on the firm and then on the floor here, and my learning has just kind of accelerated since, right? So,
well, I'm out.
Why do you say options are irresponsible? No. Okay, so like I was saying, I was just trying to, justify what I said. When you're starting out, it's very easy to blow up accounts with options, right? So that's why I was saying it was kind of slightly irresponsible, especially you don't have any strategy. Like I'm sure, Nicole, you have various strategies that you go for, and I'm sure the pros in the chat that do trade options have lots of strategies that they go for. When you start, no strategies, no experience. Trade like 10 shares, guys. Trade like 1 share, paper trade, right? Get your feet wet, feel price action, learn how to trade, watch some of the pros, watch Trader TV Live,
Yep.
And get them to teach you. Well, no, guys, just learn. Just learn and soak up as much as possible, and don't lose. That's the main thing.
Yeah, it's a long journey. Tell you that. I'm looking at my scanner here. Let's bring down the old trusty scanner. We're going to retire the scanner after this weekend, so get it while you can, people. I'm kidding, of course. Here we go. ARDX, yeah, it's up 22% on the day, but this is not the kind of stock I'm looking for. Little momentum. This looks more like a buyout trade than a momentum trade, so I'll stay clear of that. Moving down the list here, we got AERC. No, that's not doing enough volume for me. AERC, yeah, that's not gonna cut it. YTRA, that's not gonna cut it either. Let's move down to INDI. Nothing really coming up in small cap world right now on the scanner, to be honest with you. So we're gonna have to look at some big cap names. What is that? Oh, okay. Mark Knight wants me to share the file for it. Yeah, sure. I'll arrange with someone to message you privately, and then I'll be able maybe to email that to you or whatever. But I have it saved. I can get that out to you.
Guys, I want to do real quick, just because we haven't done it, just quite yet. Let's get this like counter, guys, up. I'm seeing here we're at 2.6K likes on the day. Man, ever since YouTube kind of changed their thing. Okay, so there we go. 4.3 people, 4.3K people watching. On this one. I was gonna say ever since YouTube kind of changed their layout, I'm still kind of learning it here, but 2.6K likes on the day, guys. This is for the morning show.
3,000,
Obviously,
man.
We need to get this up to 3,000, man. It's been an interesting show today. A new duo here, a new duo,
I
Sharif
know.
and Ian. But it's been fun, man. Like I've loved working with you on the floor here.
Yes.
It's been exciting times and whatnot.
You're one of the first people I talked to when I first started at this firm. It was actually like the Blue Jays game for for what's his name?
I think that was
Spencer's grad.
wasn't that like your first or second week?
Something like that. Yeah. I was like, awesome, Blue Jays game already. This place is great.
Yeah. But what I liked about you is that like you were just like open to like trying to talk to everyone and just asking questions, right? Like just ask questions.
Question.
And that's what we preach to you guys always in chat. Ask questions. Like that's what we're here for. Like we're here to.
That's why I joined too. Like I was trading at home. I got a great setup at home, but like nobody. I'm at home alone, right? Like I want to be around people. I want to see how you trade, how you deal with stress, how you do this and that. Like that's the main advantage, to be honest with you. That and buying power, obviously, of coming to a prop firm. The fact that you have so many successful people around you and others who are hustling, and there creates that sense of competition between you and them that helps propel you forward. I'm a big believer in competition. I know that some theories look from a different perspective, but I think competition is great, especially healthy competition. And this place is full of it, man. I gotta tell you the truth. I'm looking at some stocks, guys. I don't see much going on. The market's in a range. There's no question about that. We broke through that 39.55 ever so briefly, trended above it for a bit, and then moved back down. I got shaken out of my Apple trade because of that. In fact, at that time, the market was trending down, but Apple had a momentary spike to the high side, and that ended up taking me out by 1 penny. Yeah, it broke that 91 and printed 92s, and so I ended up getting taken out. We've since retraced back into that 79, but you know what? I still feel like the micro trend is to the high side, at least on Apple. The reason is we've gotten like a series of higher lows, right? Look at this. How we start over here in the 150, 135, and then we've been making higher lows all the way across. So I don't think a VWAP retracement is out of the question here. I think, in fact, it's pretty much, I don't want to say guarantee, that's a dumb word to choose, but this one I think we'll definitely retest VWAP on that. So an Apple long does look good here. You know what? I'm not going to take it, though. I've done my due on Apple today. I've had several good trades on it. I'm positive on that. And positive on IC, yet negative on Foot Locker because I had a couple of boneheaded trades there. Apple continuing to break through that level, Ian. Your longs must be printing. I think we're getting 94s now on the app.
I was just gonna say, like, I'm gonna start taking more profits here on Apple. You know, this one is certainly trending to the upside now, guys. I was talking about this as soon as I got on. You know, when I get on, I always like to, you know, just kind of spew out my trading ideas for the afternoon. It's always kind of like a different trading session, right? But you know, being more of a range day, let me get more.
Look at this,
I gotta get more out here.
The longs look good.
This one's starting to kind of really start to get going to the upside. Man, what a trade, honestly.
That's a really good trade. Well, it's funny how you and I made money on that, and we're completely in different directions. That just gives you an idea of the amount of options you have intraday.
Yeah, like it just goes to show, guys, like you can make money either way, right? You know, that being said, though, like if you're on this side or that side, maybe it's got to be a scalp, maybe it's more of like a swing trade. You know, for this position, I have gotten out most of it. I think I only have about like 30% left on this position here. So, you know, with that being said now, it's just about basically trailing my stops now. I'm probably just going to move my stop at the break even. I don't want to let this, you know, turn into a losing position for me. If VWAP starts to get reclaimed here on Apple and try to get more out, I don't know if I want to necessarily add to this position. Again, like I think I mentioned this on the show the other day, like when you're creeping closer to the end of the day, you kind of want to just like cut off what's not necessarily working for you and just kind of like be more specific and more consolidated when you're trading, like, you know, further into the day. I always try to look for, you know, an opportunity in power hour. I find that there's like one or two really, really good opportunities that you can find if you're paying close attention during power hour. So, you know, I'm going to be on that one, but, you know, you're going to slowly see me getting out of these positions as, you know, they're pretty much all in the money for me. I was looking at this one as well. AMD, let me actually get more out of this one. I have to, man. I just have to, like, you know, I want to make sure that I'm capitalizing on these moves here. And it's been tough, I won't lie. You notice I just changed the layout here, and you know the thing that is missing for me to, you know, create new items, right? So I'm kind of just going off of what I already have here, but yeah, I had to take away the daily chart. That one wasn't really working for me, but yeah, now you know, we could really spend the money. Are your things working, like your emotes or whatever? Like, because I was trying to test this one, it wasn't working. Like I pressed money, working? I pressed this, it's not working. Money. Okay, there we go. We gotta spend the money for some of these trades, guys. You know, we put them on as soon as we got in, and here we are. You know, crushing it in the afternoon as well.
Okay, just want to give a piece of breaking news. Justin Kozak, head of Day Trade the World here at the firm, basically tells us Ticketmaster's owner, Live Nation, is set to be under investigation by the Justice Department over whether it abused its power in the music industry. Yeah, okay. I mean, obviously that's not a good headline, but I don't know how I feel about that. Anyway, let's leave politics out of that, but let's look at what the futures are doing. They're moving. Okay, so here's what I noticed immediately is Apple is more relatively strong than the market. Looking at this, here is basically the peak for this time period on Apple. Here is the same peak. So look how much higher we are on Apple than we are on here, right? So Apple looking to be relatively strong of the bunch. These guys, they always like, they change who's a strong one today. Is it Amazon? Is it Apple? Is it Microsoft? They always take turns. Today, it's Apple. Good on you if you've got that long. I'm continuing to keep an eye on IC here. I want to see what it's going to do back at this VWAP level. I'm thinking maybe I should have gotten everything out here and then gone long, because this is kind of like the trade that I want to take, but I don't take it this early in the day typically. I take it typically after 2 o'clock. 2 to 4 is when the VWAP hold high of daybreak trade for me works out. So I'm looking for possible retracement into 2160-ish area, maybe 2165. That's not that far from where we're at the moment. I'd rather take it at 60 and then take that high through the high of daybreak. This one held up quite nicely. I like how it's held above VWAP for the majority of the day, and even when it did retrace back to it, bounced off it. So this one respecting the levels and a good candidate for the VWAP hold high of daybreak trade. Geez, the market continues to have legs, and Apple continuing to go up to the high side. 151.13 now. Are you still taking profits out there? Or are you in Tesla?
Yeah, I'm taking more out here. I'm seeing a couple things here on my radar. 180 is coming into play very, very quickly here on Tesla. Tesla looks like it's reclaiming VWAP here. I'm thinking maybe a short off of 180 just because, you know, the market is coming back to VWAP as well, right? So, you know, I'm thinking if this is going to continue to be a range day here, you know, maybe, maybe we get a little bit of a pullback. I want to see if there's any sort of inclination of size at 180. You know, maybe a potential front run or bounce off of there or rejection fade, so to speak. But let me actually get a starter order out. Let me bid a little bit closer to that that 180 area. Yeah, it's kind of ripping. So that's why I'm saying, like, okay, maybe you know, these pops usually get, like, you know, there's usually a bounce off of them, right? So I'm trying to get that quick pop. I'm offering out in the 60s here. So let's see if I get hit, essentially risking off of that 80. I'm gonna have to watch that one pretty closely because Tesla can, you know, really go against you very, very quickly. I like that thesis. I'm not too sure are you guys having a conversation in the chat here about Apple and whatnot. Let me actually check on that. I think I took out most of. Did I not get out more there? Did I not do that? Let me actually do that now. Oh no, I did. Okay, yeah. Let me actually check on this if this is ripping up as well. AMD is ripping up as well. So, you know, let me make sure that I'm getting more out of that one as well. Man, I don't know, guys. The trading has just been kind of easy here for me. I can't lie. I punched in 3 positions, and then now I'm just having to take profits on them. I haven't really done much else, guys. But sometimes it's just that easy, right? Sometimes it's just that easy.
Yeah, you caught the bottom. That was a nice double bottom off that 39.43 though on the
well,
ES.
you know what it was? It's like, and I'll bring up the Apple chart here. You know what it was, is that I'm just trying to add confluence, right? So, you know, I'm seeing a little bit of a double bottom on the ES. Like, sure, obviously that's an overall market play. But, you know, Apple at that time was making a higher low, right? Apple was making a higher low. You know, it was basically trading flat on the day there. You know, so with that all being said, you know, maybe Apple is going to be relatively stronger, right? So when the market actually does start to bounce here, and, you know, give that move that I was kind of looking for, you know, look what happens to Apple, right? Like Apple starts to bounce and, you know, starts to reclaim VWAP. Let's send this to Brendan at the big desk.
Watch out for Cassava Sciences here, guys. Nothing like an intraday offering on a Friday. 50 million in a registered direct offering here for Cassava Sciences.
Sava flushing to the downside.
Wow.
Ian, geez, what a move. There it is.
Wow.
Are you going long?
I'm not touching this one,
I don't
guys.
know what to do. That's
I
catching a
would not
falling
touch
knife,
Sava
man.
with a 10-foot stick, honestly. Like, you know,
He doesn't like the small cappers, guys.
Man, do you remember when Sava was trading at like 150?
Cuckoo.
Dude, like, and I remember that, like, it was gapping up. And like having like $30 moves.
Oh, it's nuts. It was
like
nuts,
in one day. Like, guys, it's trading 700K volume today. You know, I could find a list of stocks that you know, I'd much rather be trading doing that less volume. You know, I'm probably not gonna be trading Sava, guys. It's a 15-cent spread here. You know, 20-cent spread on a $30 stock. You know, to me, that obviously leads to a big no-no for me. That being said, guys, you know, I hope you guys weren't long this one because this one just got crushed. Midday offering, wow, that's something.
I just wanted to address Ashtush Vartak. I saw all your messages there in the chat. He's asking whether I have a good level to short Apple. I wouldn't really base it on Apple here. I would kind of look at what the market's doing. The way I would want to short Apple, and I'm not saying that there's a short to be had here, but if you're looking to get short, the first level I'd look at is the market's retracement into VWAP here at 39.65. I'd base it off that. If the market bounced off that aggressively to the downside and had some sustained move, maybe we retrace back to the low of days in the afternoon. So that's how I do it. But I personally don't know if there's a really good short to be had at Apple at the moment. Apple is holding VWAP, but from the high side. So if the market continues to trend upward, you're going to see higher highs on Apple here. The next level in play on Apple is this peak right here, 150, 160, and then we have an even higher peak here. You could say that this is the 152 level. Looks like we wicked up there, but the real level here is more that 150, 180, but definitely that 152 coming into play. No question about that. So I see here 150, 160 to the high side initially, and then possibly 152. But not saying I would really go short Apple here. I think that the short's been had, and we may find some power in the power hour, only about 26 minutes away at this moment. Let's flip back to Sava to see what it's up to. Okay, so it looks like it, you could have bought that dip if you were quick enough. And then it looks like it's bottoming out off the top again. Where are we at spread-wise here? Yeah, it's 7 pennies, 10, 12 pennies now. So yeah, so this one, a little dangerous, but if you get lucky on this one, you can make a lot of money. Let's flip to see what, where is it? Hold on, Sava. AGBA, yeah, this one's not doing anything. I'm gonna have to switch this one off my chart, but market here looking to test recent highs if we can break over that 39.62, Ian.
I'm just reading the chat here. Add to Apple, long buying VWAP retest. Let's take a look at that. I was thinking, this is something I've also been kind of working on too, is like figuring out where to add to positions. I'll be honest, guys, I'm not necessarily looking to add to this one just because my initial level was 150, right? So, this wasn't the biggest position for me, because I had the plan to kind of average into it. That being said, if it's going to go in the money, you got to take profits, obviously. It did make a nice base around 150.50. To start adding here around VWAP, I think that's a little aggressive. It's a little aggressive just because the market is still below VWAP and it has a chance to pull back, right? So we're running into that that 39.60 area once again. It's starting to struggle around this area. Yes, it has kind of reclaimed the 50 period moving average here, and so is Apple. But with that all being said, I think you got to be a little bit more patient with Apple. Maybe wait for some size or something to pop up on the bid. I'm liking, ads down to this 150.80 area. I'll bid down there actually, around that 150.80 area, just because that's like, look at this consolidation, right? So, we were consolidating around this area for about 30, 45 minutes, and then finally broke out of that, right? So, it's pretty basic. Resistance turned to support. That's where I'm going to bid and look to add on Apple. That being said, I'm not adding anywhere near the size that I had on the position earlier, just because one, I want to make sure that I lock in those profits that I capitalized on, and two, volume is fading, right? So we're getting into the deeper hours into the market here. Volume is fading a bit. That being said, I try to add to winning positions, so to speak. I've been watching this Tesla trade, and it does seem like it's pulling back from where I want to get short. That's okay. Like, I'm not going to be mad on this one. It looks like I missed 2 trades now in Tesla. I wanted the long there. It didn't come to my price, so I didn't get it. I offered patiently, and was trying to be passive here on the offer on Tesla for this short. I didn't get that one. And the market is kind of pulling back. So, that trade would have been 50 cents in the money there on Tesla. So, would have been a good trade, but shoulda, woulda, coulda, didn't is what Lucas said to me earlier today. So I'm gonna keep rolling with that one. AMD, okay. So this is why I like to have offers out, as I'm doing the show, because I'm looking at my AMD position now, and this is one I can't lie to you guys, I've completely neglected. But since I had these offers out, I'm sitting there passively, they've hit, right? So I wanted to get most of the position out in front of VWAP, so that's exactly what I did on that one. And now it's starting to pull back a bit. So not too much size left on my positions here. But I've taken out most of the profits on that one. BABA not really doing too much. That one's kind of just diddling in the middle on that one. But again, guys, taking most of my position out on that one. I remember what I want to talk about here. A couple guys in the chat here, a couple people in the chat. This guy is Mr. Wind Tunnel Tested Hairdo. If I was in a wind tunnel, my hair would not. My hair would be all over the place, guys. I would be having a bad hair day for sure. My hair is getting pretty long. Maybe you guys can message in the chat and see what you want me to kind of do with it. I think I want to get it permed.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah, no,
really?
actually, yeah, you know,
Yeah?
yeah, that like Asian Korean
Yeah,
style
yeah,
perm
I've seen
hairdo,
that,
though.
actually. I've seen
you know,
that.
It might look good, but you know, I gotta always like keep the sides clean, and I'm
The
not getting
sides
a
won't
mohawk.
come out perm because they'll just
No,
be
no,
like,
of course
yeah,
not, of course not.
obviously,
Like
yeah.
you gotta get man
Yeah,
bun.
it's gonna look good.
You know, I had.
How many likes to shave your beard?
No, none.
5K.
No,
5K.
no,
Didn't you shave
No.
it one time?
no.
No, okay.
No, I haven't shaved my beard since 2016, and it's not gonna get shaved, right? So, okay, guys, we're at 2,700 likes. I mean, 2,700 likes,
Yeah.
guys. That's not enough. We need 3,000, guys. If we don't, we can't annoy you guys on a daily basis like we do today. Or I'm kidding. We're always giving you that factual stuff. Let's get that like count up, guys. If we can get it up to 2,800, maybe even 2,900, we'll start doing some good trades for you. The market's trending. Apple's bouncing off VWAP here. Looks like it's retracing back a little bit. The market's zigzaggy though. No real direction below VWAP. But I got to take that back. I'm seeing higher lows, consistently higher lows. Look at this. So you got the low here and a higher low here, a higher low. We're almost 4 times around now. So that's definitely a trend. Let's see if we can retrace back to VWAP. I think that's going to be an interesting market characteristic going into the afternoon. I think we'll get some good volatility around that level. You'll see a competition between buyers and sellers. There we go. We get it up to 2,800. Can we get 2,900, guys? I mean, this guy's telling you he's gonna perm his hair. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some
let's get this straight.
actual. There's
I'm
got to
not
be some.
doing anything based on likes here. I was
No, I
simply
know.
asking the chat for suggestions, and some people came through here. Guys, I'm not getting. I sit here.
I'm gonna be pumped. When are you going for that? I mean, it's gonna be really interesting. I
perm?
think it's gonna look good on you because I can already envision it. I've seen other dudes with it.
I gotta hit a few big trades first to get.
Okay,
the perm.
okay.
I got natural curly hair. Yeah, that would be blessed. Honestly, my hair is like super straight, so I don't have
Who's
that natural
Goku?
curl. Goku is
Yeah,
like
because someone said
Dragon
Ian.
Ball Z.
Okay, I don't follow that.
Yeah, you never saw Dragon Ball Z.
I know
when
I've
you were-
heard about it, Dragon Ball Z, but I've never actually followed it, so I don't know the characters. But Team PJCT says Ian should turn into Goku. So, like, does he have big hair? Does he
Yeah,
have a
no, his
perm?
hair is like
Okay.
crazy. Maybe I can
There
just
you
like
go.
quickly look up a
Yeah.
picture here of Goku. Yeah, this is Goku here. Like his hair is just like
Yeah,
super
that's awesome.
crazy.
Yeah,
like
but a lot of the
super
anime
straight.
characters are like that.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Like this is just like straight anime. I know like Prad's like big into anime or whatnot.
Yeah, he is.
Guys, I'm not doing that. That's like full on, embracing my Asian half in that sense. But no, I'm not gonna do that.
I'm pumped for the perm, though. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's flip around here. Wow, look at Sava continuing to the south side. I guess there was a trade to be had there, and we missed it. So, Sava, what a move there to the south side, looking good there. I'm not going to be engaging with that. Let's flip around and see what's going on in the market. Nothing for me, really. I don't know. I know you're in a bunch of trades. You're scalping, but I don't see anything. Let's go through the watch list here. The scanner has proved fruitless. Maybe the watch list will prove fruitful. Rivian, it's down more than 7.5% on the day. Look at it's been one big decline on Rivian today. I'm not even sure what the news catalyst on that is. I'll look at it in a moment. It looks like we opened up the day at 32.69, and now we're testing a 30 low. So almost a $3 move there. Nothing really coming up on my news feed here. Elon Musk's successor at Tesla. No, that has nothing to do with Rivian. Okay. This is basically some technical analysis alerts, basically telling the bearish event momentum. I have that turned on. Okay. Nothing really news catalyst wise for Rivian. Maybe if I'm wrong, the chat let me know.
It might have just been like a sympathy move. Like
yeah,
I'm looking at
on
Tesla
what,
here,
though?
and that like just tanked off of 185.
Yeah, this is
morning,
like
right?
down 6 okay, so it's down 6%, meaning it's down 6%, but almost down 8% since open, meaning it was green to start the open, then it's gone 8% to the downside since then. Not too much volume though, Ian. 7.3 million shares. Moving down the list, looking at some big tech names. Snap is down as well. Done 12.5 million shares. That's down 3.5%. Yeah, super like barcodey. I'm not interested in that. Crypto looking relatively weak though. Coin down 7.5% as well. Done 14 million shares on the day. It looks like it's curling back up at the moment though. Probably that move back up with the market. Oh wow, the market tanking here. off.
Yeah, the market's pulling back quite.
Here's I had this trend line. I just want to show quickly, and the break of the trend line. So here it is. You made multiple higher lows at that point. So I drew a trend line. This is not, you know, the word of God or anything like that. This is basically just an idea to give you maybe a heads up that the trend is changing. So that's why I draw these trend lines, just so that I can be alerted, maybe because I haven't used an alert status or anything. Let's flip to Apple, see what Apple's doing on that movement. And Apple's not really doing anything. It's kind of pulled back only about 20 pennies or so. It's still above, actually just below VWAP at the moment. I'm looking at the wrong timetable here. Wow, I was looking at Apple from here in, and there was all this other stuff left. I hate when I do that. I need to be more cognizant of that. Anyway, Apple retracing now, the entire market nicely retracing. Let's see how it acts around this level here, this 150.80 level. Do we break it? We consolidated here for some time. Earlier in the day, this was an interesting area of resistance from the downside. Let's see if it acts as support now.
I'm just working on getting some stop orders out here to ensure that I don't lose on these winning positions.
Good for you.
The Apple one here. Okay, good. It looks like I did get that tick fill there to add to this position. So we're a little bit more long on Apple now. Again, guys, I'm not adding a lot to this position here. You know, just because I don't want it to, you know, kind of rip my face off, so to speak. But we are adding to this one a little bit. I'm not adding to AMD or BOVESPA, just because I think Apple is the stronger ones, you know, of the ones that I'm in. So, you know, I'm basically just throwing a trail stop in now for AMD and BOVESPA. BOVESPA hasn't, you know, done too much for me, but, you know, I've taken out most of that position there. I just want to say one thing here. Man, that Tesla trade, I was trying to get short there. I literally offered 179.65, and it ticked to 179.60, 61. And now look at that. That's like $1.20, $1.40 in the money on that trade. I canceled my offer because realistically, like if it rips back up there, it's probably just going to rip my face off. So we're not offering out more on that one. But man, that, you know, that was maybe one of the examples of, you know, what I was speaking to Sharif about earlier, is that instead of, you know, waiting passively at that price, you know, just cross and get in. That being said, you know, Tesla's a little bit different. You know, it's a little bit more spready, obviously a lot quicker and whatnot. So, you know, you might not be able to, you know, kind of do that or react in time for that one. But what a trade on that one, you know, just because Tesla down 2.6% today, relatively weaker than some of the other names in the market. Obviously, when the market started to pull back, obviously Tesla was going to pull back. So, you know, hopefully some of you guys had that in the trade, or had that trade, excuse me, as well. Someone said NVIDIA short just covered a bit at 152. You know, I guess maybe you were short from earlier today. Maybe you got the short here at 153 here. Remember, there was that big offer, or that person trying to get out of the position on the offer on NVIDIA, right? So we're right back down at those prices again. So kind of keep that in mind. I like that cover. That's a really good cover there. Wait until you see Tesla below 100. You know what, guys? I hate to be, you know, a bear or whatever. I don't think we get Tesla, like, you know, anywhere remotely close to where it used to be, like in the thousands and whatnot. Like, I just don't see it really happening. You know, back when it was like that, there was way less competition. Like, Tesla was the first mover, you know, first company to really kind of do it big. Obviously, you know, they're the biggest one, you know, still to this day, but now there's just so much more competition.
VW.
You know, exactly. And, you know, now you're even getting, like you said, like more traditional car makers getting involved in, you know, the electric vehicle industry as well. You know, it's only going to take a matter of time for those companies to start really putting together good electric vehicles that can really compete with Tesla too, right? So, you know,
that's the bear case on Tesla. And, you know, the fact that, what is it? It used to be like 100 PE. Let's have a look, see what it is recently. Maybe it's moved down a little bit from that. What's the PE on this bad boy? Okay, so now the PE is 56.43. Okay. So I remember this used to be like in the 90s. Maybe chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember this was in the 90s or something like that, or in the hundreds. 56 profits to earnings ratio on Tesla. That's still very high. Let's see anyway. Okay, guys, I see DLO just made a move here. This is one of those ones that's up 25% on the day. It was one of those VWAP hold high of daybreak candidates. It looks like, it's still not ready to retrace back to VWAP. What it has retraced down to, though, is that 50-period moving average. Maybe it retraces to the 50 period, and then on the second retracement, it comes down to VWAP. What I want to do is I'd like to have an order sitting near VWAP. I'm going to put it in now, but this is one of those ones where it may not make its way down for a while. And as a result, you got to keep updating your order to correspond with VWAP, because VWAP will continue to move up if that's what ends up happening. So let's go ahead, put a dip order here. I'm going to put it in front of 50, so it's going to be ahead of VWAP. I'm going to put it at 1252. So we're going to go ahead and put an order for 1252. And guess what? We're going to take double. Oh, I put a small order. I want to put double the size. You know what? We'll just stick with the regular size, 1252. We'll stick with regular size. There we go. So if we get filled, that would be great. Let's flip back to Apple. Apple now heading back, as is the market. Recall 39.43-ish, 39.42, etc. That area is where we bounced off twice today. That was the close of yesterday. So that is an important support level currently. Let's see what it does in and around that area if we can retest those lows, and if we do we break them? I think that will have some implications for these big tech stocks, especially if you're long or short Apple at the moment. It looks to me like on Apple and as well on the futures, we could be creating what I call here a flat bottom breakdown, where we hit these bottoms several times and then bounce back up, and then you have an aggressive move down, a continuation down. So flat bottom breakdown, I spoke about this earlier in the show, but for any newer viewers, is like a period of prolonged decreasing followed by a horizontal period that's within a range, and then the break to the downside of that range and a continued horizontal move downward. So that's what I mean by flat bottom breakdown. It looks like it's setting up for one here, especially since I'm seeing lower lows and lower highs, Ian.
Yeah, I was just actually putting my stop in for Apple as well. As Sharif was talking about, the market kind of breaking down here, I'm like, okay, wait a second. I'm in all these longs. I want to make sure that I don't get, caught offside, so to speak. So, put the stop in for Apple. I'm not going to lose too much on that one if I do get stopped out. That being said, it is starting to give a little bit of a bounce here. Back up to the 90s. I want to see it really reclaim that 151 area. Let me actually just get some of that position back out of the one that I just added there. So
Apple just bouncing on its own. The market's not even moving. Apple's just leading, dude.
That's what I noticed, right?
Yeah.
So quick add, quick bounce, and then let me take some out there. And that one continues to work. I wanted to talk about Macy's. I saw a couple people. Yeah, exactly. I saw a couple people mentioning it in the chat there. Obviously Macy's had their earnings the other day. It's been super strong. It broke up that 22 area, tested that area today, and it held, right? So, that's a really good sign for Macy's. I'm sure you guys already kind of talked about, GPS, Gap, as well. The retail industry has been really strong. Obviously Gap, it gapped up really large and then kind of faded the entire move, right? So I think intraday it's down almost 10% now. I think it gapped up was it 15% or something in the morning?
Something like that. It went
something
up
crazy
to it,
like that. But I looked at it, the volume wasn't really there, so I didn't really kind of trade. I didn't really like any setups on it, so I didn't really, I steered away from it. But a good thing though, because I was looking more long basis as I was trying to explain, the retail industry has been super strong, and it's basically off the backs of, Target. Target has been really, really strong. It held that 150 area right at open on their earnings. Obviously had the huge gap down. You guys can see here it is, SSR still, right, day 2 here. But
what do you make about that convergence, that divergence, between Walmart being able to deal with inventory glut and squeezing margins, but Target not being able to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
It's just, usually you kind of see them hand in hand. They're both big, they both can negotiate.
And then in the States
right?
too, it's they're very, very similar stores, right? There's not much between the two of them, right?
That's what kind of confused me about it a little bit, right?
It is interesting. I guess it has
stock picker's market now.
Yeah, it really is a
I mean?
stock picker's market, and that's what makes, stock picking is probably the the hardest thing to do. One of the hardest things to do, right? Because you can have all the strategies in the world, you can have the discipline, you can have the risk management, but if you're executing on a stock that's not necessarily properly in play that day, then you're just gonna be kind of it's like Luke always says, we get dressed up, go to the dance floor, and then we get there, there's no one there. Right? We're just dancing with ourselves, right? So. Target has surprisingly been the stronger one of the two versus Walmart. I'll quickly bring up Walmart here. Maybe it has to do with the prices, but they're right around the same price, right? So, I'm not too sure on that one, but
I think
Target,
Walmart's float's like way bigger. Let me just double check this.
It
real
might
quick.
be that too.
Walmart's float is like monstrous. Okay, so the float on Walmart, guys, we're gonna pull this one up real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, Ian.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, so Walmart's float, guys, is 1.4 billion, and they have up to 11 billion they can do. They're authorized up to 11 billion. They have 1.4 billion. Let's go Target. Let's find out. I doubt Target will have 1.4 billion, but let's see. Let's move down to Target's company profile. Yeah, 459 million. So like a billion difference. So the volatility, intraday volatility is going to be way less.
It's going to be way different. So that's a take on retail sector. Anyways, guys, it's been a great show. We're just about at 2 o'clock now. Sharif, it's been a pleasure rocking the midday show with you.
Absolutely.
For the first time, right? So give props to that
sir.
one. It's been good. We'll see you guys on Friday, or on Monday rather.
Hold on, we got
Smash
5 more minutes.
Do we? I'm looking at here. It's 2 o'clock on this
No,
one.
no, it's 1:55.
Oh my God. Okay, sorry guys. Sorry.
And they're not even there, dude.
Dude. Prad's clock says 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't know why he does that.
Okay, I don't know about that one. I gotta have a word with him. I was like seeing it click to 2 o'clock.
I'm like, why is he exiting so quickly?
No, it literally says here 2 o'clock. I'm like, oh crap, we gotta wrap it up here. Okay, never mind, guys. Never mind.
I don't know why Prad would have done that. That's interesting. He must have his own little quirk. Like how people they keep the microwave clock ahead so that they could be, you know what I mean? Probably something like that.
I don't know.
Anyway, it looks like a nice flat bottom breakdown here starting to occur on Apple. I don't know if it'll materialize, but the market is, okay, so the market's trending downward. Apple is trending flat. So obviously, like we reiterated earlier, Apple relatively strong. It's just a matter of whether the market has more pulling power than Apple in this particular instance. For example, if we were to break through that 39.43, could Apple continue to consolidate sideways as opposed to retrace? I think no. I think my thesis will be if we break 39.43 to the downside on the ES, Apple will have to retrace back. It's just a matter of how much. I'm guessing maybe that 150.40 or some in and around that area, depending on where the futures end up bottoming out. But I won't be taking a short on Apple. I don't want to give back any money on Apple, but interesting there for anybody looking at Apple and at the general market. Let's flip quickly to DLO. DLO is the one that we were telling you about earlier. It's a small capper, the one that we want to take a dip trade off of VWAP. That VWAP hold high of daybreak. That's not materializing. In fact, we just made a higher high. So this one's basically, I had the wrong thesis on this one, or this one just didn't go my way. Thing is, I need to get a retracement on this. I don't want to be buying it at these levels this time of the day on this type of stock. That goes against my rules. If I did that, I'd be breaking my rules. I'd be like just FOMOing it, right? So DLO, I'm looking for a dip trade, but that's going to last all of 3 more minutes as, I won't be getting into this trade with 3 minutes left on the show because I'm out of here after the show, Ian. What are you looking at on your trades?
I'm just reading through the comments.
What
I love the chat, man. I love you guys. You guys you're giving props to Sharif, and it's saying it's been a great show. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. I think it's been a good show. I think it's been
absolutely
exciting. Of course, it's easier to say that when I'm in winning trades, right? But
exactly. Yeah.
Whatever. We'll take it as is. I saw one here. Ian just got back 5 minutes of his life. He should thank Prad. Yeah, maybe.
Prad, what are you doing with this guy? You had your clock set at 2 o'clock.
I was looking at your clock. It was like
5 minutes.
It's not my fault.
Oh, okay. I thought you did that like microwave.
That's the computer guy's fault.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
this
looking.
guy was shutting down the show.
I was like, okay,
everything.
guys, gotta wrap it up real quick. Anyways. Yeah, it's been fun to be on Prad's side of the desk here. But happy to toss on some good trades for you. I did get stopped out on BABA here. That's what I want to say. You know, I got traded out of this one. It is what it is, obviously. But this is why you take profits when they're offered to you guys.
Yes,
you know, don't get too greedy on that one. You know, obviously I was holding for a bigger move up to this 81 or you know, above 81. But I mentioned to you guys earlier I want to get most out in front of 81. It just so happened that you know, it had to be in front of VWAP there. It is what it is. Got trailed out of that one. We didn't lose on that position. Just a quick update on my other ones. AMD now getting a little bit of a bump here as the market, Sharif, is bouncing off of that 39. It's actually making a higher low now. You know, it tested like maybe like 39.46 there. So, you know, obviously we're only talking about a few handles, guys. You know, it's not going to be anything, you know, super huge or anything like that. But, you know, it is making a little bit of bounce here, and AMD is reacting accordingly. Let's take a quick look at Apple. I'm actually going to get a little bit more out here on Apple. What did I just do?
I just want to update the viewers real quick. DLO breaking through the high of days, now up almost 27%. It's making newer highs, guys. This one's got legs. It looks like the right dip trade here, what should have been that 50-period moving average dip trade off that 1264 level. We're currently trading 1340s. This is a good move. I missed out. I looked for VWAP instead of the 50-day moving average. You know, maybe it wasn't primed and ready for it at the moment. You guys know I use that 50-period a lot. In this case, I didn't. I chose VWAP. Mistake on my part. I think we are done now, Ian. We can actually log out and say goodbye to the viewers. We got Prad, we got Brendan, and we got Neil on the show next for you. So get ready for it. Here we go, guys. Take care.
See you guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. We used to have like a intro thing there, but it doesn't work anymore, I guess. Anyways, hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the final 2 hours of the week. It has been a pretty good day overall for the market. At this point, we are starting to bounce, trying to bounce a little bit anyways, for the NASDAQ, 0.6 to the downside still. The Dow has gone green. S&P back to flat, as we were saying, if you joined us in the pre-market this morning. Might be a quiet day. We are dealing with options expiration, not exploration, but expiring at the end of the day. So we could get a little bit of volume coming in on that.